All right, we are recording and streaming. Let me just confirm that the stream is going. Looks like it. Okay, and I'm going to post the stream before I forget.
Are we going to be able to watch it in real time, or?
Yeah, what we've been doing is everyone who has the films just syncs up, and then we all start at the same time.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, that way you can everybody can move the camera around and get multiple eyes on the
Notice
film.
things.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know half of these people. Who's Hen?
Okay. Hen is Henry.
That'd be Henry.
Yeah, we'll get into it. Okay, so
my bad.
quick intro here. We're gonna get started. I got the links up. This is Myth Podcast episode number 3. And we are doing a historical retrospective series in celebration of Myth's greatest tradition, the Myth World Cup. And I'm joined here with Asmo, LSO, and our first guest, Myrk. Myrk, welcome to the podcast.
Thanks for having me.
So in this episode, we are going to go over the Myth World Cup 2001 finals, which you were the captain of one of the finalist teams. Is it Team Angry Face or 12 Inch? Like which name was or is it both?
Kind of went by both, but we ended up calling it Team Angry Face just because I guess there was kind of an issue with we didn't want I don't know, everybody to think of dicks all the time.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
were young lads in that day.
Fair enough.
Angry Face was a nice little logo. I really miss it.
Yeah. We have a big QA set up for Myrk, and I did get responses from NP as well. So NP is the other finalist team, but they're European, and so many of them couldn't make this time, and maybe not so many of them are that interested anyway. But
it's about 4 a.m. for Finland right now.
Yeah. But I did send a QA to Gekko. Gekko's been kind of leading up, connecting with some other NP as much as he could. He did give us some responses, and then he got a little bit of responses from Jushius as well. So I'll kind of intermix those with Myrk's responses as we go through the QA. Before we get started, and before I forget, I do want to do a quick follow-up on our last episode when we did the NWC 2000 finals. So there is a little bit of news with that. Number one was after we finished recording that episode, I put some feelers out in the community to try and get some information. We were wondering who all those civil players were, their aliases, match them to their real myth names. And Agonor had a loose connection to Fod still somehow, and magic put me in touch with Fod, who hasn't been seen in 20 plus years or something, right? And I started chatting up with Fod in Discord, which was pretty freaking cool. Blast from the past, right? So, and he still remembers some myth history that's been otherwise lost completely to the sands of time. He was able to tell us who all those players were, and I'm just gonna read them out real quick. If I can pull it up here, let's see. Okay, so we already knew, the only one person we knew from the 2000 finals was M. Bison was Fod. We knew that. This is all now confirmed information. Ken is Ruiner. Buster Rhymes is Odin. Chun-Li and Fei Long, if we recall, were the guys getting the biggest kind of percentages.
I think Za was one of the two. I don't think Chun-Li and Fei Long.
Okay, Za was a third one too. Sure, Phelan got some big. I thought. No, did Phelan not get some big ones?
I seem to recall it being whoever the pink and red players were. Let me pull it up real quick. I have it right here. It was Kin and Za were getting the largest percentages.
Ken?
Most games, red and pink.
No, Chun-Li ended up being the biggest heavy hitter. Like, beginning of the series, he didn't get bigger percentage, but once they started going to trail maps, he was getting trail every time.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
thought it was like their,
Chun-Li
heavy
was
hitter,
definitely.
I recall pink and red getting considerable percentages most games, and that was Za and Kin. So even if not at the end, Za and, that would be Ruiner and Banana or Split Banana, and then have Tilps.
Well, in any case, Chun-Li, big mystery, is Guttermouth. So we were always wondering who Guttermouth was. Guttermouth is Chun-Li. Makes sense. He was their thrower all 3 throw games and took some big roles and captained 2 games, if you recall. So
That's true. I forgot about the Tro
Fei
games.
Long, who I thought was getting some big percentages, but maybe that was only for like a couple games. I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and watch it again. But that is Visigoth. So I thought he was kind of maybe one of their weaker players, actually. But and then the He Who Eats Dung alias, HWED, that was naelot. Asmo, you mentioned naelot was a top player. In fact, we're about to see naelot. Is naelot not on Team Angry Face?
Naelot and Odin both.
Yeah.
Odin. So we're going to see some return. Great. I love the tie-in. We're going to see some return at some of these players. That's great in what we're about to go over today. And then Za was Anabab Tilps. So we were wondering who that, which alias he was, because he's an important civil player. That was Za. Akuma we only saw for 1 game, I think. That was El Destructo. And the person that was playing under Renwood and like H.low, we thought was we were almost thinking if that was Hitlo or not. No, that's short for Hung Lo, which is another Street Fighter character, I believe. That is Butcher. So Renwood was Butcher. So just and I put all that in the notes for that video. So we solved that mystery. Started talking to Fod again. We are going to do another episode with just Fod Q&A, and I might try to find like a good game, just like one game that maybe we'll watch with him or something like that. I'm not sure, but we'll do something with Fod because he's a pretty important part of myth history, especially in like the pre-2001 era, right? Kind of like the leader of Civil, I guess. So. And Civil was like the most important order in those early years. So anyway, that's the update from the last podcast. We can now get into the QA here with Myrk. Let me just pull up the questions really quick.
Because on the civil note, I remember M. Bison was Fod. I think Buster, I remember Chun-Li, I remember him being Gutter. And the others, I don't think at the time we had much of a clue who they were. We just all thought they were civil people. I don't think this was in your questions, but like I was in an older order called Squids and Otters, kind of like a mid-level order. In the back when we were playing a tournament called NML, Rolling Rocks Tournament, National
Yep.
Myth League, I think.
That's a big
We
one.
played,
Yep.
we were scrimmaging against these guys a lot, and like pretty much we would lose every game, but there was like this one shitty camp map we just tied them on. That was kind of the proof that the map was bad.
You're scrimmaging against who again?
Street Fighters.
Oh, okay. And back then you didn't know who they were, right?
Well, like people thought they were civil, and like they were. It was a pretty good team at the time, so we were like, yeah, it's probably civil. But it was, yeah, it's kind of interesting because it was like Squids and Otters is more like you'd consider them more like maybe like a 3-baller team. Like you wouldn't expect them to get very far, but like we scrimmed with Street Fighters a lot, and like that was basically the best team at the time. So we ended up kind of overperforming by a lot. I think we got like 3rd or 4th in that tournament.
Yeah, that was an important tournament too. That's.
Is that your tournament team name as well?
Yeah, we just played under Squids and Otters at that point.
All right, let's get into the QA real quick, and we'll have time to get into all that as well. So, Myrk, start from the very beginning. Well, actually, even before that, let's just describe Myth first as a game. Like, how do you describe Myth when you have to talk to other people? Because obviously, it's not a super commonly known game, especially this day, so many years later. And what do you think of it as a game? How do you describe it?
Well, I guess if I'm ever asked about it, if it ever comes up, which is pretty rare, but I would say it came out about the same time as StarCraft, and I would describe it as StarCraft without any of the building, and it's all about micromanagement. Like you have particular amounts of trading points, you pick whatever units you think are good for whatever the map is, and it's all about like having the formations, microing the units, having strategy, and coordinating with teammates if you're on a team game. Yeah, that's pretty much how I would describe it to people who don't have a clue what it is. Uh,
Just most everyone.
yeah, true. Like it's not, well, it was never really popular, but yeah, it's basically just like I don't know, like micro battles. Like you have your units, you're using your formations, dealing with the when you have units that just don't want to do intelligent things, you're microing them so they actually fight rather than running around doing nothing.
Yeah, I think it's important to note you can individually control every single unit on the map, even if there are 200. Every unit is individually controllable, and that's not super common for strategy
Yeah,
tactical
and like
games.
yeah, for the most part, you're not getting reinforcements ever. Like your units are, I guess it's like you feel more of a connection because your units would also get like veterans status if they killed something and they'd be better. And like you'd sell that more in the campaign, but sometimes it mattered in a game. Like sometimes you had that hero like 5 kill warriors just wrecking everything, but it's fun when that happens. Yeah, I guess that's all I can think of to describe what myth is.
And like, what does it like? What does it mean to you? Like all the games you played, how does it kind of like stand for you as a game?
Is I think my first like multiplayer competitive game like ever, I think. So yeah, it's got a very special place in my heart for sure.
Yeah, we got some responses from Jushius and Gekko on this as well. Both of them had high things to say about Myth. Jushius says, I always thought of Myth 2 as the best game out there. Nice combination of tactics, strategy, teamwork, and skills. I didn't play any other games after I discovered it, except Clask and chess much later on. So apparently Jushius is not much of a gamer, even though he's been a long time Myth player. This has like been the main game he's like ever played, even 25 years later. That's interesting. And then Gekko mentions Gekko had a short reply to this. He simply said, "It's the greatest game I've ever played." So that's from Gekko.
Fair enough. I agree with him.
Yeah, I mean it
I
stands
played
the
a lot
test
of
of time
games.
for sure.
Played a lot of games, and Myth is just by far the best out of all of them.
That's not really ever been duplicated. There hasn't really been a successful game that has Myth's style at all.
No,
Yeah,
not
like
at all.
the closest thing people mention is like Total War, but it's still very different, I would say, from Myth.
Yeah, that's
right?
more of a
Like,
grander
I've heard.
scale, moving
yeah,
formations
you
around.
can't really
yeah.
like control individual units and like aim individual shots in the same way that you can in Myth. It's not. There is no real true spiritual successor to
There's
Myth.
a lot of micromanagement that goes on in Myth. It's just not reflected in any other game. Every single unit can be micromanaged in a completely different way.
Yeah, the way I
degree.
explain it to people, like how it's different from Total War. Like Total War is like you are like the 4-star general way at the top commanding this like huge force, right? And Myth, you're more like the company commander. Like
yeah.
you're still pulling out your pistol in the thick of the fight, putting down shots down.
Probably even more like a sergeant or a lieutenant, like you're squad level. You got a couple of units that you're managing. You're really
it definitely can be that level too. Yeah, it kind of fluctuates, right? Like the biggest you'd ever might be is like a company commander, but yeah, you could definitely be like squad level too.
And it can depend if you're just a role player or a captain too. There's different like levels in the 2-team game as well.
Yeah.
There's all variable levels of control and organization and teamwork and strategy.
Yeah.
And Myrk, when did you first start playing Myth? How old were you? How were you introduced to the game? What kind of internet did you have back then?
The last question
I
is
guess
most
to
important.
start from the very, very beginning, I guess history with like Bungie games in general. I very first started it when I was like, 13 with Pathways into Darkness. That came out about 1993. That was this old first-person shooter by Bungie. That's kind of how I got into Bungie as a company, really. Have you guys ever heard of that one?
Yes, only because of
Vaguely.
like, just from Bungie history. That's the only reason I've.
Yeah, I've just heard the name, never seen it.
Yeah, it was pretty fun for the time. It's super dated now. Like you could just like walk around. You couldn't jump. There was no. You had maybe like 4 weapons in the entire game. You'd pick them up in like order. But I don't know. For the time, it had a really good story. It was pretty fun. Anyway, that was my introduction. Then I got into Marathon, the next
The
FPS they
classic.
had. Uh, yeah, so I got into that Marathon 1, Marathon 2, Marathon Infinity. I think I actually tried the TFL demo, but my computer was actually so bad it ran like pretty much crap, and I didn't really get into it for a bit. But then I got a better computer, and then I got into I think TFL and like later in 1998, I think, and I got pretty addicted pretty fast. My internet was just crappy 56K. I got yeah, pretty addicted to free for alls actually. It's kind of how I got my start. Just
What kind of pings
FFAing.
could you expect from that? Like
Not
400-ish?
yeah, not great, but I think there was pretty there was a lot of activity though, so you could usually find a decent enough ping even with a 56K connection just because there were so many people.
Hmm.
So it was definitely laggier than today. But yeah, I played that for a while. Not really all that long because then I think Myth came out in 19. Was it? It was like Myth 2 was like 1998, right? Late
Yeah.
1998. Yeah. So like shortly after that, I got into Myth 2. And then, you know, you have that transition from TFL to Myth 2, where like dwarves were just kind of like back in TFL. If it hit a clump of your warriors, maybe 2 or 3 of them would take some damage. And then Myth 2, like if you're clumped around a dwarf, there goes your whole army, right? But yeah, so I got into that. I think it was more like a solo player for a while. I think I got in my first order in MWC 99. I think it was like TNA. I could completely be wrong about this, by the way. It's been a while, but then I think they were already in the bottom bracket, I think, and maybe we just played like one game, but that was it. Yeah, so then I just kept playing it. Yeah, then I got into different orders. I think from there it was onto like Squids and Otters. Yeah, we got that nice performance in National Myth League, you know, scrimmaging with Street Fighter. I think I joined GTM after that for MWC 2000, and I think then Team Angry Face, and yeah, I might have answered more than this question. I'm not
So
entirely
you made
sure.
it to the top pretty quickly.
Fairly quickly, yeah.
I mean, if you started in 98 and you're in the finals in 01, that's 3 years before you're in the finals.
Yeah, it was pretty competitive back then too.
If GKG doesn't have
Rather, there were
you have a
just a whole
follow-up?
lot of teams. Like it was pretty huge. I think wasn't there like 96 in I think,
In
2001?
2001, there were 67 teams. In 2000, there were 94. That's what I'm
Okay, that
reading.
sounds about right.
Someone has this archived, so I have like a page pulled up. But still, yeah, a lot better than the 4 to 8 we get now.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, a lot more players.
Gekko responded to this question as well, that he was 14 years old in 98 when he got his hands on Myth TFL. He saw some review of it and just bought it because of the pictures on the back of the box. Sounds about right. That's how people bought games back then, right? So, also not many games were sold back on Macintosh. Also correct. Myth was one of the few like popular Mac games, and so a lot of people that got into Myth came from the Mac world, right?
Yeah, myself, I had a Mac back then too.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I started on Myth on a Mac too.
Especially if you're playing the even earlier Bungie titles, because like I think Myth was one of their first games they ported to PC. Like some of their earlier titles, I think were only Mac, if I'm not mistaken. But
Yeah, so those games I mentioned before, Pathways into Darkness exclusively on Macintosh, Marathon 1 only on Mac. I think Marathon 2 was both Mac and PC, and
gotcha.
then
Yeah, that was probably the first one.
I have
Yeah.
Infinity now on my PC, so it's definitely at some point been ported to PC.
And then Gekko mentioned we didn't have internet back then, so I played the solo campaign a lot with my brother and friends, and we had fun killing the villagers. The 3D rotating camera and gore just blew my mind back then. Yeah, I can totally agree with that sentiment as well. Like back then, you know, it doesn't look like it now, but 25 years ago, like the Myth graphics were like pretty good actually, and somewhat impressive, like the visuals of it. So just like how it would show like battlefield destruction and like body parts flying everywhere and everything. So
Yeah, those 640 by 480 software mode graphics. How I missed them.
yes,
How I
right.
played.
Thankfully, the graphics have been updated over the years, so they're at least better than they like. Yeah, we forget that actually the graphics we look at now are even better than they were originally, right? So,
True.
and then when Myth 2 came out, Gekko says, I think it was my dad who surprised me one day with it. By that time we had 33.6 kilobyte per second internet. So yeah, everybody's pretty much playing on similar internet like this, like a 56K. Like when you talk about 56K modem, that's like the theoretical limit of what you can get, but usually you didn't get the full 56K, at least not commonly on AOL in the United States, I would just say at least.
Yeah, there were people rocking 14.4K playing the game too. Like the internet itself was pretty new back then too. Like it only became kind of popular in like 1995, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. And then Gekko says he started playing online eventually. When he first logged in, he met some nice dudes, Sikodian and Kyoka, and joined their order, Los Geesers, for a few years before NP. So yeah, all of us kind of had some like orders that we were a part of before this 2001 kind of tournament, MWC 2001. Like for me, it was Masters of Myth, an order that nobody's probably pretty much heard of. Actually, Rat King, fun fact, was part of that order. So him and I go way, way back to then. But yeah, like we all have these like little like niche orders. There was just tons of social groups back then with these little niche orders. A lot more players, just a lot more players. And these orders are all kind of like lost to time at this point. Nobody knows who they were except for if you happen to have been in them back then. And then let's see, did Jushius say anything? Let me pull this up. Jushius says he was about 15 years old when his schoolmate Chickenwire, R.I.P. Yes, sad thing to mention. Chickenwire, we recently learned, passed away. R.I.P. indeed. Chickenwire, just side note, great player. We'll see some of him in the finals here, obviously. But yeah, he was a long-time great player, and in 2008, he like basically had the best 2008 year of any Myth player. Like he was like basically Myth's best player in 2008. So he had a long, illustrious career in Myth. Sad to see him go. And there's been other Mythers over the years that we'll hear about too that have kind of, it's been 25 years, right? So some Mythers are starting to like kind of, we're starting to hear have passed away. It's kind of sad to hear, but.
Yeah, I was surprised when you told me that. He always seemed like good dude, good player. I'm kind of surprised by these, what happened.
Yeah. Jushius said that so Chickenwire introduced Jushius to Myth in 1999. They first played single player, and then he started dual Chickenwire, and then probably in early 2000s started to play multiplayer. So again, that seems to be a common theme too back then. People played single player for maybe even like a full year before they would start to get into the multiplayer, especially because the internet was so new back then. All right, next question. Myrk, when did you stop playing Myth? When did you stop playing Myth, and why?
So I guess I didn't completely stop because I still played in like tournaments after like MWC, just more casually. But like after 2001, I think the Bungie net servers shut down. I think that's when they started having people went to like either Marius net or play Myth.net, whatever it was. But I just became a lot more inactive on Myth at that point. So it became a lot more casually, like I'd maybe play like a few games here and there, and then tournaments, as far as I remember, anyway. Uh, yeah, pretty much. And I guess for a while I was just playing like MWC every year, and then eventually I just like, well, just may as well just take more of a break. Yeah, and that's me
It's more
now.
like a gradual kind of stop
Tapering
playing more
off.
and more over the time. Yeah, like tapering
Yeah,
off. Yeah.
kind of gradual. Yeah.
Just kind of just too much over too many years. Finally, I mean, kind of lost the lust for it.
I guess the thing is, like, when you're that inactive, like, every time you join a tournament, you have to kind of, like, relearn the entire game. Like,
Yeah,
it
that's
doesn't
true.
really, it doesn't actually take me as long as, pretty much every tournament, I'm always rated 2 balls because I'm inactive, but then I just play, like, I have a little workout routine I do for Myth. Just do the wall and legendary until I can do it with no casualties. Then I'm usually good to go. But
Nice playing
that only gets you
co-op.
so far, though. It's like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
there's like getting good again, and there's getting great again, right?
It
Like
gets you
that
warmed
takes a lot
up
more.
enough to play again. Whereas if you just hop back, like if we just started the game right now, you'd probably be caught behind a little bit.
I would be complete dog shit if I played at this particular moment. I would need to warm up. I need to get my wall practice in for sure, just to like relearn everything. But yeah, that's my little that's what I do with Myth.
I'm guilty of that as well. For me, it was Mazarin's Demise. I would play some co-op with that with some buddies to just kind of get warmed up again. Yeah, but again, yeah, co-op will take you like halfway there, but it won't. You still definitely have to like warm up on some small 2-team or 1v1s or something at some point as well against human players. But yeah, but Myth is a bit like riding a bicycle in a sense. Like it comes back pretty quick. So.
The basics do for sure.
Yeah. If you were to be tossed into a World Cup finals, it's a bit of a different.
So Myrk, you didn't really have like a hard stopping point. You've been kind of off and on over the years.
Yeah.
You did play in playmyth.net a little bit, right?
Yeah, I played playmyth.net. I actually got banned from their forums for saying that Myth 3 sucks. I remember that fondly because most people would agree with that now. But yeah, what was the one after that? It went back to Mariusnet? I forget.
Yes, that's right. Yep.
I actually forgot what we're playing on right now. It's still Mariusnet or
No, now it's gateofstorms.net.
Ah, right. Yeah, that's up.
Yeah, it's been that way for at least 10 years now. So
holy shit, I'm old, guys.
I've only ever played on Gate of Storms, and then I guess now there's also Bagrada, but that's a small server for ranked.
Yep.
Yeah, so Gate of Storms has been around since 2013. It's still around, but yeah, there's this new rank server that some people are playing on.
Yeah, I remember that now.
Dak messaged me and says he believes that Myrk quit finally after winning with TMNT.
That's right.
That would have been 2018, I believe.
Yeah,
so.
we can get to that later too.
Shout out to Dak for listening in.
2013. Yeah, that was at the
the first TMNT. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I recall Myrk playing on my team in 2017. I don't recall the team name. Playing for a couple matches and then having a teammate shoot his forest giant and promptly leaving and never coming back. So that's my 2017 memory of Myrk.
No, Myrk's definitely been around since 2013.
Did a teammate toss my forest giant or just?
I think the enemy was attacking your forest giant and the teammate sat there probably 5 feet away, not assisting as you fought, and then died. And then
fun.
They joined thereafter. Yeah,
hilarious.
something's pretty silly. It was
LSO
pretty silly.
Name out intentionally.
Oh, I know exactly who it is, and I'm not name dropping. Yes, I know exactly who it is.
Don't want to put him on blast on the podcast.
No, not at all. And they're a much better player now than they were in that year, like I am too. So I mean, it was now what would that be 7 years ago? So it was a random match in a random tournament 7 years ago. So I have vivid memories of it. Myrk saying, "F this, I'm gone." And then not showing up.
Did I really do that? That's hilarious.
Oh yeah. And then I have a separate memory of you playing on one of Paris's teams in a tournament, and the infamous Psalm, who everyone knows, terrible player, horrible person, didn't know that you can't blow up the fences on grilling grounds, and you two were right next to each other, and he shot the fence and blew up your whole army, and you left as well, right then and there.
I need replays of this. I want to see this.
I probably would have left too if someone blew up my whole force as we were teammates
on
a grilling grounds fence. Yeah. When I heard about that, I thought it was pretty funny too. So those were several tournaments in the last couple years, and I think you played with Paris in 2020. So yeah, you've shown up here and there since then.
Yeah, kind of like sporadically come back every so often. I never really quit fully.
Mm-hmm.
Does the Myth itch come back to you after a few years? Is that what kind of brings you back every now and then, or what?
Or is it people messaging you and saying, "Please play with us"?
It's a bit of like people just saying, please play with us. And then if I have like not a lot really going on in my other video games, like, I think this year I was asked to be in one, but that was when like, so I play I think I told you guys before this started, but my main game these days is Destiny 2, and they had a kind of major expansion. There was just so much content to do. I just didn't really have time. So I kind of ended up not joining this one. But like if I'm free, I wouldn't mind playing. It kind of depends on the situation.
Gotcha. Now, Myrk, you mentioned you're old. How old were
Yep.
you in 2001?
Yeah, 21 years old. So I guess for context, I'm a middle-aged 44-year-old right now. So it's been more than half my lifetime since this match took place. Yeah, I was a young buck back then.
Gotcha. So you're about 5 or 6 years older than me. Okay. And so again, you didn't have like a hard stopping point, and you're kind of. It sounds like you might still return, every now and then potentially. But how would you summarize your experience playing Myth over the years? Is there kind of how would you describe it, if at all?
I guess in the days when I was actually really active, like when I guess first started playing, even back in TFL until like I guess till the Bungie Net servers died off, it was pretty active. Like that was like basically the only game I played as far as video games. I was definitely pretty into it, very into the competitive scene, very into like playing a lot. Yeah, it was a blast at the time. Like there was so many players you could like I was I think in 2001 and 2000, I was kind of into playing like big team games, like at night with a bunch of people. I think like Fellowship of Stoneheim had a bunch of like 2 team games. I think that's probably where I got most of my practice on like captaining and stuff back then, because I think they had random captains at some point or something. Uh, yeah, but yeah, it was pretty fun. It was definitely a blast. I really really liked the game quite a bit, especially when it was the more active days, I guess.
Yeah. Gekko had a short answer to this. He just said lots of all-nighters, and
Yeah.
I can also agree with that sentiment as well. Like, so I was like in 2001, I was 16ish or so years old, and yeah, like definitely put in some all-nighters playing Myth. Yeah, we all remember, like, well, for those of us that are old enough, we all remember the ranked scene back then was very active. I mean, I remember like Flag Rally Tro was my favorite game, and I remember a few
I
days I
remember
could
that.
log in and there would be like literally 3 active Flag Rally Tro games. Like you couldn't even pick one. There was like, and they're all in the same room, like 3 different ones to choose from. It was like, holy shit.
They're just playing the same map and game type over and over again.
There was a lot of
I
unimapping
mean,
and stuff back then. Yes.
well, like back then,
Oh.
people were playing like Raid in the Plains and World War II, which were like, if they deleted both those from the game forever, I wouldn't mind. At least from ranked, but so by comparison, FR Trial is pretty high level.
Yeah, on Bungie, you could actually filter your search by the game, like game type. That's like how many games were going. You could search specifically for what you wanted to play.
Oh yeah, true.
And now we're lucky to get a game on a weekday.
Yeah,
Or
that's what,
even a
22
weekend.
years will do.
Yeah, even a weekend now. All right, what's the next question on the list?
I missed a response from Jushius. I asked when he stopped playing Myth. He said probably around 2003 when he started university is when Jushius. I thought, has anybody seen Jushius since 2003? Is that really when he last played?
So, I mean, I think people respond to this like in their mind when they stop playing. Like people show up in tournaments after. I know he was on 07
Okay,
NC.
all right.
You know, he's
Gotcha.
played some since then. Probably not actively. Probably just for tournaments or whatever.
Which
Yeah,
sounds a little
probably.
bit like Myrk, right? Myrk,
Yeah, it sounds like my situation.
Yeah, you had a similar situation. For you, it was kind of like Bungie Net kind of closing down, which probably was true for like, I don't know, a good like half or more of the Myth community probably just got wiped out from Bungie Net going down, and we just never
Because
saw
they didn't
them
know
again.
where to look afterwards for a
Probably,
new
yeah.
server. Or
Probably,
didn't
I
put
would
in the
imagine.
effort to find a new server.
Yeah, exactly. Next question, Myrk, what are the like highlights that stand out to you the most from your time spent playing Myth?
Uh, Let's see. I think I first started having like tournament success in 2001 before MWC 2001. Like I had a 3-week period. I was in like a bunch of tournaments, like free for all, some 1v1s and stuff like that. And it happened to be that the finals for a few of them were within like a week of each other. So, and I ended up winning them. There was like a couple of free for all tournaments and a team 1v1 tournament where I think it was like you had your 3 players and they would 1v1 and then they would add up the scores of everybody. We ended up winning that one. So I ended up winning 3 in a row, and that was like, wow, how the fuck did this happen? Like, yeah, but that was pretty wild. That's probably my biggest highlight as a player, actually. Let's see. Other than that, yeah, let's see. I was pretty proud of like our performance with like Squids and Otters. Like we definitely overperformed. It was like basically order I was in. There was more of like the mid-level players. Like we had a couple of good ones, but most were like, I guess you'd call them 3 ballers or 2 ballers. But yeah, we were practicing with SF. We overperformed. We could finish like third or fourth. We had like this rivalry with Spanish Inquisition at the time, and we ended up beating them. It was pretty great because like we were the heavy underdog. Nobody expected we would win, so that was a big highlight. Let's see. Other than that, I don't know. Like, there was a whole lot of tournaments back then. I think I made some finals and semifinals, and like, they were all pretty good. Let's see. I think MWC 2001 would definitely be a highlight as well. That was a pretty good time. I think WC 2000. I forget what we got. I was in GPM at the time. Might have been, I want to say, around 10th place. I really don't remember. It wasn't like we didn't get
2000?
2000,
Glue the
yeah.
Moose?
Yeah, Glue the Moose.
Not top 10, but probably something up there. I'm looking at
Yeah,
the
I don't
list.
remember what it was. It definitely wasn't it wasn't anywhere near the finals.
I
Yeah.
have a I pulled up some old sites showing some tournament records. I have you listed as the winner of the very first OPOP, however you say that, FFA tournament. Is that
Oh,
right?
yeah, Pop, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I think that was my first ever one. Or maybe it was the second, I forget. It was within, yeah, like I said, it was within a week of another one.
So, you mention like how many individual tournaments do you think you've won by MWC 2001 by that point?
I think that would be for individual, definitely. I think it was the 2 free-for-all tournaments, and let's see that 3-player 1v1 thing. That would I guess that's not really a solo thing if it's sort of a team one, but it's like team solo. I guess
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
it was kind of a
gotcha.
weird one.
Right.
I'd say by MWC 2001, it was probably about 3.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. And then did you say you had some team wins too, or?
No. So I was in, yeah, I was in Squids and Otters where we did pretty well considering, we were more of a mid-level team. But it was kind of
Gotcha.
wild. But let's
Did a
see.
little
Then
bit
there
of team competing, but weren't quite winning stuff yet.
yeah, we were like it felt like personally I was doing well, but we weren't getting like I guess wins. I think it was more like you have the top teams that are all stacked, and the teams I was on definitely weren't stacked as much as them by any means. So yeah, we had our successes, but we didn't have wins or finals performances or anything like that before 2001.
Gotcha. Gekko says here, I asked him about his highlights during his time spent mything. He says, tons of games and tourneys in the last 26 years. I don't honestly have much of a recollection of individual tourneys or games. So it sounds like Gekko is more of a team tourney guy. He's got good memories of hosting 16-player FFAs a lot back in Playmyth when there was still lots of players. So Gekko likes FFA, but maybe didn't do much tourney FFA, it sounds like. Gekko says, I've always preferred FFA Carnage to 2-team games in Regmyth. Does somebody know what that means, FFA Carnage? I thought Carnage was just a map.
That's a TFL map, I think. Yeah.
Oh, maybe he's just using it as an adjective here. Okay. So he just likes the chaos of FFA, I think is kind of what he's saying there.
Yeah, I remember that was a pretty good one for its time.
Yes, Carnage as a map was very popular. It never got ported to Myth 2, did it?
I don't think so.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't. That's unfortunate. I do remember that. I had good memories of that one too. Gekko says he played a lot of WW2 and has good memories of big two-team games there. Did not know that Gekko was a WW2er. Gekko says, I guess winning tourneys have felt good and playing in finals is always intense. I just checked the 2001 tourney page and realized he only played 5 maps in the whole tourney. So no wonder I have no memories of it. So Gekko does not remember much from 2001. Yeah, when we look at the finals, he's only in 2 of the games. And apparently he only played 5 games in the whole tourney. I asked him about that, actually, and he said that maybe he just wasn't like part of the core NPs, how he described it. Like, I guess he was considered maybe like people like amongst the players that maybe they rotated out for bench. And also we all know Gekko's like one of the nicest myth players there are, like up there with like Ska, right? And Gekko's probably the kind of guy, I'm assuming, that would probably volunteer to sit a lot. So I'm guessing that's kind of what happened, because he, in my eyes, would be one of the more solid NP players personally. We'll have to see in the films here in the 2 games that he played. But and then he says, best thing that's come out of Myth for me is friends I've made along the way. Meeting NP dudes live was fun. So yeah, a lot of the NP players have met each other in real life, because they're most of them or almost maybe all of them are Finnish. So they're all from Finland, and Finland, like most of the population, lives like around the Helsinki area or in the southern part of the country. So it's not too difficult to meet other Finnish mythers if you're from Finland, right? So that's kind of like a unique thing about their clan. I think they're the only like clan that I can think of that's like really like that. They probably met each other more than any other clan teammates have. Let's see. In the past few years, Gekko says, I've made friends with 2 other mythers, and even though they are not in Finland, we've met a couple of times. Okay. And then I don't think Jushius had any other responses, so that was it from them. Okay, so that concludes finally the first section of the Q&A. Actually, is it? Let me see. Oh no, there's one more question. So Myrk, how would you describe yourself as a myth player, both personally and competitively?
Definitely very, very competitive, especially by, I guess, when 2001 was coming around. It's kind of like I don't know, just very much about, winning stuff and just trying to win. Personally, I don't know, let's see. It's kind of a weird thing, because I was involved in a whole lot of like forum flame wars back then, which looking back was kind of silly, but I also got along with a lot of people. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like I have probably most of the myth population who I was around with back then. I've probably been in flame wars with most of them, probably you guys included. But once you actually get over that shit, people tend to get along fine. And
I think
it's
I've
kind of
argued with every
weird
person that plays this game to an
because like we
unreasonable
used to
amount.
just talk on text all the time, and text is an especially shitty way to communicate, because you can say something in a joking manner and people will just think you're telling them to kill themselves or something.
Yeah.
People will take everything in the worst context, 'cause that's how text is, and that's all we ever did on Myth. So there was a lot of situations of like, you'll say something on text, you mean one thing, people interpret it as another, and they'll just give you shit because they take it that way. And I'm probably guilty of that too at the time. But yeah, I also got along with a lot of people, especially, I don't know, there's a lot of people, like, I think even Dak, we had flamed at some point, but then got along. It was a lot of that. So it's kind of weird. It's a very, I guess, a weird time for that. Yeah, so I don't know. Hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, no, we're all guilty of it. No, there's no saints around here unless maybe you're Gekko or Ska or somebody like that, I guess. But
The super nice guys, yeah.
yeah, like the super duper nice guys. Otherwise, we're all guilty of it, and we've all mellowed out in our older years. And I always say, like, look, we've all talked shit to each other, but like at the end of the day, personally, the way I feel about it is like, at least of the players that still play the game, like, to me, I always put the game and the community like above individual beefs, right? So if we all are still like connected, playing the game together, that to me matters more. And I I try not to let. I think I do a pretty good job of this, actually. I don't let the kind of beefs get in the way. I've always teamed with players, even if I had beefs with them or whatnot, right? So it's just like I don't. If you're gonna dish it, you got to be able to take it, right? If you're gonna dish it, you got to
Very
be able
true.
to take it. I think that's important. So, and then also, don't make it personal and don't take it personal, I guess, and just like kind of get over it, right? And yeah, I always respect players who like I may have had beef with, but we can kind of put it aside, as needed, and kind of move on too, right? So don't it's not healthy for anybody to cling on to that shit, I would just say, right? So
Yeah, true. I don't think I ever really held any grudges. It was more just like I was very volatile back then and talked a lot of shit. And also, people also misinterpreting things. But yeah, I generally do try not to hold beef with anybody when it's not needed.
yeah, 100%. I agree with that. And then Gekko mentions that he considers himself a bit of a chaotic trickster, unanalytical, taking chances, and impatient, which honestly is not how I would think of or describe Gekko at all. I don't know how you guys feel about his self-description there, but that's just not how
Will
I
you
saw
repeat that back?
He
What did
describes
say?
himself as chaotic, trickster, unanalytical, taking chances, impatient, and then he also says maybe competitively I'm a little more logical and systematic and try to follow the plan.
Man, he is one of the calmest, nicest, like straightforward people I think I've ever met. So, if that's you said Gekko, right?
Yeah, that was Gekko. Yep.
Yeah, none of that would come to mind. But if he sees himself that way, I mean,
Yeah, he
yeah.
must have misinterpreted that question. He must have been thinking about it was worse than me or something.
I don't know. I think that's he just sees himself very differently, I think, than how everybody else perceives him. I almost put him more in the category like almost like an Eastwind or something like that, like super calculated, like and very patient as a player, but to each their own, I guess. All right, so that concludes the intro portion of the QA. The next thing, just to take a little bit of a break from the QA, what I wanted to do is have us all pull up the MWC 2001 site and just kind of look at it a little bit, because actually this is the first MWC site that's still like up and in good shape, and there's like a lot of history here. And yeah, I'll just take a quick look at the finalist teams that we're going to look at here in a little bit. So as you can see, I'm looking at the NP page right now, like full 16 player rosters. That's how it was back then. Let's see, Team Angry. Oh, Team Angry Face didn't have a full 16 roster. You guys got about 11 still, though. It's pretty good. Yeah, was there anything? I just want to like kind of leave this open to everybody. When clicking through the 2001 site, anything kind of like stand out to you or is noteworthy at all?
Remember they had really fun descriptions of all the teams, and it was pretty cool site, and it was full of like reviews and stuff too. So there's a lot going on.
Yeah, FOD was a prolific poster or like article writer back then, and had a lot of articles written on this site as well. I'll mention a few. I'm on the teams page right now, and I just wanted to mention like a few of these teams. I did do a little bit of research on some of these teams, just to kind of give a sense of a little bit of the history. Starting from the bottom. Actually, let me start from the top. So we'll get into more about who team NP and Team Angry Face are in a little bit. But starting with Monkey Island, this was a bit of a mystery, and I was asking around about this. And actually, Myrk, you were right as well. So several people have confirmed that Monkey Island was kind of like a conglomeration of players, particularly from Wolfpack. That name came up a lot. In particular, Lena Inverse, who was, I guess, a semi-famous myther back then.
Yeah, I remember that.
I don't remember her being like like a top player or anything, but I guess she was like, you know, a solid player or mid-level player maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess she's kind of famous for being like relatively good and also being female, which there were very, 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 very
Right.
few people who, I guess probably a lot of girls might just say they were dudes just to not get the extra crap they might have gotten from hanging out with a bunch of teenage boys.
Yeah, and that's probably fair. Yeah, there was 3 female mythers that I can remember that were, I think, were probably the same 3 that most people remember, which is Lena Inverse, Palor, who was a BNA, I believe,
Yeah,
and then also Goddess May, or
yeah.
however you pronounce that. Yeah, those are like the 3. I didn't know really hardly anything else about them. Eliso, by the way, just said he had to step out for a bit. Hopefully he'll be back later, but all
Zach
good.
just messaged some guys pretending to be girls too. There was like this player, Bloody Souls, who I guess got caught, was actually a dude. But I guess that's a thing as well.
Yikes. Yeah. Um, so let's see who else was on. And Fod had answered this as well. I'd asked him. He's got an okay memory for back then. So it was. Let's see here.
Thanks, Dirk, were the Fellowship of Stoneheim people, right?
Who is that again?
Cirque, the fourth.
Yeah,
Sergey.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's correct.
Yes, that's correct. Anabab Tilps, who was one of the prominent civil players, he was also on Monkey Island. Let's see. Aganor mentioned that he thinks Blackbeard was on there from CP, so Clan Plaid, I believe that is. Synapsed from Alliance. So those types of players are on Monkey Island, which honestly I was a little surprised to hear because it sounds like they were really like Monkey Island was a pretty damn good team to be placing 3rd, and like I don't know, some of those names popping out just like they don't pop out to me in the same way as the names on Team Angry Face or NP. You know what I mean? Like so, but
Yeah.
they were 3rd, so I don't know. Yeah, as you mentioned, Cirque was a lot of the FS guys. GTM. Now, interesting, Myrk, you have some like some of the top GTM players on Team Angry Face, and they're not on GTM. Is that just because they're like they were more competitive and they wanted to be on like an even better team, or like what happened with that? Or were they not on GTM yet at that time, or what?
I think so. I think what happened with GTM is there was kind of a little bit of a split. Like some people from GTM kind of peeled off and made their own clan. I think that was basically led by Rocco, who's like one of the OG GTM people. And I think Doraemon, the traditional leader of GTM, just kept with GTM. So I think GTM just kind of made their different squad. You'd have to refresh me as to who was on it back then. I don't really remember, but they
Um,
had their own squad. I guess they must have done
Rocket
fairly
Dive,
well.
Doraemon. Doraemon was kind of like the leader
Yeah,
of GTM, if I'm not mistaken.
it was. Yeah. Okay, let's see.
Tox,
So
Lone, so, like the pretty much the core GTM guys. Honky, I forgot Honky was on GTM. Rolling Rock,
yeah.
yeah, those kind of guys.
Well, yeah, they had Rolling Rock too. Yeah.
So I'm just surprised to see that Cap. I thought was Sunstyle GTM or no?
Who was that Captain Toast we saw there? The guy called Toast. Wonder if that was him. The Yamamara guy.
Um, so I mean Caparoo was GTM like for sure, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
he
was.
was. I think Rattle Snake was
Let's say
played
we
on the
had.
GTM team in '99. Like he might not have been in the order, but I think he was on the team the year previously in 2000 or '99.
Yeah, like I think Cap was considered one of, if not the best GTM player back in '99. And
Yeah.
then
It
let's
was
see.
it was him and Tox. Him and Tox were considered the 2 top GTM players, I'm pretty sure. And they usually had the rank to show it too. Like they were usually like the two top ranked. I mean, Cap was famously Celeste for like longer than anybody, I guess.
Yeah, he
For a
was
number of
into
consecutive
that.
days in a row or whatever. Like super big ranked player. But back then, like the way people ranked was like if like Cap, for example, he would only play on him or his friend's host with only him and his pre-described buddy, and only on the maps, like a handful of maps. That's how people, played the ranked game back then. So
Yeah, to be fair though, like with that environment, with the scoring system how it was, you kind of had to. Although even
Yeah,
once World War II took over, I mean, if you were just playing regular Myth, you weren't going to get ranked.
yeah, that's fair. Yeah, like
But
I would say
yeah, we had
Cap was like considered, in my opinion, like a good player, but like, or like even top player, but and correct me if I'm wrong, Merc, or if you remember it differently, but like I don't know if I would consider him necessarily like the, like, even though he was like Celeste for the longest time, I don't know if I'd actually say that was representative of him being necessarily the absolute best player at Myth during that time. What do you think?
no, I guess definitely not the best. He was definitely pretty damn good. Good dude too, like actually. But let's see. There was him. Rattlesnake was another old GTM guy. Well, not old. I guess more of like a newer school GTM guy. But I've been playing with him. I guess quite a bit at the time. I think we were like crushing people in like 2v2s and stuff, like unranked, fairly regularly. I think that's it for the GTM people on the
Gotcha.
team. Myself, Cap, and Rattlesnake.
Um, Moving down the list in teams, KG Inquisition was like a merger between KG Goals from 2000, and also, yeah, no, that's right, 2000. And I was on KG Goals in 2000, actually. That was my first MWC team. Unfortunately, we don't have that site pulled up to actually see records of anything. But as I mentioned before, like an older family member got me onto that team, and I became friends with Agonor. So they returned in like a merger here, and they had some good players. I remember Serval being good. M Bison is FOD, of course. White Slayer, Hitlo especially, really good player. And Chun Li. So they had Guttermouth on there too. So they're still using their SF names at this point. Yeah, so that was a solid team. They got sixth.
Yeah.
Men of Rohan was pretty famous around this time. Like Men of Rohan had like a big year in 2000 as a team. I think they won a couple off-season team tournaments, and like they were like on the map. I mean, you can see they got five. They were given 5 shields or 5 tro, whatever you want to call it back then. They were top. Only 4 teams were given that 5 tro rating apparently.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
They
something.
Men of Rohan back then, they were I forget which tournament they did really well in, but they had really, really solid one. I want to say it might have been uh NML2 or something. I forget, but they kind of crushed that tournament. And then they kind of I don't know why, but they kind of fell off a little bit. But they were still by now by MWC 2001 rather, they were still considered like a top team. Totally people would have considered them a contender for winning it.
Right.
Yeah, I thought something interesting about Meta Rohan's their threat assessment is this. So this is their pre-tournament threat assessment. The Meta Rohans seem to win every tournament Civil doesn't enter. Civil has not entered this tournament. They're definite favorites to win Mithril Cup 21. So at least according to threat assessments, pretty wild that they're the favorites to win it according to whoever wrote that, and then they were the lowest placed 5-ball team at the end of the tournament.
What I
Yeah.
remember about them was Superman, I think, was one of their heavy hitters, if I'm not mistaken. And or maybe that was later years. I don't know if it's 2001 necessarily, but I also remember them being like, they had like really good teamwork that kind of set them apart. They were kind of like older, more mature. They had a good reputation. Like they were known to be like mature, nice guys. And I also personally, I remember them being more light focused. I don't remember them being as dark focused as a team. I don't know. What do you remember, Merc?
Yeah, that sounds about right. They became kind of known as like kind of civil successor. Like they kind of were one of the few teams that could have, I guess, a lot of like I don't know, just small FFA squads roaming around, super coordinated, and they were getting into like their style was a lot of like archers, dwarves, and pus, a lot of like artillery battles and team coordination. So they were considered really good. Yeah, I guess like I said, the results kind of slipped after that one tournament they dominated in.
Gotcha. And then moving down the list, we have my team, Kakarjo Circle. I do not remember how I got onto this team at all or anything. But fun fact, Blade and I teamed together on this team. So Blade, we haven't seen him much, but he kind of hangs around still. And he made a return a few years back, which was pretty cool to see, I think, in 2020. He is P. McCartney. P. McCartney is Blade on this team roster.
All right.
Yeah. And there were some names on here that would have been recognizable in later years, particularly Cougar. Cougar was known as like a dark thrower type player. Him and I became pretty good friends. I did look at a little bit of my history during this tournament, and it looks like I didn't play that much. Like if I go into this, it looks like I played 15 games, so like maybe 3-ish matches or so. And it looks like I kind of like dropped off somewhere in the top bracket before Kakra got sent to the bottom bracket. I don't remember me not playing that much. Like I thought I played more, basically. I thought I played more. Thinking about it, I wonder, from what I can remember, possibly what happened, and I wonder if Blade would have a memory of this. I might have to ask him sometime after this. I think what happened was there's a bit of infighting going on in Kakra. I do remember butting heads a little bit about strategy, which would be, I guess, a theme later on in my years of Myth too. But
Sounds about right.
Yeah, because you can see here, if you go into my profile, I captained a couple games, so I was already starting to captain some. I do remember doing some big melee heavy strategies and roles for myself. I remember, so there was a kind of a semi-famous strategy I did for many years on Stalk Dark FR, where I would do the like a huge Zerk Myrk rush through the middle and try to pinch one of the flanks. Like I remember doing that strategy in this fucking tournament. So yeah, I think I butted heads. I thought I butted heads a little bit with Blade, but I don't think he was maybe the primary. If I remember, I think Tormund was like, from what I remember, and again, there's Tormund and Thormund, so I might be misremembering this, but I'm going to go with Tormund. If I remember, he was a bit of a prickly personality, and arguably maybe I was as well. Again, I was 16 years old at the time.
A lot of us were.
Totally could have. Yeah, I'm sure I was not guilt-free in this, if what I'm saying is true. But I think there was a bit of like a beef or like infighting going on, and maybe like I just stopped showing up, or maybe I was asked to stop showing up. I'm not sure, but I think that's kind of what happened and why like I didn't show up in like the last 2 or 3 matches that Kakra played for whatever reason. So that was my experience on Kakra. And then just a couple other teams to point out. Loa, Legion of Avatara, that's like the precursor to BME, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so.
It's half of it. So
yeah, like half of it.
BME,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, BME ended up being a merger of LOA and I forget the name of the other one there, Mithril Cup 21, maybe OA. But yeah, it has Dwarf and Atheron and maybe a couple others.
Gotcha. That sounds right. And then also Iron Chef, I want to point out, they're noteworthy. That is like the precursor to NC, right? So that was
Name changers, yeah.
Yeah, that was Shyster, Ska, and August was on that roster. There could have been others in there, but they, in quintessential NC fashion, they all have different names, right? So I fucking know. maybe we should get some answers from those guys who they remember are on their roster.
I think Greek gods was Teacox.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
They were.
Okay, yep. That's interesting. Good point out there. Yeah, that's good to know. Very that's a famous team as well. Curious, you have Ramirez though on your team, who is Teacox, is he not?
Oh, yeah, he was in Teacox, yeah.
Is there any other Teacox players on your team here, or is that?
Let's see. I don't think Flatline or Henry ever played for Teacox, did they? I don't remember where Sunstyle came from. No, was he the old BI guy, maybe?
Yes, I think.
Yeah, that
I
would
think
be
somebody
him.
mentioned that. Yeah.
I still remember
I think
Sunstyle as
Ramirez
the ranked trial horror guy. He's like very well known for his Trown, but yeah, that's all I know about him.
All right. I don't know if Sunstyle ended up playing all that many games, or did he? Like, can you
He
click on
didn't play a single game according to the site anyway.
Okay, yeah, that tracks. I don't really remember having him do anything.
Was he like a big ranked player too?
I think back in the day he was. I don't think he was ever on GTM or anything. I could be wrong though. But I think, yeah, I remember him as like he was on like, was he on the GTM team in, or wait, he was on BI in MWC 99, I think. I think it's more like, I think Flat and Henry knew him more than the rest of us.
That would make sense. Well,
I want to ask you about Papascrub, Myrk, because we
Oh,
covered
right.
him. We covered him actually in the 99 finals because he was like the primary captain of BMF in the 99
BMF,
finals.
yeah.
We reviewed that match and we were not, I don't know about him as an individual player, but we were not big fans of his capping. Very handsy captain with his team. What do you remember about Papascrub, if anything?
He was a good dude and a good, I guess we'd call him maybe a role player, perhaps. I mean, he was definitely decent, but our team was pretty stacked, so I don't think he was considered like the top person to give like the power units to. But I think, yeah, he was definitely a good dude, good team player for sure. But he's definitely, kind of. I'm thinking like a top tier role player. I think like I don't know if we'd want to give him like all the trow or anything like that, but if you gave him a role, he's a solid dude, knew his stuff. I think that's pretty much how it was with him.
That sounds accurate to me. Yeah, we weren't super impressed with his play in '99 either, but yeah, like when I look at your guys' team roster, like yeah, there's some like huge names on this roster, especially for back then. Like Caparoo's a big name because you know he was a big ranked player and he was good. So I remember Sunstyle being a scary good player too. I don't remember too much about him, but for some reason that name stands out to me. Henry was a monster as I remember it back then. Odin,
Back then.
yourself, and then also naelot as well, right? Wasn't naelot a pretty big name too?
Yeah, he was definitely one of the top players back then.
Did I get that about right, or is there anybody else that kind of stands out to you?
I guess I'll just describe how I kind of interpret these guys. So, the screen's getting a little blurry for some reason. So yeah, we got Cap. He was yeah, you generally trust Cap to do pretty much most things in the game. I think he was more like a better dark player than a light player.
Sounds right to me. Yeah.
Let's see if I could get this screen to stop being blurry. That'd be awesome. Oh, there we go. Let's say Flat. Yeah, back then Flat was pretty good too. Like I think I'd been playing kind of regularly with Flat and Henry. We could you know, do a bunch of like 3-man teams and like ranked and whatever. Pretty solid back then. Sunstyle, I honestly I don't think I ever played a game with him, so I don't really know. Yeah, I guess he was considered pretty good at I guess more of those like trout focused dark maps, I guess, but I never really played with him as far as I know.
He didn't play all tourney, so yeah.
Yeah, sounds about right. Regulus, pretty solid generally. Yeah, generally solid guy, good dude. Rattle Snake, yeah, I considered him one of the better players actually, because like I don't know, I'd been playing like with Rattlesnake for a fair bit, even since the GTM days, and like I could generally trust him to do whatever. Papa, like I said, pretty good role player, just you know, solid. Henry, yeah, like we said, he was pretty good back then. Ramirez, solid dude. I kind of want to say probably solid role player, but I kind of don't remember. He might have even been better than that. I don't remember. Odin, he was, somebody has to, I hate to say it, but he was sort of compared to everybody else, sort of our weak link. I think it might have been like he might have just had kind of crap internet by then.
That was Odin, you said?
Odin, yeah, like he was, I guess not considered our best player by, you know, most people. But
That's
he was,
interesting to
like,
me.
even
Like,
so,
I thought
he
Odin
was,
was he considered a better player in 2000? I thought he was a top player in 2000, but
he was like, I think, a top player in '99 for sure. Like he was
okay, right.
considered one of the best players in the game back then. In 2000, not entirely sure. I think he was considered, well, he was in Civil, and it was, I guess, Civil were kind of, well, SF, whatever, they were kind of crushing it as well. So I don't know, but I think
He was
I kind of
tapering off by 2001. It sounds like.
yeah, kind of tapering off. I think it might have just been his internet or something like that, but he was more we kind of want to give him, I guess, more of those role player roles if we could. Myself, that was kind of back when I was in my prime, so I was pretty solid back then myself. Naelot, yeah, he was a top one for sure. I think he was one of Civil, or I guess Street Fighters by then, one of their top players as well. Yeah, our team overall was pretty damn stacked.
Rattlesnake, Rattlesnake's one of those players that I think was a little underrated. Like, I don't think anybody like would put him like in as a top tier player, but like he was surprisingly good. I remember when he returned. He returned at some point. I can't remember when, maybe like 2015 ish or something like that. He returned just for a little bit, and like he was still like surprisingly good like right away again. And it was yeah, he was a surprisingly solid player. Let me pull up the next section of QA here that I got. Actually, no, before I do that, I wanted to read a summary here. So I have a summary here from this is a article from the Elfoid, and he kind of does a good job, I think, summarizing all the Myth World Cup. So I just want to read what he had written about this Myth World Cup to kind of set the stage a little bit. He writes in this article, first MWC after the loss of Bungie owning Myth. That's a weirdly written sentence there, but
True.
he's saying, I guess Bungie had just sold Myth, I guess, right before this MWC or something like that. And I guess they sold it to, I think they got kind of pieced apart, actually, is what happened. Like, the Myth part of Bungie went to Take-Two, I guess. But I think the rest of it went to Microsoft, something like that.
I think, yeah, so here's what happened with Myth. It got well, I think the IP was it was sold to Take-Two, and I think maybe they still have it, and then they had Mumbo Jumbo make Myth 3, and
That's right.
I think we all know how that turned out. Probably less people playing that than Myth 2 right now.
Right.
Even like I don't think it even ever had an active period. Like, I remember it had so many problems. Like I don't know if you remember those Trow Iron Warriors, and if you've ever played the single player of that game and just the gameplay of that, like, you were just kind of like running your units around from this Trow Iron Warrior as your archers slowly whittled it down, and if you did anything else, your units would just die. It was
Yeah, the balance, like, it was like not balanced, like, at
it
all.
wasn't
Yeah.
at all balanced. The single
Yeah.
player was trash. I mean, the graphics for the time were good, but also, like, I don't think people's hardware could really keep up. So it was like, most people, I guess, they couldn't really handle the game too well anyway, and it also had all those balance issues. And yeah, that was Myth 3.
Yeah, that brings up a good point. Like, Myth 3 is maybe a prime lesson for like how trying to make a Myth-like game can still go wrong, and it won't feel like a Myth at all. You know what I mean? Like, it has the mechanics like are kind of fundamentally the same, but like it just didn't feel like Myth at all, right? Still, and it kind of like it doesn't have the magic that Myth had for whatever reason. So, yeah, I guess there's no guarantee, even if somebody like tries to remake a Myth spiritual successor, that it's gonna end up feeling it's gonna like recapture that magic again.
True.
Alfoid says here, the tournament had a large turnout, 67 teams, but was significantly smaller than the previous ones. So yeah, I mean, it went from like 90-something teams to 67. So about a third, I guess, dropped off in this sense. This lack of size led to sponsorship and prize problems. Only Mumbo Jumbo, makers of Myth 3, sponsored. So apparently Mumbo Jumbo was trying to still sponsor this tournament to, obviously like have some marketing going into Myth 3 or something like that, right? Makes sense.
Makes sense.
The rest of the prizes were a donation from Clan Mac Gaming. I don't remember what that is. Does anybody know what Clan Mac Gaming is?
I think I've heard of it, but I don't think I've ever played with them at any point ever. I
Is it
have
a,
no
is
I
it
think
a
that
clan or like a Mac magazine or what? Like, what is that?
no, it was
Mac
a
Gaming. I have
it was
no
it was an
idea.
order in Myth 2. I don't know the guys very well, but yeah,
It was
I'm
an
not
order
sure
in
that.
Myth 2. How come they were like donating prizes? They just had some money that
I
they
don't know
Were
wanted.
the details
they the
behind it. They were a
people?
group of players though.
Were they the people who kind of only play with each other in private games? Maybe that was
Yeah,
it. I know there were
that
some
sounds
people who
right.
were doing that.
Oh yeah, okay. That's
Maybe
starting to
that was
sound
them.
familiar. Agonor says that he also thinks it's an order from around 99. Okay. This was the first let's see, first MWC to make use of articles as significant attraction. Yep, we made note of FOD had several big articles, and there's many articles actually in this, and they're all still stored in the site, which is great. Great history still there.
Pretty awesome to still up, yeah.
Let's see. Prizes promised were not given to the tournament winners. Interesting. The tournament was the most famous of NP's great victories. True. I guess 2006 would be their other big victory too, but 2001 I guess would arguably was maybe bigger in many people's eyes.
Definitely.
They held the greatest tournament record of their era, 2001, with other tournament stints up to 2004. So yeah, NP had like they just went on a tear for like 2 years, starting with this. Actually, no, I think it was. Yeah, I think it was like between early 2001. I looked it up. Between early 2001 and early 2003, I think NP won like maybe every single major team tournament there was. Like they definitely had a tear around then. And then of course they got upset in 2003, and then they were kind of like finalists. They were always like second place for a while until they kind of they got some more wins later on, right? But yeah, they were if you want to say Civil was the first Myth Dynasty, then you have to say NP was the second Myth Dynasty, right? For sure. So
Sounds about right. Yeah.
yeah. The key part. See, the Elfoid says the key part of the MWC's evolution here was the ability for anyone and everyone to submit articles and reviews to the MWC site. This popular idea has been used in every MWC since. Another well-liked idea in this tournament was the way teams voted on who would be in the top 10 teams and gave each team a skill rating out of 5. Interesting. So the 5 baller, 5 tro, whatever, that 5 rating system seems to have started around maybe this very MWC. I can't confirm that for sure because the 2000 site is down. There might be some pages of the 2000 sites still around, but apparently maybe they didn't have the 5 tro ratings back then in 2000. It just started in this year. That's interesting. This idea then returned in 2006 when White Slayer returned to the high end of tournament organizers. Yep. All right, cool. Let's move on to the next part of the QA. This is about kind of the community and team back then. Now we already kind of did some of this. I guess we kind of already talked a bit about your team. Was there anything that we missed in particular about your team? Do you remember, like, for example, who were like, did you have dedicated throwers? You captained in the finals. Were you the dedicated captain of the team, or like what were the major roles that you can remember for the team?
Let's see. I know I was captaining in the finals, and I think it was either myself as like the main one for the captaining, or maybe we had a bit of a rotation. I'm just kind of looking at these other matches real quick. I think we had Cap and yeah, I'm saying Cap and naelot, and even Papa had captained a few, but like yeah, I guess they decided like kind of, just to be more consistent, it'd be better to just have one captain just because people have different styles. So I think we might have just decided Oh yeah, the captain records are down there in the bottom. So yeah, apparently I captained 23 games with my good old 19-1-3 record. Papa 602, Cap 502. Yeah, I think it was just more of like we just wanted consistency. Like people had different styles. We just wanted to be consistent.
That's interesting because we noticed, especially in the 99 finals, like Civil kept rotating captains a lot. And I think we had commented on it at the time, Asmo as well. Like, yeah, there was a lack of consistency there. So I think Myrk makes a good, interesting point here that like, I think teams are starting to realize, at least the top teams, that like, hey, consistency and the capping and the approach to the strategies and probably to like maybe even like player roles and things like that, like the consistency helps because then people can become more specialized in those roles, perhaps giving some advantage, right?
Yeah, and I think we also tried to kind of spread out the roles as evenly as we could because I mean we had a really stacked team that came with a lot of like egos. So like
That's true. That's true. Yeah, there's a lot of egos
myself
on this team.
definitely, yeah, myself definitely included. We all had our egos, but yeah, we just tried to be fair to everybody. Just have everybody, we'd have people like rotate being the trower. Like I think everybody could do pretty well every role. I mean, kind of like I said, some might be more considered more role players, but even so, they were still pretty good. Especially like, I mean, we only really needed to be super high level when we were replacing up the top teams as well. Like the NP, I think who else did we play against? Who was a big name? I think yeah, right, we tied MI. Interesting. Yeah, but yeah, so yeah, we just tried to be consistent and fair because we didn't want a lot of like infighting. I think we still had a little bit of that. I think but just that we are a bunch of like, relatively high level for the time, egotistical bunch of young bucks. So like, it is
Yeah.
what it is.
I feel
But
like
yeah,
team infighting was more common back then. Like everybody was just a lot younger, and it was like I don't know what something about the early years or whatnot, but like that seemed to be a more prevalent thing. But I don't know, Asmo, how do you feel about that statement? Is there still some team infighting these days, more recent years too? But
There is, but I feel like it usually comes up pretty early in a tournament, and those players are usually removed from said team. I've been a part of a few of those.
right, right.
It usually doesn't drag on the whole tournament. There's no player that's that important to keep on with that attitude at this point enough.
The care was
yeah,
definitely more unique and sky high back then, so I feel
true.
like that would feed a lot more infighting, right? So yeah, that
Oh
makes
yeah,
sense.
it was pretty high back then too.
So like who would you say it sounds like there was no like dedicated specialists for certain roles, or at least not that you can remember so many years later, but like do you have a sense of like was there like heavy hitters versus role players? You mentioned like Odin and Papascrub might have been more like role players. Who else was like more like a role player on the team, would you say?
If I had to pick like solid role players, I think we kind of considered Ramirez that. Ramirez was like you could consider him like a top level player or a role player. He was kind of like, quiet, just handled his shit and didn't really talk a lot. But you could rely on him. Kind of like I said, Odin was like, I guess, due to maybe those connection issues, wasn't considered our best, but he had his moments and he could definitely like hold his own against most people. He was generally a decent role player as well. Uh, I guess as far as like heavy hitters go, we had so many people who could do the heavy hitter role. It was ridiculous. Like if we just had our like uh, yeah, if we could just field like 7 people who could do all the heavy hitter roles in the game, really, like at any time. It was
Would you
such a
say
spectrum.
Rattlesnake and Regulus were still heavy hitters too?
I'd say I'd put Rattlesnake up there with pretty well anybody. Regulus, maybe I'm gonna say tiny bit below there, but he was pretty solid as well.
Was Regulus, wasn't he an EI player or IE, whatever it's
He
called?
was slash
TW
TWF.
or Syndicate as they might have been
TWF.
called
Oh,
back
and
then.
Yeah.
Sin. Okay, yeah. Okay, never mind. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Sin. That's right. Sin. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, he wasn't. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, let's see. So Cap was GTM, Flatline, and Henry. I forget what order they were in, but they were kind of like the Aussie/Australian people on the team. Regulus was Sin, Sunstyle. I mean, I don't even know. BI back in the day. Rattle Snake, GTM, Papascrub, BMF, Ramirez. I mean, he's on T-Cox, but I don't know if T-Cox was around back then. Odin, SF, myself, old GTM, and naelot, old SF.
Do you know what the origin story is about this team? Like, do you remember anything about how this team came together? Who organized it?
So I think it was put together by Flatline and Henry. Maybe I want to say probably mostly Henry. It was just basically it came about because we had people who were like pretty solid players, but the clans they were in, like they weren't really able to, get wins or get to high levels. So I guess we kind of just decided to make a kind of a power team with people who were mostly in clans like that, just so that we could give NP a run for their money, because like they were kind of considered the top dog at the time. I guess NP and probably more so than MOR even at that point. Yeah, I think that's pretty much what it was about. Just trying to just building a kind of a top team who could have the potential of winning the whole thing.
Yeah, you guys came together. It sounds like you had pretty competitive players. I mean, Ramirez maybe like the least competitive. Like you said, he's pretty chill, but like everybody else seems like they're really pretty competitive personalities, and it really sounds like you guys came together really to win it, right? So
pretty much. I mean, definitely the goal was winning. We ended up obviously getting second. It ended up being pretty tight with NP there, so I think we did end up putting together a pretty good team. But for the time, yeah, so I'd say successful in that way. But yeah, it would have been nice to win, but second is pretty good for I guess a relatively newish team.
Yeah, NP had a little bit more experience coming into this than you guys. I think they had won one or two team tournaments prior to this, if I'm not mistaken. They won I think it was called the Champions of Myth or something like that, and also the Blood tournament, if I'm not mistaken. But I think they organized that.
Sounds about right. Yeah, I think they had won at least one tournament prior to this, and they were considered a top-notch team.
And it does take a little time to like get teams together to like gel. Like it is hard, definitely, to like on your very first tournament to peak as a team or whatnot to win it. Yeah, definitely, totally understand that.
True.
Well, something I think interesting about the results from 2001 is like, you look at MP's results of who they played, they were smashing everyone, like straight up 5-0s, like blowouts.
Yeah.
And Team Angry Face /12-inch, whatever you want to call them, they played twice, and they're legitimately the only one who like played them like very close every series. Like
I agree. I agree. When we go over those other teams that we discussed, like the FS guys weren't going to stand up to them. Lena Inverse on Monkey Island wasn't going to stand up to them. Like, yeah, definitely, I would say NP and Team Angry Face are the only two teams that kind of are in that top tier in this tournament. Like, there was nobody else that was, in my opinion, going to really seriously compete. I mean, yes, Monkey Island did tie Team Angry Face. I found that very surprising, and that's what threw me off as to like who the hell they were, because I was like, damn, they tied Team Angry Face. Holy shit. But then you look in the bottom bracket finals, Team Angry Face just blew them out by like 100 to 30 or something like that, like just total blowout. So I don't know if Team Angry Face had a weak showing that one match, or it was a fluke or whatnot, but yeah.
Yeah, I would say it was probably a weaker showing. I know we definitely did have a couple of weak showings. I mean, I remember the top bracket finals against NP for the first one. We definitely underperformed for that one.
Gotcha.
I forget what the score was, but it was just they kind of clearly won it fairly early on. But yeah, we had our, it was mostly ups, but we definitely had some poor showings.
Did you all know going into the tournament that like NP, like did you guys have the bullseye on NP the whole time? Like you knew they were gonna be a finalist and that you were gonna go, or was there just so many teams? Like you had MOR, you never know, like you couldn't know for sure. There was a handful of teams that could potentially be finalists at this point.
Yeah, we pretty much had our sights set on NP as a team to beat. Like, all the other teams were pretty much, not really up there with them. Like NP had been, dominating those tournaments. They were all like they didn't really have any really weak players to speak of. Like their worst player would probably clobber, most role players on any other
Right.
team. That was kind of the thing. Like they were able to field like really solid performing, coordinated team with no weak links. So if you were just in a clan with weak links, what would happen with most teams is those weak links would just get demolished and you'd lose. I mean, it's unfortunate. That's just how it is.
Did you guys have any team rivalries? Was there like any other teams that you had kind of like beef, even if they were like, even if you didn't consider them on your level, you were like really looking forward to just crushing them because of some beefs or whatnot? Was there any kind of rivalries like that?
I think we might have had a bit of a rivalry with MI. Maybe it might have just been a scheduling thing, but it wasn't really all that much of a rivalry. It was more just like scheduling stuff or something like that. It's kind of what I'm remembering. I could be
Okay.
wrong.
Do you
Uh,
remember anything else going on in the community? Like, was there any kind of big drama that comes to mind around this time frame? Anything big going on in the community? Was the community like? Do you consider it like kind of toxic back then, or how do you remember it?
Myth has always been a bit toxic, but it's just the nature of it. I don't know. I don't think there was any really major rivalries. I think myself, I was a bit of a hothead back then. I had rivalries with a whole lot of people. I talked a lot of shit. It was just kind of like one of those, asshole good players. I think I was like on NP. I had a bit of a beef with RedPhoenix. Don't really remember, but too much about it. But I think that
Okay.
was like it. I think we had actually like people on my team and myself. We had actually we played with NP. We obviously knew they were really good, but we didn't really have beefs with them. Like when you were with them, playing, just chilling, they were cool people pretty much. So we just wanted to beat them. It wasn't really a personal thing. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
we
yeah.
wanted to, just be better at the game and all that stuff. There wasn't really any serious rivalry in our part.
I mean, I'm given the impression when I read some of the like FODs articles and just like other things I've kind of seen or heard about from this year, it seems like because it had still like more formal team tournament organization behind it, and like you had company sponsorships more involved and things like that. The drama back then seems more tame in my opinion compared to later drama. There seemed to be like a peaking of drama. I don't know. I don't know exactly when, but certainly some years after this, and then I think it kind of has tapered off again more recently. But I don't know. The to me the drama and the shit talking doesn't seem as toxic for whatever reason as it gets later on. It seems things seem to have heated up later on, in my opinion. But
Sounds
that's
about right.
that's I'm good with it though. Like I don't want. I didn't like it. It got too hot for a little while for me anyway. I definitely prefer it to be a little more tamed. I know a lot of people like the myth drama. I mean, Asmo, I don't know. You seem to relish in it a
Oh,
little bit,
I,
but
I, I love it, man. I
yeah,
eat it
it
up.
never gets too hot for you. It's never too hot in the kitchen for you.
Well, so my issue is if it stays game related, like not personal stuff, it's
That's what
like
I'm
all
saying.
all
Yeah,
go for
I agree with
me. And
that.
all
Well, the
and
same
also
way. I
another.
always thought like I was always trying to just have. I mean, I talked a lot of shit. I always try to keep it related to just the game, not like
Yeah, that's
the
totally
entire
fair.
personal thing. Although some people would do that to me, and perhaps I might take the bait and make it personal as well. It's just kind of how it went.
Yeah, that's for me too. That's like I think that's a good point. Like to me, the where I draw the line is when it starts getting too personal. Like keep it about the game for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
And my other thing about it is like as long as you're not letting it affect, like say it's a tournament, affect the tournament, like you're intentionally delaying games and stuff like that, which people have been known to do, like that legit just like ruins the community. That's too far. It's
Yeah,
like you're legit ruining
exactly.
the game that's almost dead that people are trying to keep alive. What's the point?
Yeah, I like I was saying before, to me, you got to put the game above the beefs and stuff. Like I always keep the game and like when you're starting to like hurt the health of the community in the game, like that's where I start taking issue with it, I guess. All right, so let's see what else we got here. Did have a couple last notes from Gekko on this. Gekko said he stayed away from the forums and the community drama. He hated it. So even though there maybe wasn't as much drama back then, Gekko still stayed away from all of it. And that sounds like a very, very Gekko thing to say about that. Yeah, totally makes sense. I wish I had Gekko's wisdom sometimes when I look back at my own involvement in some of the drama later on, but I was not involved at this point in time. Like I was totally away from the forums for many years after this as well. So, okay, Myrk, since you did most of the capping for Team Angry Face, can you describe like, I guess, how did you get into capping? Did you have an approach to capping? Like what was your process as a captain, I guess?
I think this was like actually my kind of last hurrah as like captaining a major team. I didn't really want to. I don't. I mean, I didn't want to be a captain while I was like less active. I feel like if you're going to be a captain, you should be, just tuned into the game because you have to control an entire team of people. But it was like I guess trying to make strategies that I thought would, be good for the team to be able to beat a team of NP's caliber with. Like we were, I think I might have been a bit more melee focused than most people at the time, which might have worked out well sometimes and perhaps not some other times. I don't really remember entirely, but just trying to like we knew what NP was going to do. Every time they were going to they were heavily into like archers, dwarves, pos, FFA squads, all that stuff. So if we could have like some gimmick strat that would be really good against that, we tried to do it. Otherwise, we'd just have to like match them and just outplay them. I think back then we could also do a fair bit of scrimmages too, because the community was pretty active back then. You could get a lot of scrimmage matches, and those tended to be pretty fun. But yeah, I was just like managing the people, just trying to keep things like fair. Like if I had, we didn't try to ever like have like, oh yeah, everybody's getting the same percent every game. None of that crap. It's like some people would get units they didn't want. Somebody has to do the crap jobs, right? Even if you're on a team of stacked players. But then we try to like even it out. So if you got like a good roll one game, we try to give you, we try to balance it out so that everybody was able to, kind of have the heavy hitting units every so often. Yeah, that's more or less it, I think.
How did you do the strategies though? Did you like just kind of like briefly look at stuff ahead of the match kind of thing, or what?
Well, that was like back when I was like playing a lot. It's like I would, I guess from just like experience on how light maps work, I'd kind of have like I guess at the time, some of the maps we think are like, kind of like really established. Like at the time, they were kind of newer. Maybe I'll remember specific ones when we actually watch the replays, but some of them are kind of more not really, like, people didn't really know what to do yet with them. So we had to kind of figure out what might actually work, trying to like, I used to think a lot about like what little things to tweak to make it better. Just kind of like a lot of like analysis and like just figuring out how to optimize things.
And what do you remember? Like you mentioned, there was like maybe a little bit of infighting on the team. It sounds like the team kind of came together. Like you guys didn't team together ever prior to this. This was your first tournament together as a team, because you guys are kind of taking players from all over the place. It's like a very mixed group here.
Yeah.
Do you remember anything about how the team kind of progressed throughout the tournament? Was there any kind of team progression or evolution that you noticed?
I don't think we ever had any bad infighting. We had like a tiny bit, but like I just trying to keep roles fair, really just held off a lot of that. Like I know like it's a team full of good players. If we had just had one guy doing like, thrall flag duty, like that person would be very pissed off all the
Right.
time. So it was just as long as we didn't do that, it tended to not it wasn't ever really a problem ever. Like infighting was never really a big problem. It's just we had a little bit of
A little
spats,
bit
like
of
maybe
griping over like getting bad rolls is what it sounds like.
probably something like that. Like yeah, basically that.
Because somebody had
But
to do them. Yeah.
Yeah, but like again, we tried to balance it out, and I think all the like griping was like before the match. We didn't really have much during the match, as I recall.
Back then, kind of as we kind of mentioned about MOR, like a lot of players and teams tended to be more focused towards light or dark. How would you? Was this team more of a light team? Would you say dark team, or you can't really say? It's kind of in the middle. In the middle.
I think we were pretty well rounded. Like you have people like Cap who like were, really good, like if I had a trial players and stuff like that. Flat and Henry and they were also pretty good at the more dark maps. I think Rattlesnake and myself, we were pretty balanced. We kind of rotated between dark and light. I think Papascrub and Odin and naelot, they were pretty balanced as well, being, civil SF people. I think Ramirez was more of a dark player. Regulus, probably more light, I think. But he could mess around with dark units as well. Sunstyle, I mean, who's Sunstyle, right? But I think he was more of a dark player, as I recall. But I don't think he didn't play.
I don't know. Me looking at the roster personally, I feel like it leans dark. I mean, not like heavily or anything. Of course, you guys are definitely somewhat well-rounded for sure too. But like as far as like light players, I don't know. Maybe Papascrub, like you said, Regulus, maybe naelot,
Yeah.
maybe Odin. I don't know. Just because like players that came from that earlier era, it tend to lean more light. I feel like dark didn't come into more popularity later on, is at least according to like the MWC finals matches we watched from 99 and 2000. It was like heavy light picks. And I don't know if that was the whole tournament or most of the tournaments were like that, but that's what it felt like a little bit to me. I don't know. I feel like it leans a little bit dark, but not I guess not too big of a deal. I feel like NP might lean a little bit more light, relative to your team at least.
I would agree with that. Like we had definitely I'd agree with us being probably more dark focused. I think we probably would have had a bit of an edge there because like a lot of our guys were like, they liked things like Trow and Clash and all that stuff. But yeah, you could definitely mess with light too. But yeah, I agree. NP was known for being very dominant on light, particularly more so than dark.
NP's not here, but we're gonna start watching the films here shortly. I just wanted to briefly do a little bit of pre-commentary on NP's roster as well, since they're unfortunately not here to represent themselves. So according to Gekko, let me pull up his messages. He said that their core players, or what he felt was their core, let's see here. Just a moment.
Man, I can probably take a guess.
Yeah, me too. Who are you going to say?
I guess I'd say for them, their core roster, I mean, Rabican was their captain, so he'd be definitely an essential one. Jushius and Chickenwire were considered top tier. RedPhoenix also. Gekko, don't know if we considered him to be on that level, but then again, I think he was just more quiet. Then was it's hard to remember. I think Dante was good as well. I don't know who. I'm looking at the roster. I have no idea who Damnation was.
Me neither. Never seen.
But
that
like
before.
all the others, even if they weren't on the other one's level, they were all, I'd say, pretty good role players. Like they would not roll over to people by any means.
Yeah. So
Gekko, they had no weak links.
To me, I definitely remember. So Rabican, of course, as the captain, you have to put him in there. Chickenwire, of course, especially because it sounds like he was maybe a founding member of MP. And then Jushius, I remember him being considered like. So Jushius is like kind of more early NP. I guess we may have seen him later on, but this was like he's definitely kind of more known during this more earlier era of NP, and he was always considered like a heavy hitter amongst NP. So, and then RedPhoenix. I mean, Rabican famously said like RedPhoenix was the clear number one top NP player, is what he says, like head and shoulders above everybody else, according to him. He speaks very, very highly of RedPhoenix. we've gotten some reports from, I think, you and some others, FOD as well, and even Gekko, about RedPhoenix being like a hyper competitive player, and definitely some ego involved there, maybe a bit difficult to get along with, but a very, very good player nonetheless. And actually, I do want to keep an eye on him in this match when we're watching, because he's one of those players, like FOD and RedPhoenix are always like the two players I think of that like they stopped playing very early on, but if they had kept playing, they probably would have, we always speculate like who would have done well in all throughout the modern era of Myth, and they seem like two very big candidates that would have done well. So those four, Rab, CW, RedPhoenix, and Jushius. Gekko says those are core, but he also included Dante and Migraine. Dante I could see a little bit. Migraine I'm a little more surprised by. I never really thought, I mean, maybe he was like core, but I don't consider, I wouldn't have thought of him as like a heavy hitter on NP per se, right?
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe just more of a. I honestly have no idea at this point, but probably more of like a solid role player. Like he was never considered bad or anything. Like really, none of them are considered bad. Like maybe, well, I don't know. Maybe people were talking shit about Zell or something, but definitely not a bad player by any means. Like I'd
I
say,
think
like it's like I said though. Like their worst player could handle like pretty much any three baller on any other team. Whoever that even is, I don't even know who their worst player would be. It's also been many years. I could be completely wrong. Maybe Migraine was busy tearing it up in the trial roll. I don't. Maybe.
I think one of MP's more underrated players in my eyes, actually a heavy hitter, but doesn't get the credit for, is Fire. And he'll be in most of these films that we end up watching. But Fire is actually the only MP player I know about who's not Finnish. He's actually German, and
Okay.
he was also known as like a nice MP guy, like sort of like a Gekko. And so he didn't like torque himself up as much. And so once you're not paying attention, you're not going to hear from him that he was one of the best.
Did he end up playing much after 2001?
He played until like 2011.
Okay. I guess I'm just an asshole. Sorry, Fire. Almost forgot about him. So my old order, Squids and Otters, we also had a Fire. I don't know if this is the same guy or a different guy. I'm kind of thinking it's a different guy.
We can't hear you if you're talking GKG, so your
We
mic's
can't hear
lit up.
GKG. I'm gonna disconnect and leave, and reconnect real quick. Give me a second. You might need to leave Discord and come back, GKG. We can't hear you.
Yeah, looks like it's on your end. Same issue. We can see your mic lighting up, but just can't hear anything.
Weird. Yeah, we can't hear you still. Well, it wouldn't be a myth without some technical difficulties, am I right?
Yep. So just a heads up, you are on stream, so just be careful if you pull up anything personal that you don't want people seeing, because right now stuff's showing. There you go.
Oh, the guys
it burns out after a while, though. At least it did for me. I
Yeah.
think I read it hardcore for like 3 years, and after that, I was just done.
We still don't hear you, GKG.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe did your mic get unplugged from the
What's going
backlights? No, I don't know. So we wouldn't be seeing it light up. No idea. So I guess the circuit, Soulblighter, I guess the team that finished fourth with like the clown theme or whatever. So they were.
Stinger, I don't know if I played with them too much. Yeah. Yeah, Cirque was kind of a weird one for me back in 2001. Like I had actually played with them. I think I mentioned this. I used to play so uh these guys are a part of. They used to host a bunch of like, 16 player maps, mostly light ones, but it was pretty good for like just kind of sharpening your team skills and whatnot, and it was a pretty good time. So I like this guy. I like these guys. I never really considered them like, you know, like a top tier team, but they did end up getting to the MWC 2000 finals. They were definitely. I always felt like they were really coordinated and they had good like synergy, but I didn't ever think like they had any really, I guess, outstanding players. I don't think they had any like five ballers or anything.
Yeah, that's sort of interesting because you just said they made the 2000 finals and they placed fourth in 2001. And when you look at the names on the rosters, they're like in later myth years, they're not people that those names stand out to you, but they had obviously freaking pretty consistent finishes early on, so that was impressive.
Yeah, it's just
You know, you what GKG?
still can't hear GKG. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's recording. It's even picking us up right now, so I'm not sure if we're live or not on our end.
Oh, is the recording stopped or no? Oh,
Uh,
it still is. Okay.
yeah, still going. Looks like.
What else to talk
Can you
about with
guys hear
these
me?
teams? Triple Nipple was 11. Who are these people? Oh, it's got a couple of BMF guys on it. Interesting.
Testing.
So I could add Scorpio on it, and he played 7-1. Played 8 games, 7 wins, 1
Can you
tie.
guys
Actually.
hear me now?
Oh,
Yep.
finally
There
we're
we go.
back.
Okay, I had to switch to my MacBook Pro mic, I guess. I don't know why, but my Yeti mic just like stopped working randomly. The power is still on it and everything. I don't know why. I'll have to troubleshoot it more later. We're just gonna go with this for now. Do I still sound okay?
Yeah,
They
you're
sound
good.
fine.
All right. Just one moment. Da, 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 da. Make sure I get my push to talk working again.
Just looking at the Triple Nipple team, just because why not? Is that the same East Wind as we know now? Who's on
I don't
that?
think so. I think that's a different East Wind.
Different
That
one. All
is
right.
the East one that he apparently impersonated
Yeah.
That's
to
funny.
get known at regular myth because he was a World War II, and like some people have a certain thought of you regardless of how good if you're not a well-known name or you come from World War II. So that was his way to getting good teams early on, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. People do tend to think of World War II players as trash at myth. Most of them, to be fair, I mean, were, but people could definitely transition if they wanted to.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry for whatever technical difficulties that was. I think we're back in business. I'm trying to get us into this match. Just last quick couple questions. What do you have any before we watch the match? Do you have any expectations kind of going into it? What are you kind of like expecting, or if anything, or what do you remember about it?
I remember we ended up in this finals match. We ended up kind of winning more games than them, but we did lose in sudden death at the end of the day. And I remember there were a couple of instances where we kind of had a lot of I don't know, kind of a bit of weirdness. And well, I know we had a lag out in one game, and that was one of the deciding games, so that was pretty unfortunate. Uh, Beyond that, I think there was this one. Just remind me in cracks to check for one of the flags. I know there was one engagement where I don't know if it was just a micro mistake or a walk bug or something, but there was like this kind of instance where like it was like a 2-on-2 with melee and thrall or something. Other than that, it was just I don't really have too much memory of it.
So you guys did win the first part of the series, and you lost in sudden death. So it was a pretty close match.
Yeah. Yeah, it was overall pretty close. I think at the end of the day, I don't know what our total games won versus lost was, but it was definitely on the close side.
Do you think when you watch this, are you gonna be like, do you think you might have any like, ooh, like, oh, why did I do that? Or, you know, are you gonna be, do you think you're gonna be surprised at all by the style of play back then from your memory of it or anything like that?
I mean, I kind of remember 2001, like particularly like our two teams, NP and Angry Face, is kind of playing kind of similar to strats to what people play these days. A lot of like you know, back in even the MWC 99 days, strats weren't you know, there was a lot of like people giving, I guess, you know, just splitting artillery among some people and melee people among others, and like, you know, dwarves and a couple warriors among some other people, and then it kind of like changed to like more like kind of FFA squads where you'd have like people with like a little mix and just kind of a lot of like flanking and moving around. Like there was some
more kind of balanced squads, kind of like a better, more well designed for a player to handle, maybe.
yeah. Particularly with teams where like pretty much everybody can hold their own with like at least a small group of units. I think it kind of evolved into being that as long as you didn't have any like seriously weak links in your team. I mean, you know, some clans they just happen to have people who are like, you know, one or two ballers and they just can't handle an FFA squad, so they might have to do something different. But yeah, I remember it kind of looking a whole lot like how people play now. Maybe not entirely, but basically, I'm sure things have, you know, some maps that were new back then have been more refined, but it's kind of like pretty similar, I think. I don't want to say it's like entirely like today, but similar.
Yeah,
Not that
I'm well, like Asmo and I have been watching the 2099 finals, and like there was definitely still a lot to be desired from what we saw. What I'm going to be really hoping to see and looking for, like, I'm definitely expecting to see a big jump up in the quality of play between 2000 and this year. I I'm There's two things I'm going to be looking for. One is I would like to see some damn spread archer lines because we didn't see them in the 2000 finals yet, you know. So like I'm waiting for the year when that happens, and then I'd also like to see some custom formations. Like to me, like watching the formations that teams use, especially the top teams in these finals matches, is very telling to me. Like I really look closely at the formations. I'd like to see some custom formations because we did not see any of those yet in 2000 either. And I know people were tinkering around with them by then. So yeah, I don't know. Asmo, what are you going to be looking for in this match? Any other thoughts about this?
Yeah, I mean, formations are important. I don't know. Some of the consistency and unit distribution hasn't been there in the past. Like one game, you'll have 3 heavy hitters and 4 role players, and then it'll completely change from game to game, even who the role is. So I don't know. At least for MP, I'm wondering if they're going to have consistency in who's heavy hitting. Because Myrk told us that, you know, all their players are pretty good, and they like to switch up the roles. So I'm guessing we'll see some changes on their end.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, speaking for myself, I know I had my own custom formations. I had, my tight box for the melee when it's time to, go head to head with the melee, and my regular, almost like normal mode spreading line, like formation 1 and 2 and whatever, like a tight line formation, more spread out formation for like archers, and if you want to like rush into like pus and dwarves, stuff like that. I know myself, my formations for the time, they were pretty on point. I wish I had them today, actually.
Great.
Just one last thing. I do want to look for better quality pussing because I know that's something we noticed in '99 and 2000. That when they did puss, it was pretty much it felt like they just like clicked on the unit they wanted to puss without like trying to dodge dwarf bottles
Yes,
or
that's
archer
a
arrows.
great
Really,
point.
so.
Yeah, Merc, one of the things we saw in the 99 and 2000 finals was like everybody is just newbie clicking with the push shots, and they're also, I mean, granted, there's a lot of this today too. I mean, I can't say this is like restricted to back then, but I would just still say like there even today, like there'd at least be a mixture of bad pusses and good pusses, but like back then in 99 2000 we were just not seeing any like really good pusses, so we'll definitely be looking to see some like elevated pussing play this year. I know there should be a pretty big jump up in BC capabilities and strategies too, I think, between
Yeah,
2000 and 2001.
I think people were kind of catching on how overpowered pus was, so they kind of expect to see some decent pussing. I can't.
Right. Yeah.
I
Back
mean,
then, they didn't, before this year, like they did not trade for heavy pus. They would often go no pus or maybe half pus. Like, and whereas nowadays you would expect to see max pus almost every single time, right? So,
yeah, I mean, I've kind of always been on the pus bandwagon because I mean, I came from, well, I guess a lot of people came from TFL before Myth, but like back then, like dwarves were kind of like, who gives a shit about dwarves? You can just ignore them; they don't do anything. But in Myth 2, like artillery will, they'll wreck your warrior's day and whatnot. So you need a way to deal with them. And I was a lot into like a lot of like melee rushes and stuff, and to do that successfully in light maps, you had to be good with goals and pus, or else you were going to get destroyed by artillery. So I don't know. It was always an early adopter of pus, but a lot of people just weren't into it. A lot of people just wanted their archers, dwarves, and warriors, and they didn't really trade for pus very much. I guess it's one of those things. Like if you don't have the micro for it, like you have to, pus takes a lot of micro for
yeah.
sure.
Yeah, it is
Like you,
definitely micro heavy for sure. Yeah.
and a lot of people, I guess, well, I mean, let's be real. Most of the myth population throughout its history couldn't micro their way out of a wet paper bag. I mean, you would have that was like that's true of like most, well, every video game. Like most people aren't all that great at it, just because there's people who will, they'll play for like a week, or they'll just not be very good at video games, but they're seeing stuff blow up, so they play it. So yeah, I guess people wouldn't really like hustle that much, but when you actually get kind of how good it is, you kind of want to be good with it. So like I think like Angry Face and NP particularly did end up being rather good with pus at the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah. When I think of MP, I do think of some better pussing for sure. Do you guys, let's load up the first game, yeah?
Yeah, I got it pulled up.
I've got it up at 3:58 in playing time, almost at the start.
Well, I guess one question, Mark, while GKG is figuring out stuff. So for the map picks for earlier Mithril Cups, were people complaining about the map picks if there's something that showed up that you didn't want, or people just roll with it?
It's hard to remember back then, but I don't remember any really standout terrible maps, although there very well might have been some. It's just kind of hard to remember that far back.
Yeah, I know Great Divide, for example. I don't mind it personally, but I know, like, even in the chat from earlier Mithril Cups, there was in the 2000 files, maybe even 99, and people are even complaining about it in those games just because it's more campy,
Yeah, true that. I mean, you need a good game type for those campy maps, or else it's just camp fest for sure.
Yeah.
I'm just skimming through the PT here at double speed. Just trying to get a lay of the land. We can start looking at the trades a little bit here, maybe. Okay, I like Team Angry Face's trade. No archers, heavy arty and melee. I really like that trade a lot, actually. MP goes for archers, pretty heavy archers, I would say.
What point of the film do you want to start at?
I'm just skimming through the PT just so that I can get the chat on recording if there's anything in there. But I'll pause before the game starts at the end of PT.
Okay.
No goals too for NP. That's interesting. And this is territories. Okay, so I'm expecting to see like a lot of camping for like 10 minutes or whatever, and then a last ditch for flags in the last 3 to 4 minutes maybe. Which again, that's why I like Team Angry Face's trade better here, because that last ditch for like I would always optimize my trade for that last ditch 2-3 minutes ditch for last minute ditch for flags, right? And that's where you don't need the archers anymore, right? So
yeah, I'm at 0 PT, and I just like Angry Face's trade better in every single way. They go essentially no archers, one archer. They go plus, and MP doesn't go plus. So if I was to predict, just based on trades, I'd say Angry Face probably wins this game.
Yeah, I would if I have to pick somebody. Myrk, that's another thing we like to do is just like do predictions every game. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and predict that Team Angry Face wins this one as well. Just mostly based on the trade. I'm trying to look a little bit at the squads here too. I kind of want to keep an eye on, in particular, RedPhoenix and whoever the heavy hitters are. So Dante and Chickenwire get some big unit sets as well. I guess those three, RedPhoenix, Dante, and Chickenwire. So I'm going to be looking for those three, Jushius maybe to some extent, as like the heavy hitters for NP. Looks like they are given even arty squads. I do remember that NP had this style back then. I remember their Drowned Empire territory strategy being very kind of famous back then too, where it was like 6 even squads where everybody had a little bit of souls, a dwarf, and some melee and some pus. Like they did a lot of these like even arty trades. NC might have had a similar style as well, and I hope I'm not confusing the two, but we're seeing that some here where those 3 players get big squads. And then for Angry Face, very different, I would say. You have Flatline with a heavy melee-focused squad. He gets 2 Huron Guard heroes. And who else gets big rolls? Naelot gets a big set. Myrk, you give yourself a big set. What does Naelot have? He's arty, it looks like. Yeah, a lock and some Hurons. Flatline has no arty, so melee focus. I like that though. I like that a lot. That you have like a player that can be dedicated to just rushing something and moving around quicker on the map. That was something that we didn't see so much on other MWCs too. Was like they didn't have these. A lot of their squads were very awkward, where like you'd have like a really powerful melee squad tied down to an arty unit, and so it couldn't move very fast around the map. You know. You guys ready to start it?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, I'm gonna start at 3, 2.
I don't know if Myrk's here. I haven't heard him in a bit.
Oh shit! Sorry, I forgot to hit my push to talk. But I was gonna say, like, speaking of the trades, like, I did like kind of quickly go over these games of like 16, 32 speed, whatever, and I was looking at these trades myself, and I was like, yeah, my team probably won this one when I saw that they got a lot of archers and we didn't get any. Well, we got one. Good old Thomas there, Thomas the Archer.
Oh, that's right. I just noticed that. Yeah, you just must have had 3 points that you didn't know what to do, what else to do with, or whatnot.
Yeah, I think that was why we got good old Thomas. But yeah, I think my logic for this one was like it's a big map, and the only thing archers are really good at is, well, if you can pick off like a warlock or a pus or like a dwarf. Like against herons, they don't feel all that great because they don't really make the herons Well, they don't make Heron Guard heroes flinch or anything, but like I mean, it's a 3 points of 3 point unit, so you need 3 of them. Costs a little bit more than a Warlock or Mortar Dwarf, and against like Herons and Pus and all that stuff. I mean, if you just have mortars on a high ground, like archers can't really do anything. So I kind of felt like with it being like a really big map, archers didn't really feel all that good, especially with the unit loadout here. So I think the plan was more or less, if they had archers, just kind of like do that kind of end game thing of like just kind of just, if you're like pushing on a flag, what are archers going to do compared to like a mortar or a warlock, right? So I think that's kind of my logic.
Yeah, that raises another point I just remember too, related to the more the pussing that we want to see. Things that we didn't see in 99 and 2000 were like people never did follow-up damage against pus units. Like they would spend their pus and they would expect to do the killing with the pus itself or the goal that threw the pus. That had to do all the damage of the pus because they weren't coordinating any follow-up damage while the unit is frozen with the pus. So I'm curious to see how we see that in this year too. I'm paused at 1354. If you guys want to get there real quick, and then we'll start it again.
I'm ready when you're there.
All right, ready.
All right, going 3, 2, 1, go.
Normal speed, right?
Normal, yeah.
All right.
So 14-minute game. Yeah, that's pretty standard for Great Divide because it's a big map. Usually that leans towards the 14-minute time frame, but I'm expecting this to be probably pretty stalematey. I would like to. Oh, the other thing, Asmo, I think we really want to see is more aggression too, right? Like a lot of the teams from prior years were very defensive and hesitant to make aggressive plays. So.
Flag captured.
Yeah, and when a team did make an aggressive play, that usually was the team that won. So it's sort of weird that they didn't catch on when they were more aggressive. They were winning more often.
Right. So we got Flatline on this. Oh, Flatline does have a lock with his heavy Hurons. He's making potentially an aggressive move towards the west.
Flag
Maybe we'll see.
captured. Flag captured.
Oh yeah, there he goes, going west.
He's matching up against Jushius and Chickenwire. It's a tough matchup. 2v1 potentially.
Flag captured.
Yeah, it looks like it's just Flatline too, so I just kind of expect him to kind of play a bit more defensive because he is outnumbered right now. And that's basically a couple of their best players as well.
Yeah, Chickenwire and Jushius, two heavy hitters for NP, and you got Migraine up on the cliff there too, ready to
flag
support.
captured.
So go ahead.
I do notice, just looking at both teams right now, they both cover all the entrances to get up pretty well, which in past finals we saw them messing, like sometimes they wouldn't have a mortar in the right place that a team really could potentially sneak up the side without getting shot by artery.
Right,
both cover all the places this time.
Yeah, we saw on some other Great Divides in 99 and 2000 where they would leave kind of like one flank pretty wide open. Someone could have easily gone up it. But of course, they lacked the aggression to actually take the initiative to go to take that opening. And it also feels like
flag
the teams are a little bit quicker to get to their positions on the map. We saw a lot of times in the past couple of years. It was just felt like the pace of everything was much slower. This feels a little bit quicker to me so far. Might have some potential fighting with Dante and naelot in the east, maybe.
It looks like Nay is sort of trying to move up, but can't right now.
Flag captured.
I actually sort of like that Henry does have like this dedicated pus school pack on this map in particular because it's pretty campy and he might be able to pull off things like that. It looks like there's a fight in the left.
Regulus put some pus down on Jushius's morts, and he got one mort down. Oh no, you didn't get either mort yet.
They're both one hit.
He spent another pus. Now. Okay, so he spent about 3 pus, got a mort. The other one's red, but I think it's going to survive. Yeah.
Good old double heal.
I don't think that pus was at max range, though. I mean, I think he did at least pus it closer up. But no real follow-up damage either there yet.
Yeah, looks like no artillery on our end was able to help out there.
Look at the far west right
Flag
now, Chickenwire. He looks pretty vulnerable to a rush at some point.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, just because Flat has like a
Yeah.
huge melee squad and 2 Hero Guard heroes. And Chickenwire has, what, 4 Herons? Yeah, I mean, he could be rushed right there. I agree. He could
Yeah, it's
definitely
just the
be
one
rushed.
Warlock, really. Probably get rushed right now.
One lock, and I think he had a Mort. No. Oh, that was Jushius's Mort. Never mind. Oh no, I think Chickenwire handed Jushius's Mort. That's what happened. So Jushius and Chickenwire are kind of pushing that west hill, like they're kind of spreading it out. Flat's only got his 1 lock to really hold it. Regulus is kind of there with some goal help, but not going to be significant help. Yeah, Flat's getting a little bit double teamed here a little bit now.
Looks like Myrk's sending out some Pascals to help on those morts that were pussed earlier.
Right, yep, here
Oh,
comes
there we
Myrk's pussing.
Oh, he picked up a cannonball.
Oh, a cannonball shot. Interesting.
That's
A dud.
unfortunate. The good old duds.
So that's the first Mort Pus we've ever seen used, yeah? I think so.
Yeah, that was a good idea right there.
Duds are my favorite thing in the game, am I right?
It's so painful.
Stalemate in the east.
I like Angry Face's positioning slightly better right now, just because the west neutral flag that they have is much more defendable than the mid and the east one that MP has, especially since their MP is using a lot of archers to defend their 2 neutral ones. Not a significant advantage, but a small advantage in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree with that. They got the control of that west hill, which could be helpful to push out from. If things stay stalemated for the most part for the rest of the game until past final 2-3 minutes, Flatline has a very key role here with his melee squad, so he's gonna have to make a big play, I think, at the end.
Yeah, if we can deal with that Warlock on west, they're just kind of dead. Totally isolated. There goes a pause. Now that Warlock only has the 1 shot left. Oh, it didn't even come.
Okay, we do see the first juking of a lock shot. I never seen that before.
Yeah.
Did you see that, Asmo?
Yeah, that was nice by Regulus. I think it was.
Yep. We never saw any juking lock shots before, so that's the first time I've seen that. That's good.
Here's a big push in the west.
Big push on west.
Here
yeah,
comes
so
the
that
rush
Warlock
from Flat and Regulus.
didn't do much, and it's out of energy, and now
Gets
that
the pus
melee
off.
doesn't clean up.
Okay, lock is pus. That's good.
I wish they would clump a bit more before engaging that.
For sure.
Chickenwire did get a couple extra, 3 extra Herons, so now he's got 7. Jushius is coming to reinforce. They got good coordination there. I like Chickenwire's melee. He's got a good melee.
Ooh, a push ball. Let's see if they get it off.
I like Flatline got
Alright.
Flatline had a beautiful heal on his Hero Guard hero, but then it got was that a Satch Puss or what the hell was that?
Yeah, Henry's the one who did the Satch Plus there.
He killed Flatline's Hero Guard hero though, so he did lose a Hero Guard hero in that exchange.
I think that went about 50-50. I'm not sure who came out
Yeah, it
there.
wasn't really a big win for either side there. I might even give it a slight advantage to NP on that because they did lose a Hero Guard hero there, which is significant.
Yeah, our guard heroes are pretty great. You get them to 2 kills and they just murder.
Yeah, exactly. They do need a little bit of vetting, but once you get that vetting, it just takes off.
The one thing the Angry Face does have going for that, at least, they're at least in the enemy's backfield now. They can scout out stuff and hopefully get MP distracted and play defensive.
Yeah, but they could. Yeah, we'll see how NP handles that. They should be able to shadow it pretty easily if they put like at least one, maybe even two Hero on Guard heroes on it.
Yeah.
Flag lost.
Pretty even percentages in flag still. Team Angry Face spent a lot of their pus, though, I would say. I think they're probably sitting a little low on pus by this stage of the game. I don't know. NP got no goals, though, didn't they?
Yeah,
I didn't have any.
that's the big
5
difference.
minutes
Even though they use a lot of pus, MP has no pus. So
Yeah, so NP traded no pus. That's so unusual to me. So still we're seeing some no pus trades. That's crazy.
oh, and Henry did get a new squad after doing that post bomb, so he's like has a significant percentage now of the game.
Flag captured.
Yeah, Chickenwire is shadowing Flatline in the backfield with a Hero on Guard hero and 2 Herons now. So
This all played by Migraine, dwarfing a Warlock shot in the middle. Or west, rather.
Yeah, I saw that. It's getting pretty late in the game. I think it's going to be a fight over these neutral flags at the end for what I'm seeing right now.
yeah.
Probably.
I do see Ramirez has a spread melee formation. That's good. we rarely saw that. We only saw it maybe a couple times prior to this year.
Flag contested.
Okay, I do see a spread archer formation too from RedPhoenix. Not super spread, but somewhat spread at least.
Oh, Angry Face is making a little push in the west with the Mort. We'll see what happens there. Looks like Regulus.
Yep, I'm looking at it.
So look at that one Heron to help out. Oh, here comes another. Hen's got one.
I'm wondering where the other Hero on Guard heroes are.
Oh, Hen's got a dwarf coming up to help
Flag
too.
lost.
Ooh, who's that? Jushius? Jushius is doing a rush. Ooh.
Oh yeah,
I think he's falling apart.
Flag
Okay,
yeah, he's
yeah.
falling apart there.
Angry Face is gonna
Lost a
hold
Heron
that.
there. Yeah, so now I think the west is like open for us right there to get up.
Yep, and you're sending more
Up.
Herons. Ramirez is going in maybe
Flag
towards that direction.
captured.
230. So definitely, yeah, I do like to see the aggression here at 230 already. That's good. That was something that we saw in 99 and 2002. Was just like kind of poor time management near the end of the game. But here, Team Angry Face, I think, is showing aggression at the right time. Oh, Ramirez didn't. He stopped moving forward. I guess he's gonna hold off Migraine there. But we see Henry and Regulus pushing up on the west side. I like that. And Rabican is trying to help plug the gap. He took a Mort. He's got a Mort in the backfield, and he took a couple of Herons to go back there to try and plug that gap in the northwest. That's a very lonely Mort by Rabican there. He does get a good hit off, and his Herons will be there to help in just the nick of time. So yeah, looks like NP might hold this.
This kind of leaves his Heron there to get hit, but it does.
Ooh, that Jushius is more on the side there. Oof. Yeah, it's dangerous. I'm not sure if it can shoot over that hill or not, but
Flag
Yeah,
lost.
Henry took a shot and it hit the
Flag
wall,
contested.
so possibly not.
Flag captured.
yeah, especially because I would expect him to have the high ground. So if anybody can shoot over it, it should be him. 1 minute
I wanna
to go.
see-
NP's still not showing any real
Flag
aggression. I feel.
lost.
I want to see Ramirez rush that flag in front of him
Flag
at the very end.
contested.
Because he's got 4 Herons to
It's
do.
about the very end right now, 50 seconds. Yeah, I would like to see him do that
Flag
too. I agree.
captured.
He's got a 2 Heron advantage there.
Yeah, looks like I'm going for the mid flag now.
Flag
Yep.
lost.
Like all I did this game was
Flag
camp in a hill.
contested.
Flag.
Flag lost.
Ramirez is
is helping
helping Myrk
mid.
mid.
Ramirez
Yeah,
is
I
helping
guess
mid,
that's
yeah.
what he's doing.
Captured.
That's a good call.
30
At least he helps get
seconds
something. I mean, he
remaining.
does already have the Midwest flag, so it makes sense. Okay, you got naelot pushing a little bit in the
Flag
east as
lost.
well
Flag
against Dante.
contested.
It's gonna be very hard for
Flag
Angryface to lose this
captured.
game with their positioning right now.
Angryface having a commanding lead, I think, at this
Flag
point.
contested.
I do like this rush mid, even if they don't win it, they're pushing MP away
Flag
from a neutral
contested.
flag that he can't contest.
Flag captured.
Oh, and a
Flag
dud
lost.
from RedPhoenix there.
Flag contested.
I think Angryface is gonna succeed in that rush.
Flag captured.
Where's the contest at?
Game
Oh,
over.
There
there
it
we
is.
go.
Ooh,
Game over.
close. I like Team Angryface's aggression there. NP not aggressive at all. I'm confused.
Yeah,
I
it's like
mean-
we were a bit behind on units, but we were able to push them off their flags.
NP never crossed to your guys' side of the map the entire game. It's kind of
True.
interesting.
Like,
I think-
those archers really weren't good for pushing up hills, it turns out, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they were only behind in units at the end because you guys were aggressive. I mean, you guys
Yeah,
are
it was
guaranteed
even
the
until
game
then.
type
That's why
win.
they- yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna load up the second one. It's a repeat, I guess. We're doing more of these repeats. Gonna skim through the PT on double speed.
Yeah, I think for this finals, for some reason, they wanted a couple of repeat maps.
Well, that was like the thing, I guess. In '99 and 2000, that's how they did it too. Like almost every single game for the normal 7-game series was like the first 3 games were repeated twice each. So
Maybe it was so people didn't have to practice 7 maps.
Yeah, I mean, from game one, the micro is way better than from previous years.
yeah, I would agree. Same trades, and I'm guessing it's gonna be the same distributions probably too. Flatline has 3 here on guard heroes actually now. I think he only had 2 last game.
Yeah, so there's a lot of subs this game for Angryface. They sub out, so Rattle Snake's new this game, Papascrub's new this game, and Cap's new this game. So they sat Odin, naelot, and Ramirez. Yep, those 3.
I like this. Yeah, I mean, other than Papascrub, I like this roster better.
Yeah, I guess it's part of that, trying to make everything equal. Like, they're trying to have, like, even playing time and whatnot.
Although Flatline, given the most important role of both games, it seems like.
Flatline MVP.
And pause that 0.
Yeah, I did give them all 3 Heron heroes. Interesting. Don't really notice any real differences in the trading for either team. It looks to be pretty much the same.
Yeah, me neither. I'm at 1358. Are you guys ready to go?
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna start at 3, 2, 1, go. Again, no goals or pus for NP. Same trade. Yep. Same trade for both teams. I think. I'm gonna have to pick Team Angryface again. I mean, I can't go.
Same.
Can't go against that trade. I mean,
Yeah, I think they get a TO here would be my assumption.
it's a pretty lopsided trade disparity here, in my opinion, with the archers and the no pus.
Archers versus Pus, pretty much. I wonder if NP thought that Pus wouldn't be a good pick just because the Herons can't get stunned by
Flag
it.
captured.
The only use case for archers I could see here is
Flag
a few
captured.
just to pick off arty
Flag
pieces that get pus
captured.
from a long range, but it's kind of still hit or miss whether you're going to be able to pick them off just because there's so many Hurons on the map.
Flag
a decent
captured.
player is going to be able to body block the
Flag
archer shots and still
captured.
heal the arty pieces, you know? So it's yeah, I probably still wouldn't do any archers here.
True.
Especially since you just want to, you kind of want to just to me, what's optimal here, what I would do on this game type and map is to just camp and be optimized for pushing and rushing at the end, just like basically what Angry Face did last game.
Captured.
So.
Yeah, agreed.
I noticed game 1, it looks like game 2, Myrk has more defensive units, and it seems like he's doing most of the shot calling, which makes sense that he's captain. They would have a role like that. It's pretty traditional of a captain.
I don't remember if I ended up ever giving myself like a major role just because I was captain as well. I wanted to be able to redistribute units if I needed to. I think.
Captured.
The other thing I want to look at is kind of what's the rough chat. Ooh, Papascrub gets a good mort shot on RedPhoenix's mid archers. RedPhoenix trying to get too aggressive with his archers pushing up mid. I like the aggression, but he paid the price on that.
Yeah, it's tough to fight mortars uphill.
Flag captured.
It looks like right after Papascrub got that good shot off, he said he was lagging and had to hand off his units to you, Myrk. So now you're controlling 2 squads middle.
Oh yeah, I see that.
Oh, RedPhoenix takes another hit on another archer gets picked off. Yeah, I'm not liking the play that RedPhoenix is doing there. I'm not sure what.
Wonder what Lopita means in Finnish. Migraine after that said RP Lopita. I'm gonna look that up. Right now I'm not. It might mess up the game. I'll look it up after if I remember.
Papascrub just dropped out. Yeah, he must have been lagging hard.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Flag captured.
Flatline's got units in 2 different places. He sent some Hurons to reinforce middle, but he really should hand those units off to probably Myrk.
Flag
or no, it looks like he's going to send them back to
Flag
the west.
Captured. Maybe. Flag lost.
Jushius making a big push for that west hill, but he might pay the price here. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he's going to lose one or both of those morts. That mort is kind of trapped. Oh, that was a bad pass by Regulus.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, no, he's going to get that mort. Yep, he's going to get it. Nice.
That could have been bad for us.
Yeah, that was kind of close there.
With this Herons.
So Jushius gets both his morts picked off. Looking bad for NP here so far.
Yeah.
You got to remember that NP started the game up in percentage big time because they got no pus, and now they're down in percentage. So the percentages are more lopsided than what it even shows, I think, here.
It's very true. Every time you pus, you do lose those whites. 3 points each, it adds up.
Flatline has just an enormous 27% enormous Huron pack with, I think, all 3 Huron Guard heroes. So, yep, all 3 of them are right there. So he's going to have to make a big play near the end of the game. Oh, what is MP? Jushius got a 3rd mort handed to him from somebody and is going to make another push for this West Hill. I don't think it's a wise play on his part. If they were going to push for that West Hill, they should have done it before Team Angry Face could take it. I don't know why they're trying to push hard for it now. Oh, he does pick off Regulus's mort, though.
Yeah, a little micro mess up on Regulus's part.
And then RedPhoenix heals the lock. Okay, he does get the lock.
Got it.
Whose lock was that?
Lots of
Probably
I think that was
Flatline.
Yeah,
big bust on that mortar.
Oh, yeah.
Follow-up coming.
But there's no follow-up, I don't think.
Oh, another Puskull is head over to it, and there's another mortar. I think it's
another pus going down on a mort.
Yeah.
It's gonna be tough to fit. Oh, there's a mort up on the high ground. Henry's coming to finish it. Henry's gonna get the follow-up. Big shot.
Hit
the he gets it. Nice.
That got the job done.
I like seeing some follow-up there. I think Flat lost his lock a little too easily there by 1 Huron.
Satchel Pus.
Henry sees the
Nice.
Satchel Pus and throws it. I was actually wondering for a half second why he did that, and then until I saw the explosion. Wow.
Looked like he was just kind of throwing units away, but yeah, apparently he had satchels.
Nice play there.
Yeah, it's very nice to be able to pick Herons off for sure.
Rabican's. Oop, it's a dud.
Ooh, that's
So
unfortunate
NP,
though there.
NP is going to be able to take this West Hill, it looks like, unless Myrk's coming to reinforce it, maybe.
Going on it, but they
that
don't have
lock is
much
uphill
melee help, and Flatline has a massive army, so if those arty units don't really do a lot of damage, they're all dead up. One shot wasted for the Warlock.
I like to see Flatline rush.
He's
Warlock,
doing it right
yeah.
now. He's doing it right now.
Yeah, rush incoming.
The lock is out of mana. He's only got that one
Yep.
more to deal with.
Got one
And
of
then
the
Henry
Henry
can come reinforce with his Mort. Oh, that's a great rush. If he could he's got to go for it. The lock is out of mana.
should just be able to rush now.
Yeah, he should be able to.
There's a Mort coming up from the side
Come
too.
on, go for it. Go for it. Yes.
Oh, he's
Henry's
gonna
got a great
get-
shot.
oh, they don't
Great
get-
shot.
Nice.
Oh, he gets the
Mort's
Mort.
down.
Now the Mort's down.
Contested.
All Flat needs
Rush
to do is
time.
rush it.
Flag captured.
Now they're dead.
They're super
Yeah.
dead as long as he doesn't get
Flag
fire
lost.
ringed really bad or something like
Flag.
that.
Yeah,
He just needs to make sure to clump here.
Up, just gets
Okay,
shot up.
it's totally
doesn't
dead.
much.
Done now.
That's it.
That's totally it. Yep. Now NP needs to just save the Hurons because there's no way they're going to save anything else. So good rush there.
Oh, they're getting flanked from the
Oh,
other
they're
side too.
traps now.
Flag.
Oh, they're
just
so
bird there,
trapped.
too. Decent hit.
Yep.
Flag lost.
Dominant game for Team Angry Face this game. Wow.
Yeah, I'd call
Flag
this
lost.
over at this point for sure. And we've
Flag
got
captured.
6 minutes to go, so that's
contested.
probably the show.
I like Team Angry Face's coordination and instincts there for that. You could see the coordination together, like 2 or 3 players working together there to push that west, and I like the timing of the rush. That was good.
I've
Agreed.
been pretty impressed with Henry's play through these first 2 games.
Henry, I've always known, like, I remember him being like a super solid, like, monster of a player. Yeah, he was really good.
Agreed.
Flag captured.
We got this lone Huron in the backfield. Rabican's got tags 2 flags. And, the flags are looking a little lopsided right now, actually. But the
lone
percentages
mortar
are so
there.
lopsided, so it should be fine. There's still 5 minutes left.
That
5
suicide
minutes
shot
remaining.
misses and mortar goes down.
Yeah, but Regulus sent a couple Hurons back to, and it looks like
Flag
Myrk's coming
captured.
back too with some Hurons, so that'll get reinforced. Five minutes still almost to go. Flatline's got plenty of time to just kind of like. There's no answer for Flatline on the west, pretty much. So he's gonna start leaking. He's gonna maybe rush this Mort here. Okay, looks like he's gonna go for the rush on that Mort.
I wish he would have just gone in the backfield there and not
Yeah,
tried this
he's
play.
going for it.
Yeah, I think I agree.
This
with you.
is the riskier play since they already have a 20%
I agree.
lead.
I agree.
I don't know about following through though. There's a lock there and it's very narrow.
The narrow, he's gonna take more damage in that narrow choke.
But he seems to be going for it.
Yeah, I don't like the play either, but I don't think it's going to matter too much because he has such a huge advantage. He's got to keep those Huron Guard heroes alive wherever they are. Oh, no, I don't actually. Oh, he flanked the Huron Guard heroes in the back, I think. Oh, he
That's
just
so
took
many
some big
already,
hits
yeah.
there. Ooh, he just lost almost all his Hurons. His Huron Guard heroes are in the back. He's going to micro them, but he's got to go against 3 arty pieces, and that's not a good matchup for Huron Guard heroes.
Yeah, he needs to not rush this. If he goes and plays the fly games, he's still good. As long as he doesn't try to suicide in all his Morts.
Yeah, he just lost a ton of Hurons for no real value.
Yeah.
Flag.
Myrk is making a push through mid. I like that because mid's completely open for the other team right now.
Captured.
Yep, I like that too. Yep. A lot of
Got
leaking
that
going
one.
on.
A lonely mortar from Soulblighter that might be AFK, it looks like. Oh, nope, there it moves. I don't know if I can reach that Warlock of mine, though.
Flag.
I mean,
lost.
if Flat could get a full surround
Flag
on those 2
lost.
Morts, he can pick them off. He could do that now. He's got 3 minutes. He's got time to do it. He could
Yeah, I agree.
surround and do those now. He could rush those now on the open ground.
Yeah, it just needs to make sure those two Heron Guard heroes together
Flag
aren't clumped when he
captured.
rushes, and that thing,
Right.
those morts would be dead for sure.
Yeah. Myrk's leaked through the middle. Just, yeah. We should start to see the flag starting to swing the other way here shortly.
Flag lost. Flag
It's like we have a lot
lost.
more than we really need in our backfield right now against that one Heron.
Yeah, for sure.
I guess it's maybe just a cover for like them
Yeah.
leaking through later.
6
That might be
Herons.
why.
I mean, 2 minutes is
We are up a lot too.
If the Herons peel off now, it looks like they are starting to peel off. Yeah, 6 Herons against 1 is definitely okay.
Oh, it's 3 Vet Heron from Rabican too.
NP trying to push for that west middle flag again. That west middle flag's been a big battleground this game.
Flag lost.
I assume Henry probably dies here because it's a Heron Guard hero that's rushing him.
Flag
Ooh,
captured.
yeah, that's gonna be tough to deal with.
Should be,
Flag lost.
Oh no, it's not a Heron Guard hero. Henry's more.
That's the
Oh.
right Heron.
Flag.
Oh, it's a right guard. Okay, just picked up a ton of hills, I guess,
It
is
still
what
got picked
happened.
off though. Yeah.
Oh, there's a goal in the back. Can't clean up that lock. I didn't even see that.
The lock's gonna go down, maybe. Oh, the toll misses.
Flag lost.
Lock
Goodbye,
went
lock.
down.
Flag
Regulus
lost.
got it. Oh, yeah, the flags. Team Angry Face almost got MP flagged out.
They're about to get flagged in the east right now if they don't contest somewhere else. Oh, I guess they have the west flag.
2 more
Just got
heroes
this
to come
spot
west
in
though.
the east middle
Flag
area, and that's
captured.
pretty well all they can hold right now.
Flag lost.
I think NP's gonna lose that west because
1
there's 4
minute
Herons heading
remaining.
that direction. From Team Angry
It's like
Face.
my Heron Guard is up in the northeast, trying to kill that mortar off.
Flag.
Oh
contested.
yeah, you took one of
it's a hero, yeah.
Flat's Huron Guard heroes, yeah. Yeah, looks like you're gonna get it. Yeah, you're gonna get that more.
Flag contested.
Although there's another one trying to reinforce.
Flag lost.
It's like
Flag
Rattle Snake might be
contested.
doing a little push in east.
30 seconds remaining.
Yep. Man, this was a dominant game by Angry Face.
Yeah,
They just
it really was.
Yeah, that
pushed
big
them
west
around.
engagement definitely swung the game.
I want to keep an eye on the light and darkness of the maps to see
Flag
if there's a difference.
contested.
Because again, we were kind of hypothesizing that if that's a word, I don't know if that's a word or not, but if Team
Set
Angry Face
down.
was more dark, it was going to be better on the dark, and NP was going to be better on the light, maybe. So
Flag captured. Flag lost. Flag captured. Flag
I would consider
contested.
this more of a dark game. So. Oh, it's a vetted Huron in the west there. Okay, game over. Doesn't matter. So, Flatline had a good rush there, but then followed up by a bad rush. Kind of mixed result there. Looks like Regulus had some big numbers. I think Henry did a really solid job. Rattle Snake had 0 damage. What the hell? I thought
He was in the east. He was in the standoff with Dante.
he must have had
just
some
the
negative
whole-
damage somehow to off, because he definitely had some damage. Like,
Gotcha.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't understand how it would have zeroed out his damage like that. That's weird. Papascrub was middle, and he had one big mort shot on RedPhoenix's archers before he lagged out, I guess. So yeah, Team Angry Face kind of played this game like what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess 6v7. I guess at least. Yeah, Team Angry Face was arguably down a player after Papascrub left. So. But yeah, still dominant win for NP. Yeah, I mean Jushius and RedPhoenix had some big numbers, but also some heavy casualties. They were both pushing uphill in like kind of ill-advised pushes, I would say. So, and the trade kind of this is exactly the result I would expect given the trade disparities between the two teams. So, yeah, 2-0 for
That was a
Team
fun
Angry
one.
Face.
That was a fun one to watch. There was a lot of action that time.
That was the
on
best
west
Great
side.
Divide game we saw so far. Yeah. out of like 6 or 7 great divides we saw in these first 3 MWCs, yeah, it's that was the best one. Next one is Capture the Flag Calm. So again, this is another classic, I guess, because this is like the second or third time we've seen it in these early MWCs. This would arguably maybe since it's a light map, maybe NP is gonna be a bit stronger on this one. We'll see, but I want to see what their trade is first. I'm skimming through the PT.
Another Heron map.
Yep, here on
Heron
healers
map,
now instead of heroes. NP going heavy archers again. Not surprised by that. Team Angry Face, similar. I mean, it's maybe similar archers on both teams. Team Angry Face, no. Team Angry Face has a little bit less archers, so I do like that. Maxed fast melee for Team Angry Face. Less than max on the goals for NP. More thrall for Team Angry Face. So I slightly favor Team Angry Face's trade, but it's a pretty minimal difference. It's not a huge disparity in the trades, I would say, as it was the first 2 games, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely looking more even as far as distributions go.
And Fire's in this game, and Creme's in this game, and Gekko. Here's the Gekko game, so they've made a bunch of changes too.
Impossible to predict anything about this game as far as who's going to win. The trades are too similar, and the teams are both solid, so yeah. I'm not going to attempt to make any prediction about this unless someone else wants to, but
Yep, no idea.
Yeah. Go ahead.
NP did get max pus. That's noteworthy. So they're finally getting pus. That's good.
Yeah, it looks like both teams did.
I'm not sure if I mentioned this already, but I want to keep an eye on like how.
on.
Gotta pause it. I'm at 15:58. I want to keep an eye on how like which team is talking more, or maybe they're both talking the same amount. But I always like to look at if one team is talking a lot more than the other. So far, it seems like both teams are talking a lot. So I think there's a lot of teamwork and coordination going on, communication going on for both teams probably. I'm at 15:58. Are you guys ready to start it?
Yep.
Yep.
Right, starting. I like that there's no dwarf on the flag D for Team Angry Face. We saw a lot of that in the previous 2 MWCs. NP does leave a dwarf on their flag D. I don't like doing these types of like dwarf and light thrall flag Ds because it's just too easy to pick off the dwarf in my opinion. Thrall don't do a good job of defending dwarfs on their own.
True.
Got a heavy gold pack in the south for Team Angry Face. Looks like a 3-prong basically for NP. It's more of like a 2-prong. Well, it's a 3-prong for Angry Face, but it's an asymmetrical 3-prong. So their south flank is all melee, where it's more of a symmetrical 3-prong from NP. I personally like the strategy for Team Angry Face better. I like doing those more asymmetrical strategies better typically. Not that it's like a huge difference or anything, but.
Well, I like that Angry Face has like a ton of fast play in the south, while everything else on the map is like mixed squads pretty much.
Yeah, I prefer that too because that just keeps that whole south flank faster moving, so it can maybe set up a pinch with one of the other flanks. It's easy when you do these symmetrical 3-prongs. You got slow already on all 3 flanks. It's easier to like kind of leave one side out of the fight and just ignore it and kind of pinch one of the other fronts.
Looks like we've got all our herons on the southwest side, and all the NP herons are on the northeast.
Oh, okay. Yeah, interesting. And RedPhoenix has the Hurons for NP, and Myrk has the Hurons for Face. Okay. Chickenwire's got a big squad. Jushius and Fire got big squads too. Okay. Jushius pushing pretty aggressively up. Almost he backed off maybe a little bit. We do have the spread archers. I haven't seen any clumped archer lines. All of the actually Chickenwire's archer line in the west is slightly clumped, but other than that, it's been mostly spread archer lines. So I think the archer line formation situation has finally been resolved. NP pushes Henry off the middle hill. Henry didn't want to get 2v1'd, I think. And so Fire and Jushius just push him off without a fight.
Yeah, looks like we're just kind of falling back. Looks like Rattle Snake's getting intimidated by those 3 herons a bit.
Yeah, Team Angryface has to be a little careful here not to get pinned to their flag. Right now, NP's I like NP's position better right now because they got map control. So Team Angryface has to look for a way to kind of like push out of this getting pinned situation on their flag. Big pus on by Jushius on Henry. He loses an archer. He might lose. There's no good follow-up damage though, so I think he might lose that door. Nope.
Almost.
Oh, yeah, Archer got him. His own Archer got him. So he loses the dwarf. That's going to be important because Team Angryface only has 2 dwarfs, so that's one of them down. And now you see NP's 3 spread out Archer flanks. Actually, they're north converged mid, so now they don't have a north anymore. But now you're starting to see their Archer lines come together. And that's a really, that makes them stronger. It's going to be tougher now for Team Angryface to push out of this.
Looks like Myrk is rushing west, possibly.
Possibly. Myrk might feel the need to make a play right now because they're getting pinned. There's a
someone
good
needs to make a play.
Great pus on the dwarf there. Okay, 2 pusses down. Yep, good pus on the warriors too. Really great pus. That was Ramirez.
Got most of those.
Okay, Myrk's got to get some melee going. Yep, there it is. Good. Yep.
They puss their own guys.
Good, nice melee there in the west by you, Myrk.
Those herons are all vets now too. And that's
Yeah, that helps a lot. Yep.
Yeah, that was an important play because without that, it's pretty much just.
Yeah, now you guys are kind of like back in the game now because without that, you guys were looking way behind.
Yeah, wasn't looking great.
Now, if you get some good pusses on these warriors, your Hurons could do big work here. Ooh, but the dwarf is right there. He pusses his goal in the back. That sucks.
Ooh, rough.
If you could have got that dwarf down, those Hurons would have mopped up. Ooh, Jushius dwarfed himself a little bit there.
Oh man, he's suicide artillery.
Yeah, this is still not. Percentages are even. A lot of pus has gone down, but Team Angryface kind of getting pinned to their flag still. It's not looking great.
Yeah, you don't want to be pinned to the flag. They can just pull you off, push at the end. Yep. Damn.
You're gonna get shadowed by the enemy Hurons now, and it's gonna be tough for you to do anything. Yeah. NP has the archer advantage and the position advantage, so it's looking rough right now. Our archers, the one thing they are decent at is like laying siege to an enemy flag like this when you got tons of time left on the clock. So
I think right now what would need to happen for Angryface to have a chance is they just leave all their archers and thrall on defense and try to hold it, and then take all their fastness and try to rush one of these spread out groups.
Yeah, if I was Team Angryface, that's exactly what I would do. Is I would just look to isolate.
Rush happening south.
Ooh, satchel pus.
Oh.
Okay, nice satchel pus there. Nice. Really nice.
Ooh, big. Yeah. If they can pus that door.
Why is Cap backing out? He's got to go in. Oh, I don't like how Cap's backing out here.
If they just spread rush that, that's a wrap.
They gotta spread rush it. They have to.
Totally get that. There's no melee defending all that.
A little bit of
they also have satchel pus.
A lot of satchel pus going down around here. That rush has to go in. You guys, that's the only play you guys can make. naelot had a bad pus there. He got blocked. There's no more pus left, I don't think, for Team Angryface. So they got to get that dwarf down somehow, but it's gonna be tough. I think. That dwarf's probably gonna do work right now.
Yeah, it's not looking great.
Okay,
Well,
Warriors are getting close to it.
Throw.
He's gotta block it. Nice. Okay, dwarf's down. Nice.
Yeah, nice.
Okay, hey, Team Angryface starting to get up in percent again. Looking better for Team Angryface now.
MP's pushing for the flag, so we'll see what happens there. But yeah, I'd assume. Oh wow, still 8 minutes left. They still have time to win the game too. Holy crap!
There's one dwarf left. Team Angryface just has to get that one dwarf down for NP.
Yeah.
And then they'll be fine.
And look at Myrk's Herons. I didn't even notice it. They're almost at MP's flag, and there's nothing covering them anymore.
Oh yeah, RedPhoenix's Huron's pulled off, and he's back on offense almost. Once RedPhoenix's Hurons get there, it's going to be dangerous. Oh, nice block. Ramirez blocked a pus shot. Maybe unintentionally, but it still worked. Oh, I think, okay, NP has one pus left. Creme has one pus left. I think that's the last pus on the entire map. He's got to get that dwarf down. I think it's going to be tough for him to do that, though. There's a lot of Thrall and archers guarding it. Okay, RedPhoenix's Herons could cause problems here.
Yeah, the dwarf needs to go against those Herons right now.
Yeah,
so
I
they
would
don't
agree.
just clean all it up.
I would agree. Yeah, the Team Angryface's Huron or Warriors need to be very careful because the Hurons counter the Warriors pretty good. They need to get the Thrall and the Dwarf on those Hurons, and the Archers maybe even. Okay, Creme's got that last pus. It's coming in on the Dwarf. Ooh, dud. That last pus is going to be crucial.
Yeah, if that pus does not hit the dwarf, I'm assuming that Angryface wins this game.
Way better dwarf defense, I've noticed, Asmo. Way better dwarf defense. The dwarf is staying back. Before, the dwarfs would just be so exposed and get picked off by pus super easily.
It's like they might be going for a big rush now on the flag.
Oh, he kills the pus! He kills the pus, did you see that? That was a great play. I don't know if it was intentional, but it worked out great. I think it was intentional.
Did you see what happened with it was a dud bottle?
Dud bottle, yeah.
Hit it.
Yep, dud bottle he hit. That was huge, because that pus was going to be super crucial.
It's kind of hilarious. There's fire arrows on this map, but they won't light on fire because it's snow. Just noticed that.
Ooh, I want to see better defense of this dwarf here. Gotta keep that dwarf defended. Got a Huron hero or healer on it. Rab just took the Huron
Flag contested.
Oh, interesting. Is this gonna tie? No, there's 5 minutes left. I don't think it's gonna tie.
It's kind of crazy that they're being so aggressive with so much time on the clock, because Angryface can totally counter if they win here.
NP is down in percent big time right now. They have no more archers or pus left.
It looks like MP's finally making a call to go defensive. Maybe?
Yeah, maybe 5 minutes. Yeah, we want to see Team Angryface start to shift to offense now before they run out of time.
That's a smart call by Chickenwire. He says keep them at their flag for a while. He's basically,
I agree.
saying
That's
take them into
they
a
have
tie.
to hope that Team Angryface doesn't realize they need to switch onto offense and they stay in defensive
Flag
mode.
contested.
Yeah. I think NP's being too aggressive with their Hurons here, though. I think it's gonna be tough for them to. They might lose a Huron. Okay, we're gonna. Oh, NP still got that dwarf out there too, threatening. They do need to be careful. The Huron healer and the dwarf combination is similar to a Tro-Arty synergy, and so you're starting to see that here. They got the Huron healer out front in front of the dwarf. Okay, hit himself a little bit. He's running low on roots. The problem is that Huron doesn't have enough roots to stay out front for very long.
Here comes Myrk's Heron healers from behind.
Oh,
on the door.
yeah.
And he's making a call for the defense to push at the same time as him.
Oh, that Huron's down. It has no more roots now. Oh, and the bottle
Yeah,
bounced
nice
right
bounce
into
on
it.
that dwarf.
Yeah. Would like to see some more offense from Team Angryface here soon. Only 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, looks like Cap is going for it. The rest of the team does need to get off the flag. It's not much of a threat left anymore. Well, except that dwarf, actually.
The archers need to start being more aggressive, yeah.
And Chickenwire's done really good with that dwarf, keeping it alive this long.
Yeah, I agree.
Go.
Almost
Oh, that
bottle.
bounce. Went into that water, lucky for me. Oh, Ramirez has left the game.
Yep. And
Oh, Chickenwire got a good shot on the dwarf. He killed it.
That's just AFK.
oh, that was unfortunate. Ramirez dropped the game.
Was that?
Oh, was that
I'm
Ramirez's
sorry.
dwarf?
Yeah.
Damn, that sucks.
Oh, he lost his dwarf anyway, so now no dwarfs for anybody.
Yeah, that definitely helps us out.
Chickenwire made really good use of the tree there to help block the arrows. Now we're starting to see a bigger offense from Team Angryface, but 2 minutes is a little short to get across the map, so you might get your Hurons on the offense. Where are they at? Oh yeah, they're almost halfway across, so those will get over. Yeah, I think Team Angryface should be able to get this. But RedPhoenix still has 2 Hurons to help defend too, so it's really close actually. I think it's really close. It's gonna be tough.
Agreed.
Well, the thing is, too, that dwarf on defense, he doesn't have to worry about plus anymore, so that's going to be hard to push into.
I would have liked to seen Rattle Snake's Warriors go on offense. I'm not sure why he wants to see ND there, but oh well.
Yeah, they're not really needed. Those Thrall should be able to beat all those warriors.
Right.
That's another little factor is RedPhoenix's herons aren't really vetted, and my herons have quite a bit of vets on them, so they would totally be more valuable in the fight right now.
That's a good point. Yeah, he's only got 1 kill. Also, the root situation is important at this point. So he's got 3 and 1 root. You got
1
3 and
minute
0
remaining.
root. So he's got 1 more root, but similar amount.
I want to see how Gekko does here. It's his chance to shine finally. He's been stuck on flag defense.
Yeah, Gekko was on flag D. Yeah, interesting to have a dedicated flag D player. You don't normally see that so much these days.
Flag contested.
It's kind of wild seeing this archer get, like, it's almost like it's trying to punch the
30
thrall. It's so
seconds
close.
remaining. Flag contested.
I'm kind of confused why. Like he's within dwarf range right now.
He's gonna get picked off here, I think, soon. Yeah,
that heron looks like it's gonna pick it off, but it's gonna need a root after
Flag
that though, at least.
Contested.
Oh man, that dwarf doesn't have every
Pressure
throw.
on the dwarf. That Huron's got to do work to save that dwarf. Ooh, that dwarf's 1 hit away on the archer. Oh, he gets it. Oh, now it's game.
Damn.
Angryface
That's it. Yeah.
Angryface should have this for sure. Got some offensive heals going down from Myrk.
Yeah, that's a wrap. Wow, 3-0 to start
game,
the
but
match.
3-0 for Team Angryface. Commanding lead.
Flag lost.
Cap had a big game. Naelot had a big game. Yeah, actually, Cap had some heavy losses, though, too. Naelot had a great game with pretty minimal losses. Pretty good ratios there. For NP, Chickenwire had a huge game. Yeah, he did a ton of work with his dwarf there. Dwarf just stayed alive for a long time. Yeah. That was a pretty well-played game, I would say, yeah. We saw, NP kind of pinning Team Angryface for most of the game. Team Angryface ends up fighting out of it eventually and countering and getting the win. So
Team eliminated. Game over.
Yeah, agreed.
Man, you guys have to be feeling confident right now going to game 4. You guys are 3-0 right now.
Yeah, it's looking good for us. We definitely have the momentum right now.
And it's a repeat, another CTF calm. I mean, I do like CTF calm. Not a fan of repeats in general, but I do like CTF. It's better than divide, I would just say. So.
Yeah, it's an interesting light map.
Same trade, it looks like, for Team Angry Face. I think the trade might be a little bit different for NP. They got 6 dwarfs. I think last game they only went 4. And they look... Oh, hang on, never mind. I didn't see the trade yet. Oh, no, now they got 7 dwarfs. Holy smokes. So, yeah, they went heavier dwarfs for sure from NP. And I don't know what they... maybe lighter Thrall? I'm not sure. Lighter Warriors and Thrall, maybe? So... I don't like it. I think that's too many dwarfs, way too many dwarfs, and they're harder to defend now with less other units to defend them. So I prefer Angry Face's trade here. I would like to see Angry Face adjust to not get pinned at least this game. Like, that was the only thing that was concerning for them last game. If they can not get pinned to their flag, I think it'll be looking good. I'm going to go on a limb and pick Team Angry Face to win this, just because I don't like how NP got 7 dwarfs. Even though I'm like hesitant to say that because it'd be like a 4-0, and I'd be surprised if it went 4-0, but I don't know. I'm going to go with Team Angry Face on this one.
What is the crazy amount of dwarves? I guess it's because I'm known for liking melee strats.
I think it served you well, as I'm kind of famous for my melee strats too. So yeah, I agree. I don't see that like heavy archer arty stuff coming out of your trades here so far. So
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I
only
I
got
def-
2 myself.
yeah, Angry Face's trades up to this point are just like way better in my
I
opinion.
agree.
Yeah,
Game
the only
on.
thing I want to see different is what you said. I don't want them to fall back to their flag. They actually have the faster unit, so somewhere they should be able to push the MP's flag at least one flank.
Yeah, that rush that Myrk you did last game, like I would have wanted to see that happen like before you guys got pinned somewhere, because usually it's easier to pull off that way then.
Yeah, it kind of looked like the east flank was maybe being a little bit too passive, but then again, they did have herons there versus just warriors, which can be a little bit, concerning with pus and whatnot.
Interesting that
They're getting
we
pinned
saw 2
wasn't
Satch
good.
Pus last game too. I wonder if we're going to see more Satch Pus or Bottle Pus this game. It is important
Yeah.
though with the it being a winter map, so you have bottle. It's easier to make dud bottles. And with the Huron healers being so dominant, the Satch Pus and Bottle Pus is kind of important on this.
Yeah, agreed. It's one of those rare maps you can actually make bottle pus on because of those little pools.
You guys ready?
Oh, I'm sorry. I totally forgot that I needed to pause this. Hang on. Just give me 1 minute to get to the...
Game on.
Okay, are you guys ready?
Yep.
All right, starting.
What time are you at?
Okay, pausing again. I'm at 15:57.
1 second. All right, I'm there.
All right, starting right now.
All right.
Asmo, are you gonna pick Angry Face here, or are you gonna want to pick?
I'll pick Angry Face. I'd just be surprised if it goes to 4-0.
Yeah, that's my only thing too. Like, I'm just surprised it go to 4-0, but based on the trades, it is a pretty, I feel, a significant advantage for Angry Face. Who do we have? We have Flatline again. Flatline doing a lot of heavy hitting this match. What does he have? He's got a Dwarf Warrior pack and Archers. Okay. Myrk, I assume you're going to have the Hurons again. Yep. You got Hurons and Goals. And Rattle Snake also has a big squad, similar to Flats. For NP, we have RedPhoenix with the Hurons again, similar as before. Fire with a big squad. And Migraine with a big squad. I didn't think Migraine was a heavy hitter for NP, but I guess I'm wrong.
So one thing I'm noticing, like Henry, for example, and I'm assuming Chickenwire this game, they're probably going to do their satchel bombs, and then they're probably going to get squads. I don't think they're just at 3% the whole game. They're just like dedicated to that satchel ball and make sure it goes well, and then they take more units
Did
after.
you see them load it up?
I did not watch this game, so I'm not for sure that they got satchel balls, but I'm assuming that's what it is.
Where are their units even at? Are we talking about Henry and Regulus?
That and but both of them, to be honest.
Okay,
I think both
alright.
teams do that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like they're dedicated Satch Pus or Bottle Pus until they spend it, and then they'll get more units.
Yeah, that's what happened in the first games with Henry on Group Divide.
That's probably why the Satch Pusses were fairly effective. Yeah, it makes sense. Those are hard to pull off. Even I don't think I do a great job pulling them off, even though I try to do them a lot. Yeah, they're tough to pull off.
Looks like we're trying for a really far, long flank on the north, trying to sneak by on the northeast, but they do have that one warrior scout.
Yep, I see that. Looks like NP's northeast is gonna push. They got the Hurons and Party Squad there. Hurons are getting behind Rattle Snake middle. That's kind of dangerous. Okay. They're
Gonna have to react to that. If that gets through, that takes their flag.
I think those Herons are falling back to defense because they finally see that northeast flank.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It looks like their north is kind of falling back.
This is better for Angry Face early game though, because now MP's reacting to Angry Face and they're not being pushed to the flag this time.
Absolutely.
This is true.
Although Myrk is backing out now in the northeast. I don't know if I like that play. I would have tried to pin NP to their flag at least, just like they did to you guys last game.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what Myrk's what you're thinking at this point in the game yet. Looks like
Not
he's
sure
shifting back to
either.
defense.
I just noticed them falling back and assumed they would try to, deal with it.
Maybe you're doing a feint. You like went out of scout range, and then now you're going back in again.
Yeah, I think that might be what I was doing.
Yeah, and you're seeing chat now. It's like, "Hey, Ram, let's try again." So that makes sense that they're communicating something like that.
Gotcha. And Ram is the gold pack with Myrk. Yeah, probably with a Satch Pus or Bottle Pus.
Yeah, I think he would have had pus. He's also got all those thrall and flag defense, so he must have just goals out here.
It looks like Myrk, you and Ram are like you're trying to get that Satch Pus right on top of their flag D maybe, and just like go straight for the kill on their flag maybe.
Yeah, looks like it. Looks like we're not gonna do that, but we are kind of making their north back off, which is, if we can pin them to their flag, that's always good. Wish Cap would move out more. He's kind of guarding nothing right now. He could be more aggressive.
Yeah, I noticed that too. He's kind of hanging back a little too far back. Flatline's pushing forward on his side a little bit in the southwest.
I think Team Angry Face is going to push their south soon. I just saw in chat, Regulus said I have their south surrounded by pus. I'm assuming they're going to try to make a move there.
Oh yeah, Regulus does have like 3 Puskulls surrounding the south. Yep, from behind.
It's spread out quite nicely. You can get a bunch of angles with wars. It's
that is
nice
a nice
time for a
position.
rush. We kind of must know by now that their herons are up north trying to hold me off.
Regulus has 4 pus, it looks like. So he's a dedicated pus, I'm guessing.
I think he might be. Yeah,
He
he's
could
got.
pick off those
Yeah,
gold-
4%.
or dwarfs.
He's got to be dedicated pus.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I
think
like
that must
this, I
be
just
my
wanna-
plan. Let's have those 3 people with the FFA flanks and some dedicated pussers.
Flatline needs to be engaging with them right now. If he was engaging with Regulus, this stuff would get freaking wiped out, but he's falling back.
There's no follow-up damage, on that. And Regulus spent a pus on 1 archer, didn't finish killing it. He's got a pus going down on 2 more. Nope, it dudded.
Oh, it did.
Yeah, Flatline needs to go in.
Dwarf out.
Okay, 1
Dwarf's
dwarf
dead.
is down. Flatline needs to go in like right now. Okay, he's
Yeah,
getting
still
dwarf.
just that 1 more dwarf.
So Regulus only has 1 or 2, 1 more pus. 2. Actually, he got another pus, so it's 2 more pus now. Oop, he just lost it though. There's 2 pus studs there though. He could grab some of them.
Flat's still not
Ooh.
pushing with him. Is the thing though.
Yeah, Flat's
Like,
still
they're
not getting
good.
follow-up damage though with him at all. There's no
if
coordination.
Flat was pushing, then all that stuff would be forced to be clubbed, and all
Okay,
those units
okay,
would
he's
be
pushing with his
buffed.
dwarf now. There's only 2 archers
Yeah.
left. The problem is Regulus is out of pus now. Now he's got one more dud right behind him. He's got to pick it up. Regulus is not picking up the dud right next to him.
Yeah, it kind of needs to.
Flat's pushing finally. Wish he had done that a little bit sooner. Flat was too scared of these goals that were next to him. Oh no! And now he's gonna get pussed. And the archers are too clumped up still. Three archers got hit by a single puss. Okay, he's pushing with his dwarf.
Flag contested.
Regulus still hasn't picked up the dud.
Stand clear. Stand clear.
Oh, NP's gonna get that dud. I really don't like how this is looking for. Chickenwire got the dud, or no? He's
Oh
coming
my
into
god,
pus.
they're all ignoring that dud.
Yeah, I feel like
Well, he's full right
Chickenwire is
now.
about to pus the
Contested.
shit out of Flat, probably.
Should be
Yeah.
throwing that pus, picking up the dud. I think that's what he's doing right now.
he's probably.
Yep, there it is.
So in your
Henry
face is up 12%, but probably down like 4+ right now is my guess.
Yeah, I agree with that. Henry was trying to satch pus NP's flag, but it's not going well.
Oh, that dwarf kind of got. Sorry, that goal kind of got stuck in the map with that one dwarf, and then it got picked up by archers. Unfortunate for him.
Flatline's dwarf is still alive. That's
Flag
good.
contested.
Well, looks like we had kind of a bottle pus attempt on their flag, and it looks like a fail. So
Yeah,
they're fine.
yeah, I saw
Flag
that.
contested.
Creme is really harassing the shit out of Flatline from behind that goal, and Chickenwire's coming in too. Okay, Regulus is taking Flatline's archers because I really feel like Flatline's not handling this squad very well. Like it's too many units for him. He's just kind of freezing up, and his dwarf just got picked off and an archer. So.
Myrk's going in for a flag grab, it looks like. But yeah, the other herons are reacted.
See
He pulled that back out.
Fire is. Just looked at the chat. I gave the order to kill fire.
Yeah, I like
Uh,
the.
yeah. Ramirez-
And
Oh, that
rush
dwarf
by-
stayed alive.
Oh,
That sucks.
That was unlucky. One hit
one
away.
HP
If
dwarf.
that dwarf had died right there, it would have been easy food for Myrk right there. Oh, there's another dwarf behind it too, so it's kind of tough.
Yeah. Big
Oh,
pause,
get that
bits
dud,
of
get that dud.
yeah.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, and it autoed on the other dwarf of mine, though. Looks like am I going for
Okay,
this
Myrk's
rush
going
again?
for the rush.
Oh,
Lost the
Heron down.
Huron so far. Ooh, I don't like this rush for you. Ooh, well, he hit his own warriors there pretty good. Oh, one
Yeah,
dwarf down.
dwarf is down.
There's only one
One down.
left. Okay, let's see if we can. I mean,
Ramirez still has plus support, so if he pushes that dwarf, that stuff's all getting wiped out.
there it is. There it is.
Oh,
No,
got it.
go in, go in, go in.
There we go.
I want to see that dwarf get down though. Don't lose a Huron in the process. Okay. Nope, dwarf's still alive. Ooh, this could get hairy.
Out
Oh,
there it
dwarf's
goes.
down. Nice, good rush. Archer should get cleaned up. Gotta hurry
Yeah,
up though before the
Ben.
Hurons save him. Ooh,
There come
the
their
Hurons are
Hurons
gonna
to
save
save him, but that did a fair bit of damage.
him. Percentages are pretty even still. The Hurons are gonna clean up those warriors probably. Myrk's got 2 kill vets on both of his Hurons. RedPhoenix doesn't have any kills. That could be important. I actually almost prefer, now that Myrk's got a couple of warriors, if he can get a clean melee off, the 2 warriors and the vetted Hurons actually would fare decent against those 3 unvetted Hurons.
Yeah, true.
Those first 2 kills for vets just make a huge difference.
Yeah, vets matter a whole lot on Herons.
Yeah, big time. Looks like Angerface getting a little pinned to their flag now again. Super close percentages wise. But I think NP's got an advantage in
5
pus.
minutes
probably.
remaining.
Let's see, they got 1 pus left at least. 2 pus I see. I think just 2 pus for NP. I don't know if Angry Face has any though. Ooh,
Ramirez might have a couple, but it might just be bottles. I'm not sure.
Okay, Myrk lost the two
Middle.
warriors. It looks like so. Falling back, looks like Cap is coming to reinforce Myrk with his warriors, maybe. Not yet. I'm not sure what those two Thrall from Ramirez are doing, going towards the enemy flag. In the middle of the map. Oh, RedPhoenix did get a few kills now. He's got 1 kill on each, so that's going to help him a lot.
Yep.
I'd say a slight advantage to NP now, but only 4 minutes to go. I mean, it's looking kind of like a tie right now, but we'll see. It's looking like either NP is going to win or tie.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's two Thrall in the middle of the map. How is that even a thing? What's going on there? Ramirez has some balls.
Hey, watch it!
Fire's got to get his 3 archers into the fight here. Only 3.5 minutes to go.
Stand clear.
Those archers need as much time as they can to get, because, well, it's a slight advantage for NP and archers. Just, it's what, 5v7, I think, in archers. It's not a huge advantage, but they also have some pus, though, too. Actually, I see 3 pus now, potentially, from NP. Oh, watch. I think that the North, they're trying to make a move on this war pack here. They're trying to get some pus on the war pack and follow up with the Hurons, maybe. Okay, RedPhoenix is going for deep dive on the flag. Oh, yep. He's put a pus down. He's going to clean up some warriors. He wants some more kills on his Hurons. Oh, he fed one of those kills. He fed 2 of those kills to his goal instead of the Hurons. That's not good.
That's unfortunate.
But he's going to probably pick off some more warriors here, it looks like. Yep, he's going to chase down some more warriors.
Oh, dead. Oh, it's a small pus, actually. That looks like he does have those warriors.
Fire's archers got cleaned up, though. Cap did get those archers down.
Oh, yeah, there's an engagement going on in the south there of our flag.
RedPhoenix backing off. Okay, RedPhoenix is gonna run out of time to chase these warriors down. Oh, now he's not. Some.
Big dwarf hit on their warriors.
Yep, I just saw the.
Ooh, big hit. That was set up by a puffs right there.
Dwarf went down. Oh, but he got a dwarf back. Oh, traded dwarfs.
Yeah, it's a pretty good dwarf there.
Oh,
pus the dwarf.
Ramirez had
dead.
last pus and he
Nice-
gets the
nice
dwarf.
pus,
Nice
nice.
shot.
Wow, it might be a tie. That was big.
Yeah. We still haven't seen the Hurons fight yet, though. How these Hurons... Oh, bottle pus.
Contested.
Oh, that was decent. That was a decent melee. I like NP's melee better here. Ooh. And RedPhoenix is getting into the fight with the Hurons. Myrk's Hurons is a little bit out of the fight, so you're going to see NP do some heavy damage here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big swing in the percents out here. Probably like 12% swing.
1 minute remaining.
Okay, Myrk's going to counter maybe. No. 1 minute. 1 minute. It's not enough time, I think, for NP to close the deal.
Yeah, Angry Face can't make it to the enemy flag. We just have to defend right now.
Yeah, Angry Face has plenty of Thrall to help defend
Yeah,
us,
there's
so
so many Thrall, and they would need to root a lot of them.
really looking like a tie. We're seeing some offensive heals go down by...
They shouldn't be spread at this point. They should be like more
clumped up,
together.
yeah.
30
That was
seconds
Ramirez.
remaining.
I do like those offensive heals.
contested.
I think that's the right call. He's got to get
Yeah,
that.
I
He's got to
agree.
whittle that Thrall pack down a little bit. Okay, he's out of roots on 1. Do they have any pus left? The Huron's got to go in. The Huron's got to go in.
Yeah, my
They
Hurons are
didn't
actually
coordinate
cleaning up
theirs.
all the warriors, and they're super vets now. They're both above 5 vets.
Yeah. Super bad.
So, RedPhoenix
Ooh.
only has...
Lost
he has
the
a
Huron.
5 kill, but he's also got one that only has 2
Oh, he got
kills.
one,
Now
yeah.
it's
He's got
getting
2 roots
better
left,
for-
though, too. You got to use your Thrall, though. Oh. Get those Herons. Don't expose those Herons. Thrall got to be in the
Bad
fight.
for a second.
Go, 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 go. Fight, fight, fight. Okay, there's good melee here by Team Angry Face. I think they'll be okay.
Yeah, looks like
Flag
it.
contested.
Yeah, I think that's the good.
Too
it
many
looks
Thrall there.
like a tie right now.
Okay, well, his Herons are gonna.
Oh, wow.
Oh, good. Got a Huron down. Good, 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 good. Ooh, gotta pick up those roots. Save that Huron. Oh, that Huron's too aggressive. Doesn't matter. It's gonna be a tie.
Should have let my Heron die there, but
That Huron.
it's just gonna be fine.
It's got just one root left. The problem is they need to pick up more roots for that Huron to have a chance. They are kind of close to having a chance, actually, if they could get those roots. They're going to go for it. Get those roots. Get those roots. Oh, he's not going to get the roots? He's got one root left. Actually, I think NP might have this, to be honest, guys. It's super close. If he just picks up one or two more roots, he's going to have it.
Yeah, true.
That thing is so vetted. He's just got to pick off the... Just let it... Why did he not attack? He screwed up the fight. Oh, he got it. He saved that Huron. Oh, man. He didn't target the one-hit warrior for some reason first.
Last root.
Okay, there's two roots on the ground, though.
It's dead.
He's got to get those roots on the ground. Yeah, I think they got it. I think NP's got it.
Yeah, they should probably have it.
3 roots is it's just too much.
Yeah, Chickenwire should be grabbing a small plus too. Plus ends and plus for all.
I just got to use the warriors to...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's over. Now they just have more units than Thrall.
Yeah, super close, but NP pulls it off. I don't actually like how many roots he spent on the offensive heals there, but doesn't matter. He still got it. Close game. RedPhoenix kind of has to get the MVP for barely saving the game there at the end. And yeah, he got good ratios that game. Okay, so it's 3-1. First win for NP. Super close, though. That was the closest game of the match for sure.
Yeah, agreed.
Not sure what
Team
exactly went wrong for Team Angerface. I think
over.
the Southwest flat squad was a little ineffective. And the pussing was a little ineffective maybe, but...
Yeah, I think a big problem for us from looking at it is a lot of units on Angry Face's side. A lot of them were just hanging back when they should have been more in the fight. And I say at the end there, I don't know why I let my Heron die, but that was pretty pivotal. If it had stayed alive,
yeah,
and
you just
picked
needed
it
to turn
up.
them around and grab those 2 roots, yeah.
Yeah.
This is a classic. We're on Papascrub, Flag Rally. This is a classic pick. I really like this pick. Really interested to see, and it's like classic desert units, so really interested to see what the teams do with this one. Seeing some like kind of like medium archers, like 15 or so archers for Angry Face. Similar for NP. NP might have like 1 more archer, but it's basically the same. Max Pus.
So
4 dwarfs.
MP doesn't get max plus. They got 4 whites.
4 whites, so no max plus. They did max goals though, and only 2 dwarfs. So this tells me that, again, I don't know why not max plus, but I feel like NP's going to try and set up like some kind of rush somewhere maybe, or a pinch.
Wow, I actually traded for more dwarves than they did. That's wild.
Gold pack is pretty massive on maps like this, so they'll probably get value from that gold pack.
Yeah,
NP.
gold pack's super important. I kind of like NP's trade better on this one, even though they didn't get the max plus. That's the only flaw I would see. Otherwise, I might slightly favor their trade. I'll pick NP on this one.
Yeah, to me, it's almost like 50-50 in terms of the trades. I do wish the Angry Face got like 1 less dwarf. Some more falls at this flag rally.
I really wish Angry Face got max goals, because goals are just
True.
they're so underrated on these desert-like trades. They're kind of like the heavy-hitting melee squad if you really know how to use them. I'm gonna pause at 0. I'm at 0 now. Are you guys ready to start?
Yeah, I'm ready.
1 second. All right, I'm good.
All right, starting.
Game on.
Just noticed Cap has all the whites that are about to die. Maybe I distributed those to other people to spare the ratios. I don't know.
Oh, he's getting punished. He's got the J-Man too, so he's getting punished with negative 36 damage.
That's what he got for sitting there with those warriors last game. Punitive units. Probably not. There's probably an actual other reason, but I'm just talking shit.
Dude, that was me in this latest World Cup. We did like something weird where someone else was being the captain other than me, but I was still the one that they were handing out all the units to me to hand out, and so I get massive negative ratios on the white maps.
Flag captured.
Got Dante with a huge squad. What the hell does Dante have? He has like
Yeah, we
8
called that out,
archers. He's got like 9 archers middle. So Team Angry Face got like a melee only south. I like that.
Yeah, Archer 2-prong,
Flag
melee the
captured.
third. Yeah.
NP does the same thing though, and this is kind of like what I was saying from their trade. It really looked like they wanted to set up like a heavy melee flank to set up a pinch or rush somewhere, and that's exactly what it looks like for NP. So yeah, I like NP's setup here a little bit better. It looks like their south's a little bit stronger than what Team.
Yeah, they seem to have more melee down there.
Flag captured. Flag captured.
Chickenwire's got a dedicated goal pack, so he's gonna have to. He's got a really important squad, so he's gonna have to do some big, make a big play here for his team.
Stand clear. Move over.
I'd say up to this point that Chickenwire's been the most standout player on NP for me.
Yeah,
Maybe
I think I agree
RP.
with that.
Maybe RP creeping up since he got the win right there for their team.
Yeah, I agree with that. On Team Angry Face, I like Henry so far.
I believe I made the call that we out melee south, but maybe I didn't notice all that north stuff at the time, because we definitely do not. Oh, now I'm giving the call to fall back, alright. I was just like, am I the dumbest captain ever? Apparently. No, not.
Oh, the mid's coming back to collapse on that south though. We'll see how this plays out.
Yeah. It's like Rattle Snake is pushing up north. They don't really have anything on defense up north. They just have some thralls, so if it's going to take him a bit, but he can just walk all over that.
If you can bait him into your thrall a little bit, I like to do that sometimes if I have a slight melee disadvantage, but I can get some thrall to even it out. Because anytime you can get thrall in the fight, it really adds value. Even if you still lose the fight, the fact that you got the thrall, you made good use of the thrall, is usually
Yeah,
key.
that's true. I mean, it's nice to see them actually do something.
A lot of pus going down. Fire.
Ooh, big
Big pus on fire.
That was
Yeah,
Myrk who threw that
Big
push.
clump.
They gotta.
And they got doors falling up. All that stuff should die.
Ooh, you're right.
Forfeit.
Ooh,
Yeah,
decent
build
shot.
fire, big ball. We're just collapsing on them right
A lot
there.
of counter pussing, like pus goals pussing other pus goals.
I want to see Odin run from mid though. He shouldn't stop and try to fight all that stuff that's chasing him. He needs to keep on running, but I think Angry Face comes out big here.
He's holding them off with some
Ooh,
fire.
Odin's gonna lose that door.
Oh my god.
Oh,
wow.
two
Must
pus
have
goals.
That's
The
unfortunate.
goal got flinched, so the
Yeah, he
door
got shot
survived.
at his wrong.
Nice. Looking good for Team Angry Face. They're up 12%.
Yeah.
But there is this Chickenwire goal pack that's unmatched in their backfield now, so we're gonna have to see what that does.
Odin's
see it in the
dwarf is
northwest.
going offensive on the offensive against the archers. It's kinda wild.
So they're running
It's
it
like a
down.
Rambo dwarf going on mid.
A stalemate up north, because they do have archers up there defending now.
So he pusses the door, which is nice, but there's no friendly archers to finish it off. There's no
Yeah,
follow-up
no.
there.
Not going to die from that.
Oh, there's another. Regulus has another pus, so he's gonna try and do something with it right here. There should be some follow-up now. Okay, here comes Regulus's pus. Regulus.
Oh, wow.
Dedicated pus.
Angry Face is up 20%. My goodness.
Yeah. They had a great fight style. Regulus only plus 1 archer. I don't like it.
Yeah, we were up in archers anyway. Rather have see that dwarf die.
23% advantage though for Team Angry Face. That's really nice.
Gold pack is coming to the Angry Face flag, and there are 6 units. So if they have shenanigans with bottle pause or something, they could take it.
Yeah, I don't like how long Chickenwire is waiting to make a play here.
We're sending some warriors back to defend, though. Looks like
Chickenwire needed to make his move earlier.
he's kind of backing off now.
You know, before his team is down 23%. So he might be able to make a play mid. Odin is looking very vulnerable, personally, to that goal pack. They need to make a big play on Odin right here.
You can get sandwiched right now, yeah.
naelot is close to him, but he doesn't have a door, so even if naelot supports them, I think Odin still dies if they can get those doors.
Yeah, right now, I don't know if they realize how vulnerable Odin is right now. Like, but now there's nobody to... I was hoping Dante was going to help pinch with Chickenwire, but now he's separated. So now Chickenwire doesn't have anything to... Okay, he picked up a couple of warriors to reinforce from RedPhoenix, but...
They're playing for the flag. They should definitely be trying to kill Odin right here. Which is smart. They should play for game type, but there's just Team Angry Face has too many melee defending the flags to get a clean kill on anything. They're gonna try and pick off some straggler warriors, which they might be able to do, but
5 minutes remaining.
It's gonna have a negligible effect, I would say.
They picked off one.
Oh, Odin killed a Pascal. Very important. Looking really good for Team Angry Face. Man, I mean, I almost gotta say, like, NP is getting, like, outplayed and outstratted here a little bit in this match.
Yeah, Myrk's just gonna freely grab all his flags with... Yeah, this should be a win, like 100%.
He's gonna tag that. Yep. And Team Angry Face's North is even winning, and they're doing it. It's got, well, it's a 2v2, but no, it's a 3v2. It's a 3v2 in the North. Oh, they did lose that. They did lose the dwarf,
got the plus off.
They did get the plus on the other dwarf, though. So
And there's archers there. It should die.
should definitely die.
Yeah, a couple archers as well. Yeah, it looks
didn't
like
die though. Oh, there it is. Okay, there
we
it
go.
is.
Yeah, this game's about to end in about like 30 seconds.
Yep. Dominant win from Team Angry Face this game. I mean,
they haven't even they didn't even give us the tag up to this point.
Yeah, not even a single flag given up. I picked NP and terribly wrong. Like, wow, Team Angry Face just dominant.
I mean, I think the big thing is, I mean, the plus advantage and the gold pack got in a good position, but they made the wrong decisions, in my opinion.
Yeah, it didn't look like the gold pack really did anything for much of the game.
Oh, wow. Beatdown, man.
Big beatdown. There's, where was, oh yeah, there's Cap's negative 36 damage that he had from healing.
We're getting all the way.
Sacrificing for your ratios, Myrk.
Yeah.
It's hilarious that I did that.
Odin and Rattle Snake, big game for them. Really thought Odin was going to get rushed. I really thought that's the play that NP had to make right there, was Dante had to go in hard with Chickenwire and just pinch the shit out of Odin. But they didn't do it. Chickenwire had the most important squad, and he just didn't do anything with it this game. And I think so. It was that gold pack was effectively out of the fight the entire game, and that kind of, I think, shows in the result. This was the other game Gekko played. I didn't see what he had units wise.
He just had a few plus goals. He was actually with Chickenwire mid when they could have rushed Odin. So they had 3 players against that could have killed Odin, and one would have been like dedicated plus. Like I thought they would have freaking wrecked them.
Really would have liked to have seen that play. I thought that's what they were going to look at, but they didn't make the play. So
I think Angry Face still wins that game even if that happens, because Myrk was completely uncovered tagging flags. But at least it's like interesting if they take out Odin.
I agree. They needed like 2 big wins to get in the back in the fight, and that would have only been one of them. Yeah, like they still would have been behind for sure, even if they had made that play. But it was the only play for them to make. You know, it was like the only path to try and turn it around, and yeah, they didn't make it.
So at this point, is Angry Face 4-1, and their one loss was very close, like under 10%. So I'm assuming these next 3 games are sudden death. I think the best of 7's probably decided at this point, since there's a sudden death.
I think so.
Yeah,
Games
so
of
these
sudden
next
death?
3 are
Okay.
probably sudden death.
Was the first match only 5 games, or did they just skip playing the last 2 because it was already over?
I think the top record finals were 5 games. So this would be best of 7 and then sudden death after.
So did you guys not play the last 2 games of the first 7-game series because it was already over because you guys won 4-1 up to that point?
Yeah, I don't think we ended up playing them. We just went straight to sudden death.
Okay, that sounds right, because usually NP, them being on the later time zone, they usually like to just kind of skip the remaining games and go to sudden death if they have to. So it makes sense. All right, next game to load up, Captures Keep. We saw Captures Keep. What is it about the repeat picks? There's so many repeat picks in the first 3 MWCs. Don't you feel, Asmo?
Yeah, maybe I can't remember all the. Like, I didn't play a lot of third-party maps back then because my internet was too bad to like download them. So maybe there just wasn't a lot of third-party maps, so they just did repeats. But it's still surprising we see like barely any trial maps. Like, they don't even play If I Had a Trial.
Right. Well, at least this is the first trial map, and we have Odin trowing. That's, you know, Myrk. You said he was a role player, but I mean, this is suggesting otherwise. Like, he's trowing in a very, like, the first game of a sudden death of the grand finals. That's a very important role.
Yeah, I'm actually a little tiny bit surprised maybe. I mean, not that Odin is like terrible or anything, but you know, I guess I don't know. He might have just been considered good with Trout at the time. I'm not sure.
Looks like
Might
you
have
guys
just
have 3,
might have
4
just been a
fetchers.
bit of appeasement as well, you know, just keeping people's ego in check. I can be like, here, you got Trout in this game, fuck off, you know, if they complain about the units. But I don't know. I feel like he might have had light rolls previously, and maybe that's why he has Trout now.
Are you guys at 0 on the PT?
No. I'm still at 1 minute. I'm skipping through the PT.
Man, this like a way different approach right here. The trades are similar, but MP is doing a 3 trial split.
Yeah, that is very different. I
Interesting.
don't like that, to be honest. I would keep. Well, I would
And they're
just say this.
splitting.
Go ahead.
They're splitting their fetch 4-way too, and Angry Face is splitting their fetch 2-way. So I mean, the trades are pretty similar, but in terms of like approach, I like Angry Face's approach better.
Game
Okay,
on.
pausing at 13:59. So yeah, a couple.
Interesting that Henry has exactly 1 fetch, Regulus has 3, and Flat has 4.
Yeah, it's a awkward. You.
I
Oh,
messed
Henry.
with
So
that.
Henry has a
You know
dwarf
what?
with his fetch. So my guess is that he's trying to hold the water, or maybe he needs it to help dribble the balls in the south to get it through that tree field in the south, something like that. Or he's trying to
Also-
use the combo to throw dwarf duds in the water crossing and then be able to light them with the fetch. So maybe that was your
Yeah.
plan.
We have so many more spiders, so what we might have done, I don't know if this was legal or not, but there's a thing you can do with captures. You can kind of get them up in kind of terrain that's only contestable by spiders, and maybe you need a fetch to do it. So that might be why Henry has fetch right now, but I don't quite know.
Could be. Also, fetch are great defense against enemy spider packs too. So sometimes I do that. I send
Yep.
one fetch off. So yeah, that's the big difference in the trades here. NP has 3 dwarfs. Angerface has 2. So it's pretty similar on all other accounts other than the spiders. Team Angerface gets almost max spiders, whereas NP gets merms instead. Now I prefer the spiders over the merms personally, so I do prefer Angry Face's trade here better. I like keeping the Trode together here. The thing I always bring up every time I analyze any game that has both Tro and Fetch on it, it's like literally one of the most powerful synergies in the game is Tro and Fetch together. Any kind of Tro and Artie together is a powerful synergy, but Fetch are literally the best Artie unit to be paired with Tro. And the reason for that is that they can control click and shoot through your tro to the other, anything that the tro are fighting on the other side, right? So otherwise, like say for example, you had like a mortar or a dwarf, it's hard to get their shots to go off to the side or like get them so they don't hit your tro in the back, basically, right? It's kind of hard to angle those shots. But like the synergy is so powerful because the tro, they attract enemy melee to clump together like a magnet, and then then your arty units can zap it, or in the case of fetch, or blow it up with any other arty unit. So that's why it's such a powerful synergy. So look for whichever team can set up tro fetch combinations better will probably win, or if there's just straight up a tro fight. The only reason you would split tro like this is if you were trying to set up 3 different tro fetch pushes, which I highly doubt NP is going to be smart enough to do, because it's just I'd be surprised to see that tactic this early on, but we'll see. So if they're going to do split tro, the only reason to ever do split tro is you have to put arty with each one of those tro. If you see one split tro running off with no arty support, that's a huge mistake. So that's the things I want to look out for in this game. Otherwise, I'm going to predict that Angry Face wins this personally, actually. So, do you have any predictions?
What they might be doing is just having split tro until they get balls, and what they might do is just kind of once that's done, just give one person the tro. But I don't know if they end up doing that. That's just a theory.
I hope they do that, because that would be smarter, I think. Yeah.
We have a ton of spiders, and they do kind of start closer to balls, so I think we should be able to get more balls. But then again, they do have the split tro, which can, they're the fastest unit in the game right now. So yeah, interesting. We'll see what happens. But right now, any kind of a fight, I'd give us the advantage just because we have those 3 trout together. And like you said, like if you get fetch in the mix, like there's no Solus or anything to counter tro. There's really no counter tro units. Like it's just, just other trout, really. So we'll see what happens.
Exactly. Asmo, were you going to add anything?
Yeah, or not about the trade, but one thing before we start, I found the rules for sudden death in this Mythical Cup. If you want me to read it, it's pretty short. It's like one paragraph.
Go ahead, yeah.
So sudden death is quite simple. Teams will take turns choosing previous Mythical Cup 2001 maps to play until one team has won 2 games in a row. The champions are allowed to pick the first game. If no team has won 2 games by the time 10 sudden death games have been played, Mythical Cup staff will choose one game that cannot tie, such as Last Man on the Hill, to be the final tiebreaker. Whichever team will win sudden death is named the Mythical Cup champion for 2001. So it seems like sudden death rules are pretty similar to the traditional. You need to win 2 in a row and alternating picks. The champions get the first pick. I don't know. I'm assuming that means top bracket champions. So I'm assuming NP got to choose this map.
So
probably NP, yeah.
And that'd be such a weird choice, I feel, for NP to make, because to me, like, this map favors Angry Face. I feel like when I think of Troers, I think of more the players on Angry Face being Troers than NP. You know what I mean? So
yeah. So I do understand that, but because I feel like that would probably be the perception of the maps. But also, you got to understand that they just played like 5 maps that had no trout, and they just got smashed. So they might be thinking,
that's a good point. That's a really good point.
Go well. We got to switch something up, put them in a different, different units.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Okay, you guys ready to start it?
You're at 0?
Yeah, I'm at 1359. Yep.
1 second. All right, ready.
All right, going. So Asmo, are you picking Angry Face here, or?
Yeah, I like what Angry Face doing a little bit better. I'll go with that.
I wouldn't ask you to
white.
pick
I wonder if they
against
do
your own
anything.
teamwork, so.
I mean, I think, well, we know the outcome of the match, so I would assume that we would have won this game, but I don't know. It might just be out of order.
Yeah, that's true. If it's a 3-game SD, you would expect that Angry Face won this game and NP win the next 2.
Yeah.
Odin noticed already, just looking at percentage, that the other team split Trow, and he said bad idea. And he's on Trow, so to me that's a good sign. He knows what he needs to do since they have split Trow,
Yeah.
How to take advantage of that.
It's actually really smart that he was already just looking for that in the based on the percentages too. So yeah. And I agree with him. Bad idea. I'm not saying that like they might, they might still I don't know, Odin maybe fucks it up somehow. I'm not sure, but like in general.
Interesting.
Ball captured.
MP
edge
did a
to,
3-trial split, and they decided to send all the trial mid. They didn't even go and grab the ball like Myrk was suggesting, which would make sense for splitting the trial.
That's what I'm saying. It sounds like they want to hurt. They want to spread out and like confuse, like somehow harass the Artie, but it's just not a good way of playing it. They have to. Odin has to be able to counter this hard. He should be able to punish this if he's a good thrower. So already you got one Tro that's harassing these fetch here. You gotta
Just
be careful.
letting them. He might be killing some trout here.
I hope they trap that Tro. He'll trap. He'll trap. He'll
Oh,
trap.
he'll trap.
He'll trap. Trap.
Oh.
Oh, he almost trapped that. Flatline missed it.
Wow.
He gets 2 fetch kills for no
Under-
good reason.
Oh,
I don't like it. I don't. And there's no spider defense on these mid fetch either. That the spiders would help defend these Tros super well. He's gonna lose a J-man. Oh man,
This is so questionable right here.
super questionable.
They need to counter this mid push since they got the 2 versus 1 trial and all that fetch support. Odin
Yeah,
needs to
they're already
push
down
that.
2 fetch though, and they're getting like bottled up here with these red Tro. It's where's this? Oh man, I really hate the Tro defense here.
Oh, interesting. Look at the spider pack in the north for in your face. Maybe they just flag him because look at MP's mole defense, despite them being down for cents right now.
Odin has to set up a Tro fetch push, and he's running away from his fetch. Huge mistake. He's gonna set up a Tro fetch push.
He's sitting
Oh
there.
my god.
Oh my
I wonder if he
Troing
froze
here
there.
is super questionable.
I
wonder if
the
he's-
worst. Why did I get in these? Jesus Christ, this is bad.
He's
It's
meleeing, but he's not setting up any synergy with his fetch. This is a huge disaster here. Now Team Angerface is down to 3 fetch. He's got a good 3-on-1 Tro advantage. He needs to go in with his fetch. Oh, he's gonna get trapped. Oh
shit.
no, he's gonna get trapped. Oh wow.
Jesus Christ, this is a bad try. Right
Oh my
Hey,
god, that
wait,
is atrocious trial.
here. Yeah.
Take a look at Northern
That's bottling
Paladins
the water
base
on our
right now,
side.
though. They might lose the game right here, based on the spider pack.
Ball
Team
contested.
Angerface is almost out of fetch.
Ball
The three Tro split just confused the shit out of Odin, and with no spiders there to help defend it either. Okay, 1 Tro goes down for MP. Okay, but
Ball
okay, there's a Tro. Odin does have a Tro advantage. He might be able to help clean this up.
Yeah, I think it should be all cleaned up now. That should be all their fetch dead, and then
You
we
gotta
gotta
kill
end up
that
with a
J-man
Paladin
before he can
somehow.
heal. Don't let him heal. Clean up the fetch. Okay, it ends up being an even trade, kind of in the middle maybe.
They should all be dead.
Tro advantage now for Odin, an angry face, so that's good. Percentages doesn't tell the full story because Odin is up big in Tro health.
True, it's very important.
Okay, so
gonna
kind of an
check that
even trade.
dwarf
Very
now,
sloppy throwing, but it's kind of even now. So, Team Your Face has no fetch though, and NP has 2 fetch still in the south and 1 fetch in the north. So
Ball
those
contested.
fetch are crucial.
Big dwarf head up north on those Zerks.
Ball
I saw that.
lost.
Team Angry Face has got to leverage its Tro advantage to finish NP's fetch. NP's fetch are the only way they get back in this game right now.
Well, the thing is, I don't think Angry Face can lose the game at this point because they killed like
He
all
has
of
no
them
spiders.
spiders.
Yeah.
And they can have all those balls in places that can't be tagged potentially.
I want to see Odin's Tro get in the fight here pretty soon. We saw basically no Tro RD synergy at all in any of that fighting middle.
Ball captured.
Yeah, I want to do like Odin had to be like lagging or freezing, right? That time he just AFK with all 3 trial like right next to the enemy, like that had to be freaking freeze. I'd imagine, right?
I think it might have just been lag or something, but yeah, in retrospect, I wouldn't give him trial again, that's for sure. Jesus Christ.
Ball lost.
Oh,
Ball
naelot dropped his
lost.
satchels too, so he just died to the fetch. And Odin's going to take big damage trying to melee these. Again, this is why you need to have the Tro Artie synergy, because now he's going to be so wasteful with his Tro health trying to muscle through these Zerks. NP still got the fetch in the dwarf in the south. And
Ball
Odin is almost
captured.
out of tro health. Where's his one healthy tro left at?
In the south.
Okay, yeah, it's already kind of like a orange yellow, so.
And he should definitely hand off one of the trail at this point. He doesn't know.
Yes.
Oh, okay. He did hand out one off the flatline. Now I'm saying.
Okay.
Ball lost. Ball captured.
So we still think Team Angerface has still got a lead just because they've kind of because MP didn't get any spiders essentially.
Yeah, I think they'll win on the game type. Myrk is trying something at their home, I think. I'm not sure. We'll see what happens there. He has all the
The
spiders
spider
camped
pack
near.
is kind of hanging out, but then fetching a dwarf will just kill spiders in one hit. So I think
Yeah.
my thought was I couldn't really take that fight.
Fetch counter spiders super hard, and they got 3 fetch left, so.
Not worth the risk.
Oh, white
whited,
got
okay.
the fetch in the north.
So those whites did come in handy. I guess I got 2.
And Flatline kicked another fetch, so now NP's down to 1 fetch.
Very nice.
That's huge.
Naelot's Zerks are getting cleaned up though, so the percent's
Yep.
gonna equal out again here.
Yeah, they're probably all gonna die. So they
Might
do have a
still
Hopefully,
stun the
trowel.
hopefully
Tro.
freezes the trail
Fish them
though.
off. They might be able to. Yeah, it doesn't look like it though. They're being kind
No,
of smart.
doesn't look like it, yeah.
Well, it looks like I have spiders coming to defend, maybe, but I don't know.
Spiders won't be able to do much.
Yeah, I think these Zerks might just be dead. We'll see though.
He could rush that Artie, maybe. He could rush the fetch, maybe, or something like that. Or stone the Tro.
Yeah,
There you got
with
it.
Odin should be killing that fetch and 2 Zerks with this trail. But he's going to
what is
support
that?
naelot
What's up with
for
that?
some
He's got
reason.
such a healthy Tro, he could kill that, yeah.
Man, Odin has had a good series, but this game, man, he struggled
This
us.
was,
Yeah,
that's for
it's,
sure.
But this is probably the worst game I've seen of
Ball
him. Holy
captured.
crap, that throwing.
And other people are seeing it, like Myrk made the call in chat. If you see Odin kill
Oh
that fetch, and now
my
he's
god, did you
still
see what
messing
he did
around.
with the dwarf
He
hero?
kicked it, yep. He could have like tried to bait and get those Zerks around it, and then it would have been nice. But I don't really think that was a good play. Like
He
that
didn't,
dwarf
he
wasn't
didn't
gonna
do any
anything.
damage to the enemy Zerks at all. It just took all of it himself, yeah.
It would have been game over if you want to kick that fetch in 2 Zerks, because that's literally the only ball the other team has left.
Yeah.
Here's what they
Ball
could have
lost.
done though with that dwarf is they might have been able to bring it up to the northwest and knock those balls off so that we weren't able to just kind of infinite contest with spiders. So probably
Really
not the worst. They have nothing now that can take a. Oh, they have that one fetch actually down the south on our area, I think, or their area.
Really surprised to see NP outplay on the Tro map. Would not have expected, but also it was just weird. I mean, yeah, it's just weird, Myrk, how you gave Odin the Tro
Ball
instead
contested.
of like I would have expected either
Ball
Cap or
captured.
Henry maybe to take the Tro, or even
That,
yourself.
That would have been a better call. Yeah, I don't know. I think it might have just been one of those kind of like ego stroking things. Maybe I don't know, or maybe I just didn't think that was. I don't know. I didn't consider him like bad with Trow or anything, but he didn't do well this game.
The 3 Tro split just confused the hell out of
Ball
him, even though he
lost.
said it was a bad idea.
Myrk is rushing that
Yeah,
fetch, which is a good call.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
only got the Zerk, yeah.
Ball
Should be able to
contested.
die now. If it dies, they can't really contest our remaining
Ball
spiders.
lost.
And it looks like it
Ball.
is. We're only
Good
gonna
call.
get down here.
Ball contested.
Yep, there it goes.
Finish the Zerg
Ball
maybe.
captured.
Yeah, Zerk's
Nice.
dead,
Ball
and
lost.
I think
Ball
now
contested.
we should be able to just kind
Ball
of bring them
captured.
up and well, they're not going to be able to take them from us
Ball
because we have
contested.
spiders and they can't kill them.
Yep.
Ball captured. Ball contested.
Well, did finish
Ball
some of your
lost.
spiders, but I still don't think it's going to matter. You still got a pack of spiders in the northwest. I would like to see, well, all their Zerks have been in clumps of 2 or 3. It's hard to find any stragglers
Ball
for the Trow to
lost.
pick off, but
Ball contested.
Trow's really gonna only be able to kill like alone units. It's so low health. It's almost at freeze
Mhm.
level.
yeah, unfortunately, there's
Somehow,
no. Go ahead.
somehow MP's up in balls right now. 4 to 2.
They've got those 3, but that east one is gonna get taken right now by a spider.
Ball
And it'll
captured.
probably be moved to somewhere where the spider can just infinite
Ball
contest,
contested.
would be my guess.
Yeah, there's a straggling Zerk on that ball that's being contested right now that the Trow is going to pick off.
Yeah, it looks like that Trow will get a kill in, probably.
It's hard to say. He could get stoned by even by a 1v1
Ball
with a
contested.
Zerg.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's got a couple of...
There we
Oh,
go.
nice. You got it.
There we go. One of those Zerks is full health, and that won't die in one Trow kick, probably.
Ball
So
I thought he
don't
just
think-
kicked a full health Zerk, did he
Ball
not?
lost.
Yeah, he did.
It might have had a bid off the top. I'm not sure.
Gotcha.
Ball contested.
Flatline
Ball
waiting for
contested.
his Zerk to help
Ball
reinforce him,
captured.
maybe. Ooh, he turned around.
Ooh.
Ooh, ill-advised, ill-advised.
That Zerk is still going for that Trow, though.
Oh, look at
Yeah,
that.
well,
Nice.
got the stone Trow,
1
and
minute
once it's
remaining.
stoned, you should really be focusing on
Ball
that almost
lost.
dead Zerk.
But there's two more Zerks coming. It's gonna be tough to, yeah. I think MP's
Yeah,
gonna
not
get that ball
Zerk.
back.
Zerk's
Ball
at one
captured.
shot, so not gonna do much.
I mean, what is this
Set
gonna
it
turn
up.
into, a perma contest? Like, I
I
don't.
think it is up in the north for sure.
Yeah, I don't know how
Ball
this game
lost.
is gonna end.
There's one spider going to the southeast,
30
and I think it's
seconds
gonna just
remaining.
infinite contest that other ball.
It feels like NP wins this.
Yeah, I assume so. At this point.
Looks like it.
Dang, this was a crazy game. Yeah, they just have to step off the contest at that home.
Sudden death.
I think they want to make sure they're gonna win when they step off. Probably gonna step off
Ball
here soon, I would
captured.
imagine. Oh no, Team Your Face picks up a ball. I think what I would have liked to have seen is like,
Ball
we just didn't see any
contested.
coordinated melee rushes from Angry Face. Like, the Tro needed some other melee units
Ball
with,
contested.
to support it when it went and, you know, tried to rush things down.
Is there any chance that Myrk can run that contested ball in the northwest? The one that's more in the center, away from that Zerk?
Unlikely. I think when
Don't
the
think
spider
so.
dribbles the ball, he's going to be slower than a Zerk. And he's going to die before he could move it that far, I think.
Yeah, agreed.
Oh yeah. It's about to end here. MP's going to get that northeast ball right now, and they should be able to uncontest after that.
Ball contested. Ball lost.
Okay, 3-1. I think... Did NP have 5 balls at any point?
I think 4 is the most I've seen.
So I feel like Angry Face would win in a tie. I feel like it's going to... If Angry Face goes 3-3, I think they still win the tie.
Yeah, it could be.
Ball lost.
Yeah, it looks like kind of a stalemate as far as like, well, unless they walk off the balls.
Yeah, they can walk up the balls right now and end it. I'm not sure they're not. They got 4 in other places.
Oh, you're right. They do have 4. Yeah. Why don't they just walk off? It should be 4 too. Yeah. This does create a very interesting situation. Luckily, we haven't had this scenario play out in any other MWC that I'm aware of. But like, there is kind of this danger of a situation where like one team is forced to infinite contest to prevent loss, and it's just like
Get back up.
at that point.
Spider went down.
At that point, you probably just hand the win to the team that doesn't have to infinite contest. But okay, 5-1. Looks like 5-1.
Game over.
Okay, so NP wins finally.
Looks like they won it, yeah.
Odin has big ratios, but it really kind of does not show how he underperformed massively in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. The split throw tactic worked well for NP, apparently, even though it really shouldn't have. But
They really shouldn't have. I mean, one of their trow really should have been heel trapped. I mean,
yeah,
really
there was a beautiful trap there, and it didn't happen.
he didn't really. He needed to like kind of like just have like one of his trow just kind of cover the one that was rushing our fetch and like stuff like that, but just kind of let it roll around and kill some of our stuff that didn't need to die. It's kind of unfortunate.
Next game loaded up, Flag Rally cracks. Already, Team Angryface, Myrk trading very fast, goes no archers. I like it. I like it. The very conventional strat on this is to have like 4 even arty squads that like hold every choke, on like two on each flank. Well, no. Actually, you would have 6. I've seen a common strat here is like 6 arty squads. I bet you that's what MP is going to do here, and it does work pretty good. But
our strat was, I believe, to just have like a defense with like a dwarf on each wall and some thrall on the flag, so we kind of almost permanently hold those flags since the walls are so high that a dwarf on there is like almost invincible. And our plan would have been, I guess, get 6 flags first in camp, I believe.
So I think NP is going to do 6 even squads, and they're going to do a even 3-prong and hold the chokes. They got no pus. Angryface, I like how Angryface got pus on this. Very different strategies. This is almost like this one is a interesting one to try and predict. So what do you guys think? Who wins this? It's based on the results, I almost have to say Angryface wins it, because if they didn't win this game, you wouldn't have played the 3rd sudden death game, I feel. So, but
I'm not sure what the deal was with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I like what Angryface is doing better here, but I'm also confused about the sudden death. I'm wondering if that last game was sudden death now, because MP wins. There's only one game after this, isn't there? Unless I'm missing a fail.
yeah,
Alright, guess we'll find out.
I'm paused at 11:56.
I'm ready when you guys are.
Second. All right, I'm ready.
All right, going.
I guess it's kind of a question as to whether we can have those goals and pus counter those dwarves and archers. Otherwise,
Flag
not going to be
captured.
good.
You got to remember on this
Flag
one too, it's
captured.
super critical who gets the first 4 tags, because the other team will have to go on offense
Flag
True.
on
captured.
these very choky terrain. So
I do like what Angryface is doing here initially, though. They're sending their gold pack mid and a bunch of stuff. They're pretty much guaranteeing they'll have mid access this game to the rest of the map.
yes, but NP does do the gold
Flag
taggers on both
captured.
flanks, so they're definitely going to get the 4 tag.
The 4
advantage.
first, though.
Yeah, which is pretty crucial. So Angryface is going to get mid
Flag
control, and
captured.
they're going to have to figure out some kind of way to do something with it. I will say this.
Flag
Angry
captured.
Face does have the perfect trade and strategy to counter this
Flag
like
captured.
even 6 squad 3-prong that NP's trying to do. Like this is the perfect counter because they can just throw everything on one side and try to push through, you know?
True.
Yeah.
Asmo, you making any prediction on this one? Who wins?
I mean, I like what Angry Face is doing better.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Angry Face too.
Only thing I don't like looking at it though is when Ramirez on the outside flag and Hen on the outside flag. I think they have a bit too many warriors. They should probably be a tiny bit more aggressive because we do want to kind of pressure them and get them out of middle.
Yeah, I'd like to see Angry Face try to kill Metal right now, honestly, because if they
Yeah.
could kill Metal, they could slip through those back flags and get them, and then, you know, the MP would lose their advantage with their strategy.
One thing to look out for too is I really want to make sure Angry Face only has 4 pus. Those 4 pus are crucial. I want to see every single one of those pus get attempted on a dwarf, not on any
For sure.
archers.
Yep,
Yeah, I mean,
absolutely.
we should not you don't pause archers in this scenario. The archers are just kind of filler. They're not really. They're just protecting the dwarves. The dwarves are the killer unit
Okay,
here.
Angry Face making a push. You got 2 pus, 3 pus up front for Angry Face. All 4 pus are up front in the middle for Angry Face.
I think it is a bit too centralized. Like everything is mid right now.
I like
nothing
NP's
is front.
defense here. They,
Yeah, they're set up
they're
well.
not surrounding that really nicely there. Angry Face trying to get pus on those dwarfs. We did see 2 pus, 3 pus are down. 1 dwarf is pussed. Angry Face has got 1 pus left. Maybe they can get that last dwarf. Oh, the dwarf gets
that's
that last
first,
pus. And that
it
dwarf is
bounced
the
into
first dwarf's still alive.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
my god. Okay. Well, now they're in a choke. And it really
The-
looks like
the
that
goals
dwarf's gonna
need to
live.
get this dwarf.
I really don't like this rush now for Angry Face. Unfortunately.
Yeah, not or down all
Yeah,
the pus.
That
That's
last
well,
pus
too.
was so crucial, man. If
Yeah,
they could have just got
for
that
sure.
pus out.
The dwarf is going to go down,
Dwarf,
but I
couple
think they
goals are
lost too
sneaking
much.
by, hitting that dwarf. Might get it.
Oh, they got it. The dwarf didn't get a
Yeah, they
shot
got
off.
it. Oh, they messed up their melee defense there.
See who wants the lead
Angry
here.
Face did pierce through NP's defense. They're now going to be in the backfield.
Yeah, so I think that's basically our entire deal. If we can just peg 2 plagues and get that 6-0, just a 6 lead, then we'd basically win. Because if you look at our defense, like there's no way they can break that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
But
they can push you guys off your flanks, and they're about to on your northwest flank.
Yeah, they can
Exactly.
take those outside ones. They're kind of more like, I think the strategy was to have them be delaying until we get our 6.
yeah, Henry needs to be able to delay that until you get the 6 for sure. But he's walking off, unfortunately.
Just think with that push in the mid, if it had been a bit more spread out, maybe baited them onto the hill even, it would have been
Flag
better to kind of just
captured.
avoid being in a choke against dwarves, because being a choke against dwarves is pretty nasty. Looks like we're about to get that flag 8 in the southeast.
Angry Face will still be up in flags because they're going to tag 2 flags. NP only tagged
True,
1.
true.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So if you guys look at the southwest one, right now we have 2 thrall. Regulus has the
Flag
Stygian
captured.
that's not looking too healthy, and a warrior, and he's gonna do kind of a wonky play here.
Cap
So
needs to hustle. His melee, he's looking somewhere else on the map or something because his melee are just sitting AFK in the southeast.
I don't know what happened here, but he kind of backs up the Stygian. The warrior just sits there and stops, and they taunt him. I
Did
really
they defend
suspect he kind of got walked by
NP's
there.
going
but
to
he
defend
really-
this flag. That's not good.
Yeah. That
They
Stygian.
could surround and rush that dwarf potentially. But
Yeah,
it's
that
gonna be tough.
Stygian dying was pretty big, and now that flag is safe for them.
I need to get a melee here.
I get it
Okay,
now.
there's good melee. Good melee. Yeah, good melee.
Ooh.
Save that J-man. Save that J-man.
The dwarf's coming.
Save the J-man. The melee coming in from behind.
yeah,
Oh, the J-man. Oh, man.
Wait, did the boy clean this up?
Cap,
the
Close
door.
one,
it's
but they
looking
hold
bad
it.
for Cap right now.
Oh, he turned on the
He
goal.
needs to wait and get
keep
a
on
pulse
running.
around. He already ate the shot. He's not gonna be able to take it now, for sure not. He needed to wait and get a full surround on that door. Oh, there's 2 more Stigs coming in, but again, they're going in one at a time. Cap really screwed up the melee there. Man.
Yeah.
So Angry Face should have had the lead here, but unfortunately they're not. And they're going to get pushed off the northeast now. It looks like RedPhoenix is going to push them off the northeast with the archers.
So Henry's trying to take the southeast or the east flag though of MP. I think he'll probably be
He
able to
will
get
get
it.
that. Yeah, Henry will get that. He's going to have the dwarf push him off. And then, so right now, Team Angry Face needs to prevent from getting, they need to hold 2 flags. They need to hold 2 flags, which they will. They'll hold the 2 castle flags. Oh my god, they're gonna almost lose that door.
5 minutes remaining. Flag captured.
Okay, so Angry Face has to get a VI. So they're gonna take flag 6 in the east. They need to get one of the last 2 flags. Probably
Flag
southwest,
captured.
because it has less units on it.
They got a pinch on Rabican's units that they just take
Yeah,
the
they need
flag
to clean
from.
up those units. Don't let them get away. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Henry's
True,
not
they're
realizing
just
what he needs
Henry's
to
not
do though.
pinching it though.
He's
Yeah.
backing off.
And then so is Ramirez. Ramirez backing off too. Right now, Team Angry Face has to go on all offense and get 1 flag. If they allow NP to get that, NP's offense is going back to D right now. If that D comes back successfully, it's game over for Angry Face.
Yeah, they needed to pinch those 2 wars and then go for that southwest flag, but the path that Henry's taking is taking way too long. Now all that stuff's trailing them.
I really think it's looking bad for Angry Face now. They are not. They need to rush the shit out of that flag 7 hard.
Yeah.
Before that D comes back to reinforce it. If that D gets there, they're screwed.
Oh, Myrk is saying, Ram, why the freak did you walk off that flag? I missed that. I'm not sure where that was at.
Really?
Angry
It
Face
was
has to set up an
basically-
offense too. I think they have to take the dwarfs off the castles, or at least some of them, and go on offense with them.
Yeah, true. It's not looking good at this point. Like if it's kind of a worst case scenario. Like we needed to get 6 flags first with the strategy, and if we don't, then we just have all this stuff on defense that isn't really doing anything. Like through all
Yes,
indoor,
correct.
not so hot. And yeah, personally, like I'd blame like that fight on flag 7 earlier. It was just kind of really poorly done. I think Regulus maybe got walk bugged or mismatched because he had like 2 like regular melee units against 2 thrall, and they went in 1 at a time, and that kind of like it ended up being they kind of barely held it, but they did hold it, and that was kind of key for them.
The thing also was Cap's like 3 melee sat on the southeast flag 8, for like 30 seconds. And if they had
That
just
too,
moved
yeah.
right away, then he would have been able to pinch and maybe even get Cap to that flag before the dwarf could even get there.
Dude,
Yeah,
this result's unfortunate because I freaking loved what Angry Face did more this whole game, but it was those couple errors that you guys just talked about at
Yeah.
that flag. That's going to be the difference in the game. Like, Angry Face should have that flag. MP should be forced to push in their home base and just lose the game, in my opinion. But those few errors changed the
NP
game.
is reinforcing the wrong flag, I would say, a little bit. So, but there's just no. Never mind. They split up the D. Another dwarf is coming. So yeah, it's just I don't see how Angry Face gets back in this. I'm confused though because that means Angry Face lost 2 sudden death games in a row, but there's still another game. So I don't know if we are missing a film maybe or what happened. But
Yeah, I don't know. This might have like that other one just might have been part of the would have been part of the main finals perhaps.
Oh, okay.
I
The
don't
keep
know.
game. Yeah, this might be the first sudden death game. That would make more sense to me.
Possibly.
Yeah, that would make more sense to me because then NP picked this. That means that makes way more sense. Yeah.
I mean, it was a point scoring system, so maybe mathematically there was some miracle scenario that MP could have won the best of 7, depending on how hard they won that game. I don't know.
Were
I don't
the
know.
main finals games, those were point based, like instead of just win loss?
Yeah, I think all of them were.
Yeah, they're all point based.
Okay, so yeah, maybe that that game might have just been the last game of the actual match, and maybe they didn't win enough. Maybe they needed to blow us
1
out to be
minute
still in it.
remaining.
Because I know at least one, yeah, that one game where we won 6-3 in turret and flag rally. I think that would have probably been max points for us.
Yeah. That makes
Maybe
sense.
that's what
It would have been a
happened.
game 7 if they blew you out, but they didn't, so there was no need. That makes sense.
So
seconds
I'm
remaining.
confused. Did Angry Face just capture enough points on the keep game to finish the 7-game series for sure? Is that what happened?
I
No.
think that must have been what happened. Like, there might have even been, like, you know, those flags that were infinitely contested. It might have just counted as half and half for each. But I think they might have needed to blow us out or something on that game in order to still be in it for the final.
Yeah, to me that seems the scenario. That's the only scenario that makes sense at this point.
Game over.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Fire had a big game. Fire was very solid in this series so far, I must say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chickenwire and Fire, I'd say 2 standout players maybe. Yeah, unfortunate. I do like, I will say this about this game. I do like how aggressive the game was played, especially by Team Angry. Team Angry Face being very aggressive overall in the series. I do like that did not turn into a big stalemate camp fest that game often turns into, right?
Yeah.
So before watching this last film, my big takeaway from watching this series is going into it. To be honest, I'd assume like, oh, Rabican, he's this well-known captain, best captain ever. Many people think MP probably just outstrated him, but I've honestly been impressed with Myrk's capping. Like I've preferred his capping and his strategies over MP almost every single game watching this. I wouldn't have thought that going into it.
I fully agree.
I was
with
on
that
the ball
statement.
back in the day, actually. Yeah, it's if I was more active, I might still do it, but you know, can't really be as active as I was.
Yeah, I fully agree with Asmo's assessment. Like Myrk, I think you had the better trades. You had more asymmetrical strategies, which I tend to prefer, and more aggressive strategies, arguably too, which I also tend to prefer. So I agree. Did not really see you as a captain, but I guess you didn't captain anything else significantly after this, but you did a really good job, I would say. And definitely there's like a step up in the capping and strategies compared to 2099 that we saw so far. And yeah, arguably Myrk did a better job than Rabican in the capping, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, possibly. I think the only thing I might change as far as giving orders, I would have those outside flags maybe send more of their melee off on offense, because we do want to be pressuring a lot with this strategy.
So here we have Tro again. So I like that we're going to be able to see a repeat of Tro game now with Odin not Troing. We got a three-way split for Tro or Angry Face. Souls, pretty standard trade for Angry Face. Both similar trades. 6 locks for NP and 6 locks for, yeah, basically
Game
identical trades.
on.
I'm paused at 11:59. NP does also a 3-way split. So similar splits. The Troers for NP are going to be Jushius, RedPhoenix, and Fire. And the Troers for Angry Face are going to be Myrk, Flatline, and Cap. Did not expect to see Flatline taking so many heavy-hitting roles in this match, and Troing in particular, but we'll see what he does with it this game. Yeah. Are you guys ready to start it?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, going. I mean, I guess NP has to win this. It's his last game, but I'm kind of surprised because I thought I would have expected more,
Flag captured.
some more competitive showing from Angry Face on this.
Yeah, I
Flag
mean, a lot of our
captured.
guys, Trow is their bread and butter.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised to see Henry. I would have thought to see Henry taking bigger squads this match. He didn't seem to get as big as squads as I thought he would. I would have expected to see him throwing on a three-way.
Flag captured.
You got 3 throwers. I would have expected Henry to be one of them, but
I'd be more
man.
confident in Angry Face here if it was Henry instead of Flatline. Henry's just been a standout player to
Yeah,
me, even
I
in
agree.
small squads.
Yeah,
really
he
agree.
definitely could have done the trial as well.
Flatline didn't have a standout match, even though he's been given. Flatline's been given the best roles, really, arguably, of any player in the match. Would you agree with that, Asmo?
I mean, top 2 to 3 for sure. I mean, Myrk's had some pretty big roles consistently.
I mean, he got the 2 biggest Huron packs on Divide, and he's getting one of the 2 bigger Tro roles here. So
yeah, he's definitely going to have a hitting unit, so that's ever going.
I think it was considered more of a heavy hitter back in the day. I think actually, I sort of lend Henry to be on kind of a similar level. They were both kind of like the Aussie New Zealanders, you know, so they might have kind of a similar bunch of lag issues, possibly. But,
I forgot that Henry
they're both
was
pretty good
from
at
that
the time.
area too. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we got lock battles going on all 3 flanks basically right now. NP put a 3rd Tro south, so now, but Rangerface is reinforcing.
Flatline did get 1 punch off on RedPhoenix Trail.
Okay.
But now it's so my Trail's coming to reinforce, or sorry, Flatlines is. Yep, Fred down.
Oh, cap drops. That's the thing you were talking about, right?
Oh,
yeah.
shit.
So
That
up
is
north,
massive.
So cap
That's-
legged out, so now I have like
Oh,
everything up
shit.
north, and I have to
Ooh,
like
that is
adjust on
rough.
the fly.
That is really rough.
It is, yeah. So now it looks like I've given it to naelot.
You're about to lose some souls because they were just handed to you.
Yeah. Oh, one
Just
anyway.
1 soul.
Yeah, this was kind of the unfortunate situation of this match. I think we had used up our restarts or something, but would have rather you just restarted this. But now it's, you know, it's whatever naelot was doing. Now he's got to do the north.
Yeah, naelot's got to now fight like a 2v1 basically against Jushius and Dante.
Looks like
Rattle
I'm doing
Snake's there a little
warlocks.
So what I'm seeing is like, in terms of not losing units in that huge mess from the drop, Angry Face did pretty well, but you can tell their whole team's flustered. Everyone had to fall back or redistribute units. Like, to me, that's
Yeah.
dirty. To me, that's an automatic restart with both teams 100%
Yeah.
at that point. Of the
Yeah, it's unfortunate when people lag out of these. Like, there's been a few throughout this series. Like, I guess, you know, the internet used to be worse
Flag
back in the day.
lost.
Yeah.
I mean,
You-
we haven't
me-
had any major Tro engagement yet, so
Flag
the game
captured.
is still kind of up in the air.
Looks like my warlock took a hit.
Flag lost.
Flatline pulled his Tro off of Shadowing Fire's Tro. That was weird.
It's
Flag
kind of, naelot
lost.
is kind of taking a bad fight right now, and he's got a lot of health lost on that trail.
Right. Yeah, I don't even know how that happened. Yeah, so naelot is down in Tro health in the north, which is bodes very poorly for your base right now. Because NP is the kind of team that they'll whittle you down. They'll take their half Tro advantage. Oh, and there's a bad Tro engagement in the south for Angry Face too. Flatline not doing super hot with the 3 Tro, I feel.
Yeah, they're a little
Flag
spread out for that fight.
Yeah, NP is kind of like just slowly kind of putting
Flag
the chokehold on
contested.
Angry Face here and leveraging their Tro health advantage. It just feels like.
Yeah, it's probably not going to be significant based on how the drop fights are.
Do you see that lock shot by Flatline? Or no, that was Henry. Henry did that.
Yeah, that was wild. Both of them fired at once, like control clicked, and then somehow didn't hit anything.
RedPhoenix took some big hits on his Tro and
Oh,
fire.
it's trapped. It's
Fire's
trapped by
trapped in
Crit.
the south. Oh, this
Ooh,
turns things.
wow.
Everything around is turned around now in the south. Angry Face has a big advantage in the south. They need to leverage it somehow. They need to set up a lock tro push right now. And they need to run down those enemy locks and mercs with it.
I don't think I ever noticed that before when I watched these films. I was all looking at north all the time.
Angry Face is actually up slightly now. Their north is still at a slight disadvantage, but their south has a big advantage. 6 minutes left. They need to use that tro health advantage. Flatline has to make some aggressive plays here, and I'm not seeing it yet.
So Rattle Snake's actually done really well in this game, like on Sunkiro. He's holding a way bigger percent with less units up to this point.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, we got some lock pushing going on in the south now. Okay, Flatline's blocking with all 3 tro. Okay, all right. It looks like he's starting to make an aggressive push out now. He does have a Myrk disadvantage here because he lost like 2 or 3 Myrk, and so he's got to be a little bit careful. He could still lose this melee if he fucks it up.
Yeah, he needs to set up the lock shots.
He's got to set the lock shots. Yeah, exactly.
It's like we're having a fight up north.
This is where you want to see the tro already push. Okay, there's a fight going down in the
got
north.
a lock hit.
Oh, he just locks himself.
Nae's
Oh
kind of walked into it. Yeah, that was.
And then there's gonna be a double lock ring. Oh, naelot just got annihilated in the north. Double lock ring. The north is gonna be lost.
5 minutes.
Bad.
Angry Face needs to smash south immediately now.
I think if they've already lost it,
Yeah,
the
because the
south has
souls
too
are
many
reinforced
Myrk.
now.
The south has too
They're
many
getting-
Myrk.
They're getting reinforced by souls too. Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's...
They're down in percentage. Naelot choked hard in the north. Double fire lock ring.
Yeah, that was bad. Not sure if I should have fired that warlock shot or not in retrospect. It's one of those things, like if your guy sees it, it's a good hit, but if he doesn't, it could be...
I really
Ooh,
don't blame
Flatline
you
should
for that
fight
shot, honestly. Naelot had plenty of time to move out of it. He kind of moved into it, you know?
Yeah.
Looking really bad for Angry Face. Probably lost at this point because their tro health advantage in the south is now being
Flag
defended with
lost.
Soul Hill. And
Flag
yeah, I mean, they're almost
contested.
getting flagged out.
Flag captured.
I mean, yeah.
It really feels like to me that like NP started really cold the first 5 games and then all of a sudden just turned it on, huh?
Yeah, it's that, and also it kind of looks like us choking a bit too.
Yeah, that too. And cap dropping doesn't help, obviously.
Nah, it really doesn't.
I feel like cap dropping was significant because he was literally their trower in the north, and who got this trowel instead of cap was naelot, who ends up being the one
Naelot
who...
bungled it, yeah.
Yeah, so it obviously was against their initial plan and not one of their primary trowers they wanted.
Flag captured.
Yeah, I don't remember how good naelot was with trow. Or this map,
It
rather.
didn't look very good because he went
Not
down
this
half
game,
health of a
anyway.
trow somehow. I don't even know how. And he didn't react to that lock shot that you threw out there
Flag
at all, and then
lost.
that got double fire locked ringed. All that happened together. Like, man, I don't. Yeah, it doesn't even make sense.
Man, Flatline keeps on blocking lock shots with all 3 trowel.
Yeah,
not
he
fan
is,
of that.
and he's not making any aggressive plays. I just don't see him doing anything with those 3 tropes.
Dude, again, I'm super impressed with Henry. Henry is freaking wrecking this game. Still, like, that's why the percents are still close. He's killed so much.
He had a nice hit on the solo, so he's gonna maybe hit a crit or 2. Yep, he's doing his job with those
Flag
warlocks, I'd say.
contested.
Flatline's gonna lose almost a whole tro to kick some souls.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, it's.
You could pick a trowel fight right here.
Lost.
He does try. but-
Yeah, he's not really microing as well.
He's
as
got
he
2
kinda
red
is
like
with Trower.
low health tro at this point.
Flag
so.
contested. Flag captured. Flag lost. Flag lost. Flag contested. Flag captured.
Oh, Chickenwire dropped. Not that it matters too much anymore.
Flag lost.
Yeah, they're rushing those Trow in middle. I like to see that Warlock move straight back. We got a couple crits.
Flag lost.
I feel like we could have
Flag
delayed that more if we just kept
contested.
moving it back.
Flag captured. 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, I don't
Looks like
know.
you're gonna go down though.
Flag
Myrk, I want to look
contested.
at Flatline's
Flag
TA
lost.
after this game real
Flag
quick because
contested.
I'm just not seeing it, man. I'm just not seeing it.
Yeah, not this game anyway, for sure.
Well, this match, I think, like the two here, like the one game he had the Hurons too. You got to remember he kind of had that really. He had like an okay good rush that was kind of easy. It's like kind of easy for anybody to do, but then he like kind of fucked up the follow-up rush after
30
that.
seconds
So.
remaining.
I don't know. I'm just not seeing it.
Flag
He got big
captured.
rolls, and I didn't see any like really great plays out of him at all. I don't know. What do you think, Asmo?
Yeah, I
Flag
kind of agree with that.
captured.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Flatline to me was a mid-tier player at best in
Flag
terms of
contested.
his teammates,
Flag
like relative to his
contested.
teammates.
Flag.
I wouldn't say he's one of their best players
Flag
looking at his
lost.
games.
I'm surprised that Henry didn't get bigger
Sudden
roles in
death.
this match because to me, I think he
Flag
was maybe
lost.
the MVP on Angry
Flag
Face.
contested.
Yeah, he was doing pretty good.
I think you did a great job capping too, Myrk, and your play was solid as well.
Game over.
So
Oh, thank
I think you and Henry, like probably two most important players on your team. Cap, I mean, I don't know. I didn't see any. Rattle Snake I felt was solid. We didn't see Rattle Snake really fuck up anything, did we?
He just
Not
kind of
that I
held
recall.
mid and did his job. Not really flashy, but he prevented us from getting flanked. So yeah,
Yeah.
but I generally rely on Rattlesnake to be pretty good. He was definitely one of our better players in my opinion.
Henry, look at that,
They're
140
saying a lot
and
with that
2.
squad.
Henry had some great ratios that game. What did he have as he was in the south, right?
Yeah, he just had a couple
Warlock.
walks.
There's a couple Warlocks.
He almost locked himself one time, but other than
That was
that,
wild, actually. That's crazy. Like both walks fired in different directions, control clicking like at the same time. I don't
yeah,
even
that
know
was
how
weird. I
happens.
almost wonder if it was like some kind of bug or something. That was weird.
That was crazy.
Well, that was a really great match. Yeah, definitely a step up. We saw a definite step up in the quality of play. I think also the capping and stratting too, compared to 2000. What are your final thoughts there, Asmo, about what we just witnessed?
I thought this is definitely the best Mythril Cup finals we've seen through the first three. I'm a little surprised. I was honestly more impressed with Angry Face, just from the finals at least, that I was MP, even though MP won it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like the melee focused strats, like they have pretty melee focused strats, so that's pretty impressed with for something in 01 because you actually see teams move away from that in the future. So I don't know. I feel like they definitely got it right in terms of strategy. They just I don't know. I feel like I don't. Myrk probably knows better than me, but like
Yeah, like
for me, I think it's better to have like a consistent roles on players because I feel it's easier to perform when you know what you're doing. I feel like having to try to like make at ease so many egos makes it more difficult to prepare trades or splits, I would say.
yeah, I mean juggling the ecos was definitely a bit of a thing. But yeah, I feel like it was the strats always felt solid to me, like but the execution in some of these games was a bit lacking, but it's also things like, players lagging out like in this particular game here. That last game before, I don't know if Regulus walk bug, but I'm just obsessed with that. That was annoying. I don't know if you guys saw that with that one Stygian solo two thrall with the other warrior walked and then he taunts it to
Yeah,
get it to
I did see
move. That's
that.
like, yeah. So like we used to have like back in this day, like before we had modern patches, we used to have a thing called the walk bug where like, you'd click on something and some of your units would just walk toward it instead of fight. It was this annoying bug, but the way we dealt with it was like with melee, every melee fight was like when you wanted to melee fight, you just stopped your units and had them auto attack just so to avoid that. Archers, you're just try to notice when it was happening and deal with it. It was pretty annoying, but it was one of the things we had to deal with back then. But yeah, overall, I feel like strats were good. I feel like Rabican, good job by him too. Execution was better for them in the key games, and yeah, we did lose the top bracket finals, but I feel like we won more games in this series, but yeah, sudden death we didn't win. So yeah, it is what it is. It was a good series, pretty
Do
good.
you remember the top bracket finals at all?
I just remember that they clearly won it. Like it wasn't like a blowout or anything, but they clearly won it. I think we kind of underperformed in them by quite a bit
So the
by
grand
our
finals was
standard.
probably closer than the top bracket finals was.
Yeah, I forget. It might have been like 4-1 for us or something like that. Might even have been 3-2, but they clearly won the top bracket finals. So
Yes,
kind of
this
unfortunate for
match,
us.
it was kind of like Team Angryface just like dominating the first 5 games almost for the most part, and then it just totally flipped, and then NP dominated the last 3. Kind of, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, true.
Did you have any afterthoughts after watching that, Myrk? Anything? Is
Uh,
it about what you remember it as, or is anything? There was a couple things you don't remember giving Odin the 3 tro like that. You're not sure why you did that, but is there anything else that kind of surprised you?
yeah, some of those games I haven't seen in a long time. Like I've kind of revisited that Cracks game. That's kind of why I'm a bit more familiar with that entire walk bug thing I was talking about. But I guess there were a couple other problems. That mid rush, I feel like it could have been executed better. Like
For sure.
everything being kind of all together, it makes it easier for them to defend. If we were able to set up some kind of a flank with those skulls and pots, it would have been way better, I feel like. But
Yeah.
yeah. Uh about what I remember, yeah. Yeah, not too much else to say. It's about what I remember. Some stuff I had kind of forgotten that was kind of neat, but that weird thing with Henry in the South, I don't know what the hell even happened there. That was wild. I never even noticed that before, so that was crazy.
This match was very different than I expected because, just basically exactly what Asmo said, I was expecting to see like, oh, Rabican's just like ahead of his time back then for as captain and strategist, but I did not see that at all in this match. I remember thinking that in other matches that Rabican captained around this time period. I don't know if it was like the top bracket finals I was thinking of, or from this tourney, or some other matches. I'm not sure what it was, but it definitely wasn't this match. Basically, it felt like I don't want to. I don't want to say NP outtroed Angry Face. It just felt like it felt like Angry Face just didn't give its best throwers the tro. So it felt like a little bit.
Yeah, I agree actually.
Um, I'll wrap it up here with a few closing questions. What kind of happened, as far as you know, Myrk, with the players on your team after this match was played? As far as like, what did they go on to do in Myth? Did most of them stop playing? Did people keep playing for a few more years, or what happened?
Yeah, I think people just kind of went inactive. I guess after this tournament, Bungie Net went down not too long after that. So, I mean, I think Flatline still plays every so often, or at least did. I don't know, naelot situation, Henry, I haven't seen in quite a while. Rattle Snake, same. Cap and Odin, haven't seen them in a while. Let's see what the other players even were.
Yeah,
Pull up
I
that
really would have loved to have seen more of Henry. I don't know if he played any more MWCs after this, but yeah, I really would have liked to have seen more out of him. Odin again. I mean, I guess he was a top player in like maybe '99 or something, but
Yeah.
he probably, I don't know. Again, I don't know if he's quit playing after this either. Was there ever any discussion? No, probably not, because after because 2002 is the one year there was no MWC, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Um, do you think there was any chance this team was going to get back together again if there was a 2002 MWC or anything like that?
I think we had talked about it, and I think naelot and Odin didn't want to do it again, and then other people just kind of went inactive.
Oh, interesting. Was that just because they were kind of done playing and competing in Myth at that point, or what?
Possibly. I know they also didn't like losing the finals, but I also thought that the team totally could have won this tournament. I mean, just a bit of more better execution and fewer unfortunate lag-outs, and then could have easily been ours. Like, it could have easily gone either way. Like, it was a pretty close matchup there between our team and NP. So I thought that was a bit defeatist, but then again, if you don't want to play Myth anymore, you don't want to play Myth anymore, right?
Yeah,
Uh,
for
yeah,
sure.
so that was kind of our one and only hurrah with this squad.
Yeah. Would you what do you remember when the last MWC that you played was most recently?
Maybe 2 or 3 years ago, I think. I'm not sure though.
Would you consider still coming back to Myth to play another MWC as well?
Yeah, depending on what I'm doing, what night's going on, it's definitely something I'd consider. It's kind of like a case by case basis, I guess.
Fair enough.
I definitely wouldn't do the captain role again because there's most of the maps that people play now I've never played before. It's always a new experience.
Yeah, but
Don't do it very
man,
often.
you did a solid job there for sure. That was actually you had the best trades of any like even though NP won, I still preferred your trades on a couple of the games that even though they won them. And of all the MWC finalist teams we watched so far between 99 and 01, I think you had the best trades so far. And like you said, you seem to have more melee heavier trades. I can definitely see that. Because I don't think we see much of that in later years. Most teams tend to prefer go heavier with the arty. So, but yeah, definitely saw heavier melee from you there. Dude, was Asmo said he had to mute for the rest of this. I think he's busy. But is there anything else you wanted to add on what we discussed here before we kind of wrap things up?
I think we covered a lot. Yeah. I mean, I guess back then I was always very analytical about strats, trying to just think like every little thing, like what's the perfect distribution. So I did feel like my trades were pretty good. Just because, we used to also like scrimmage and practice against people back then, so you had the chance to like sharpen it. Yeah, and I guess people do tend to like the FFA squads a lot, but I don't know. If you have a good little melee pinch, that's always a good time. It takes more coordination though, I guess, than a lot of people are used to. Like it's kind of easier and safer to just have your little FFA squads and just if you can bully them with archers, you do it, and otherwise you're kind of defensive, so it's kind of, I guess, easier for people. Uh yeah, I guess that's about it.
Well, I learned a lot watching this match. I mean, this is kind of like arguably the most famous MWC, so I guess we wanted to spend a little more time on it. So I'm glad we got a chance to really go into the weeds on it and kind of get this recorded for kind of the historical record, just so this is not kind of lost to myth history. You never know when these films might not run anymore, so got to get like
True.
the recording of the important finals matches on video. Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us. I'll leave it there.
Oh, yeah,
Great discussion.
I guess before we go, I guess
Yeah,
Dak
go
brought
ahead.
up that back then people didn't really use voice chat and everything was on text. So I guess it's obviously better in modern era when you're able to talk in Discord and stuff. Although if everybody's talking at once, it could suck. But I guess it's a pro and a con, really. Come to think of it.
It took me a while to transition to voice. Voice didn't really become a thing until 2018. It's kind of crazy to think about that, even though you could have easily played voice many years before that with Myth. People just got used to like texting while playing. I know I did.
Yeah.
And for a while, I was even resistant against transitioning over to voice. I was just so used to the texting. I kind of got used to like the rhythm of like, hey, whenever I need to back out to or whenever I need to communicate something in text, I just like back out for a few seconds and type it really quick, and then I'm back in the fight, And I just got used to that rhythm, and I felt it never really negatively impacted me. But voice has its own advantages, and like it took a few years, I think, for people to kind of figure out how to use voice most effectively. But it's kind of like it's gotten figured out, and there's now a new skill. Like people that are good at shot calling on voice now have a bigger impact on the team. And usually it's a lot of the same people that were already talking before on text, but still it is a different method of communication, and it's kind of its own skill unto itself as well. And making those big calls over voice there have been moments where it has a big impact on the game, right? So.
Yeah, true. It's just kind of like easier to do it. Like you don't need to just, take your hands off microing your units and type something, which is like, you can only really do that when you were, had actual time to do it, like not in the middle of a fight when you're trying to micro. But yeah, but also like, if you have people talking at the same time, I guess it could get confusing. So, yeah, pros and cons. And, I guess back then, if we had voice servers, it'd just be, more of a drain on the internet, maybe. And the internet wasn't really anywhere near as good as it is now.
Yeah, for
So I
sure.
guess that's
Yeah.
probably why it took so long for people to start using voice.
Yeah, well, I don't think voice like would have been viable in 2001 necessarily, but maybe
I
like
don't think
I
so
don't
either.
know, like maybe like late 2010, like no, not tens, but like '06, between like '06 '09 is probably like, because there was like earlier there was like TeamSpeak and Ventrilo and those types of services that were before Discord that gamers would use for voice chat on gamers would use voice chat on other games. Like that was definitely a thing earlier on. Just it did take a while to catch on to myth for sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, I can't really think of anything else to mention. I think we covered it.
Yeah, we covered a lot. I'll leave it there. Thanks again for joining us, and thanks to anybody who listens to this whole thing. That was a long one, but 2001 very important MWC. So if there was going to be a long one, I'm okay with it being this year. So, all right, we'll leave it there. Everybody, have a good one. Take care.